The story begins.
Before the video begins, I'd like to state a few things. This video contains some very disturbing and violent stories coming from multiple emergency workers such as police officers, EMTs, and firefighters. Some of them only shared one story, while others shared multiple, which is why some might seem connected. Some of them are short stories, while others are longer. I ask that you please respect them in the comments, as these were very traumatic experiences for them. I hope that this video spreads awareness on how hard their jobs are and some of the things that they deal with. If you can't handle extremely gruesome stories, this may not be the video for you. That being said, let's begin. Number 1. Back when I was a young military police officer, I got a call to a car accident. When I arrived, I saw this black SUV smashed almost completely flat on the side of the road. It had been hit by a semi. One of the first things I noticed was a car seat and stuffed animals all over the road. My heart skipped a beat. I had just become a father myself, and that was all I could think about. Luckily, the driver of the SUV didn't have his kid in the truck when he decided to drunkenly run the red light. Both the semi-driver and the drunk survived, but when the semi hit the truck, it somehow knocked off the hood of the SUV, and it skipped and rolled and found its way to a motorcyclist 3 cars down from the intersection and killed him instantly. His wife said he just got back from Iraq, and one of the first things he spent his money on was a motorcycle, and he was just out enjoying an evening ride, just happy to be back home. That's a horrible thing, finally getting home after months and months of hardships just to be killed by a drunk driver. I always considered myself one of the easygoing police officers that let people off the hook and just wrote warnings. But after that, God forbid I catch a drunk driver. Number 2. The worst one for me was an attempted suicide. Not because of the victim, who had very superficial cuts to her wrist, found naked, and was extraordinarily intoxicated. Her 9-year-old daughter, though, that was what hurt. She was sitting in her nightgown, huddled on the floor of the bathroom, her mom's blood all over the floor and her nightgown. The only thing she said was,
"She made me watch. She said it was my fault. Will she be okay?"
That one still hurts. Number 3. Got a call around 2 a.m. for an unknown medical, which is always a kind of uh-oh thing for us. As soon as we pulled up, all the cop had to say was, "Well, I don't even know." Walked up to a lady unconscious in front of her house that had her face cut similar to the Joker and her throat slit. She was in her pajamas, no bag, no ID, no belongings at all outside. Her door was locked and there was a dog barking inside. All the lights were off. No one knew what the hell happened, and no one seemed to know any information about this lady. No name, no age, nothing. She was alive when we got to the hospital. I hope she's all right today, but I often wonder who did that to her and why. Number 4. The next 5 or so stories are from the same person. I work the other side of the radio. Police, fire, and EMS dispatcher and 911 non-emergency call taker for 4 years now. Calls with kids are the worst. After a while, most calls start to run together in your head. Drunks, domestic disturbances, drivers with road rage issues. But the calls with kids, those tend to stick with you. There was this 12-year-old girl whose father shot and killed her mother, attempted to kill her, then shot and killed himself. The kiddo, covered in blood, ran to a neighbor's house for help, where they made her call 911 herself as they didn't want to get involved. Number 5. There was an unresponsive 18-month-old boy called in as a drowning that I couldn't get back. Turned out, Daddy had killed him, severe blunt force trauma to the head. To this day, I still remember telling that son of a bitch that he'd done a good job listening to my CPR directions while emergency responders were on the way. Number 6. There was a fatality car fire that initially came in as a brush fire in a field. 5 calls in, and passerby are now saying it's a car on fire. Next caller says there's a man on fire rolling around on the ground outside the car screaming for help. We were on scene with fire crews and medics in less than 5 minutes. Vehicle was fully involved in burning too hot to do anything but fight to control. The male was incoherent and flown via helicopter to a hospital. Once the fire was out, we found the remains of a toddler girl still strapped in her car seat. That one stayed with all of us for a while. Number 7. There was a beautiful 17-year-old girl whose mother left her home alone for the weekend after a verbal altercation. The mom knew the daughter had a history of depression and suicidal ideation and left her alone to think about what she'd done. The daughter hung herself in the garage with an extension cord. She used a metal garden arbor as her anchoring point. She was at least a day dead, and we had to pry her hands loose from the sides of the arbor where she tried to pull herself back up after she'd jumped. The table behind her was covered in scuff marks and footprints where she'd almost managed to swing her legs back up and under her again. It was profoundly sad. Number 8. There was a man trapped inside a burning vehicle, unable to get out. I wasn't the one to take that call. My coworker stayed on the line with him while the guy burned to death. Because there was nothing else to do other than to be there with him. My coworker was able to keep it together while he was on the phone. As soon as the call disconnected, he vomited at his console. You never forget the screams a man makes while burning to death. It doesn't even sound human. I love my job, I love my coworkers, and I love what I do. But if you don't learn early on how to leave work at work, how to not carry that shit home with you, you'll go crazy. You won't last. Most people who make it as a first responder end up with a terrifically bleak and warped sense of humor. There's a reason for that. Number 9. Christmas Eve, I respond with fire and EMS to a full arrest. It was called in as a witnessed collapse. She was in her 50s. We work her for 15 or 20 minutes and rush her to the ER. We later find out that she had been dead for hours. Her father had been the one to call. He had Alzheimer's and had seen her fall and forgot about it for a few hours. So not only did this man's daughter and caregiver die on Christmas Eve, but he had witnessed the whole thing. It's horrible to think that he may have discovered her multiple times. Number 10. I'm an EMT and had a call for a pedestrian hit by a car on a rural road. We haul ass over there and find a 12-year-old female in the road with her dad standing over her. She was riding her bicycle in her driveway with her whole family out in the lawn. She rode into the road and was immediately hit by an older man driving a large old Cadillac. The car was driving at 55 or 60 miles per hour, and because of the bicycle, this girl hits the windshield, but her head hits the passenger side column. The girl doesn't die on impact and is instead bleeding out through a large piece of her skull that has been half caved in. The girl can't talk, but she's blinking and making sounds. Her dad, who had been drinking for the better part of the day, sees the whole thing. He immediately runs out into the road and starts doing the only thing he's ever seen from TV, CPR. Thanks to his woefully drunk version of CPR, he not only crushes her ribs and lungs, but effectively helps her bleed out faster. To make things worse, I have a brand new paramedic with me who has never seen anything like this. Almost as soon as we arrive, this girl has no pulse and blood is everywhere. A volunteer firefighter showed up on scene and is trying to pull the dad off the girl. The dad and the firefighter get in a full-on fight. We get there, assess her, and try to control the bleeding, but she's gone. No pulse, massive trauma, no lung sounds, head caved in, laying in a pool of blood bigger than she is. Her whole body is just broken. Another EMS unit shows up and it takes me and the other crew to pull my partner away from the girl, who is gray. As soon as we pull him away, the father begins screaming about losing his little girl and runs into his house. The older man in the caddy, realizing she's dead, begins yelling things like, "Oh my God, I've killed a little girl." Then things get worse. The old man in the caddy who hit her falls down on the pavement and has a massive heart attack. He dies an hour later. Meanwhile, Dad is inside the house drinking some kind of whiskey as fast as he can before coming back out, bottle in hand, completely out of his mind and attacking things in his yard. The girl wasn't an only child, she was the second youngest of 6, and all of them were outside watching all of this go down. Other units arrive on scene. We end up transporting the dad, the driver of the caddy, and the volunteer firefighter who sustained injuries from holding back the dad. I now go out of my way to avoid that stretch of road. My partner quit a week later. Number 11. Another notable call was what was called in as an attempted suicide a few years back, a literal bloodbath. According to the husband, his wife locked herself in the bathroom with a knife and tried to kill herself. He said he was unable to open the door to help or stop her. We got there, door was unlocked, lady had her throat cut open and both wrists were severely cut. I don't believe for 1 second that this woman did this to herself. Not for a second. I don't believe anything ever came of it, and I have no clue what happened to the woman. Number 12. This one isn't really creepy or scary, but I think it's pretty cool and worth sharing anyway. We had a CPR job for a man in his 50s. We got a pulse back on the way to the hospital, but usually we don't hear anything about the patient after that. I attended a funeral for someone unrelated to this patient about a year ago, and I saw the guy that was dead on my ambulance just hanging out standing right next to me. It was definitely a what the fuck moment, but it was really cool to see him alive. Number 13. I've seen some pretty gruesome murders and accidents. Saw a woman stabbed over 50 times, a guy whose head was completely caved in by his steering wheel, and plenty of suicides via shotgun to the mouth. The one that stands out to me the most wasn't fatal, and it wasn't even that gruesome. Basically, some guy got high on PCP and thought everyone was a demon. An older woman in her early 60s was driving by and he decided to fight her, pulled her out of her car and pummeled her face. Knocked her teeth out, bruised her face, and gave her brain damage. She was conscious throughout the entire ordeal, and I was the first on scene. We had to fight the guy for a good 3 minutes until we got him into custody. He was a big guy and got roughed up pretty good, but he was feeling no pain at all. My taser had absolutely no effect. We only got him into cuffs when 6 officers held him down and pulled his arms into place. He then proceeded to spit blood on us. This whole thing shocked me because this lady was just minding her own business when this asshole decided to ruin her life. It was random and unprovoked. And if I'm not mistaken, she had to quit her job due to memory issues from the brain injury. Number 14. My friend's dad is a cop and he once told me this story. Keep in mind this was during a really bad ice storm a few years ago and in the country about a good 15 or 20 minutes from a town, and it wasn't a very busy road. I got a call from a woman saying she hadn't talked to her mom in a few days, which was weird since they talked every day. I went to go check on her and drove up to the address and saw a truck sitting in gate. I got out and walked up. I didn't see anything in or around the truck and decided to walk past. That's when I saw it. An old lady was by the mailbox. She fell into a puddle and had literally frozen over. Fire department had to come to basically burn her out. I then decided to walk up to the house after calling in what happened. The door was slightly open and I walked in and announced myself. No answer. I walked around and her husband had died staring out the window at her. He was handicapped and in a wheelchair. He didn't have any power in the house for a week and didn't have a cell phone. He died watching his wife freeze to death. Number 15. My grandfather was a fireman for the local Air National Guard. He knew a few of the pilots and became pretty good friends with one of them. One day, he's on duty and they get a call about one of the jets, a F-4 or F-100 at the time, I believe, with an engine problem. The plane was circling the airport trying to get a safe approach. Long story short, he ended up crashing, and as you can imagine, jet crashes rarely end well. The fire squad arrived on the airfield to a pretty large debris field. Nothing was identifiable, but my grandfather knew his friend was in the plane, so he started searching frantically. Eventually, he found a gray round object in some rubble far from the crash. He picked it up, only to realize it was his friend's helmet. Knowing this was not a good sign, he slowly turned it around and saw that his friend's head was still inside the helmet. No body anywhere to be found, just his head in his helmet about 100 yards from the crash site. One would think that this would turn you away from firefighting, but he had it in his blood. He went on to be captain of a local fire department where he witnessed a lot of other things, including a woman who had committed suicide by lighting herself on fire, children drowned in pools, his best friend / neighbor cutting his brachial artery with a chainsaw, and performing CPR for 30 minutes on that same neighbor while waiting for an ambulance to come after the young neighbor boy who came over crying because he couldn't wake his dad up. There are a ton more that I can't even remember right now. Through all of this, he said there was one thing that kept him going, and that was the one day where he had the opposite of a horror call. Instead, it was a woman in labor, very in labor. They weren't going to make it to the hospital in time, so my grandfather ended up delivering the baby in the back of his ambulance. This, he said, made his 30-plus year career all worth it. This happened to me 4 years ago. It's by far the most extreme and life-threatening situation I've ever been in. I'm not writing this to evoke sympathy or pity. My story is a testament to the grim reality that creepy, demented, and twisted people exist in this world. The eyewitness account you're about to hear is 100% true. For some understanding, this happened in the United States. It was the summer of 2012. My longtime boyfriend and I had recently gotten married. Even though we were dirt poor college students and lived in a dinky apartment, we were having a blast. That particular summer, we gathered with our friends at the local movie theater almost every weekend. Luckily for us, there was one just down the street from our apartment that had really cheap movie tickets. A night out that was under $10 was certainly within our budget. Anyway, one Thursday night, I received a call from this group of friends inviting us to watch the midnight premiere of the newest Batman movie. I had just finished working a 12-hour shift and was pretty tired. I almost refused the invitation and thought of crashing in my apartment instead. However, I didn't want to miss out on the fun, and it was a movie I'd wanted to see for a while anyway. Certainly it wouldn't do any harm to stay up later than usual and miss a few hours of sleep, right? At 10:30 p.m., we all met at the theater. We passed large cardboard cutouts of Catwoman and Batman as we walked inside, greeted by the smell of buttery popcorn and the chatter of excited moviegoers. The ticket booth was to the right of the entrance, and just above that was an electronic list of movies being played. The 12 a.m. showing of The Dark Knight Rises was displayed up there in bright red letters. Being paranoid that the tickets would sell out quickly, one of my friends swung by earlier that day and purchased tickets for all of us. We bypassed the ticket line and went straight to the ticket taker. She smiled at us and kindly directed us to Theater 9, which was on the right side of the lobby. If only I had known what I do now, that among the crowds a killer was lurking, that as I walked across that tacky red and purple carpet towards Theater 9, I could have been walking to my death. I would have turned around in that instant and gone home. I would have never gone to see the movie at all. But, of course, I had no way of knowing what was about to happen. Oblivious to the peril I was putting myself in, I pushed open the doors for Theater 9 without giving it a second thought. The hallway in this theater was shaped like a U, and you could go either right or left. Theater 9 was the largest screening room in the building, perfect for accommodating the crowds that midnight premieres brought in. The screen was motionless and gray. Not even the previews had started yet because there was still a good hour and a half to go until the movie actually started. We entered on the right side, so all the seats were to the left of us. I remember being surprised at just how packed the theater already was. Just about every seat was filled, much to our dismay. At first, it even seemed like we wouldn't find a spot to sit together. Now, the way this theater was set up, There was a section of seats right in front of the screen. This area was flat and there were about 5 rows of seating in this section. A lot of the seats in that section were empty, but sitting right in front of the movie screen sucks and none of us wanted to sit there. One of my friends then spotted a row with 5 empty seats all next to each other. Perfect for the amount of people we had. These seats were about 3 or 4 rows up from where the seating rows start to elevate. We ran up the stairs before someone could take the seats and filled in. My husband, Brock, sat in the 5th seat. I sat next to him, and my friend Samantha sat next to me on my right side. Her boyfriend, Tommy, sat next to her, and another friend named Leo sat in the aisle seat. We spent the next several minutes casually chatting, joking around, and laughing. After a while, my 3 friends went to the lobby to buy drinks and that addicting movie theater popcorn. While they were gone, Brock and I passed the time by people watching. The theater was bright since the lights weren't dimmed yet and I could see everyone clearly. There were a lot of people dressed in Batman t-shirts and hoodies. One person even had a mask and one of those shirts with an attached cape. There were a lot of kids in attendance as well, which wasn't surprising because even though it was a Thursday night, it was summer vacation, so that meant that there was no school the next day. Of all the people I saw, the person I will never forget was the little girl sitting in our same row a few chairs away. She was really cute, blonde with blue eyes, and passed us several times on her way to the lobby, each time coming back with various snacks and popcorn. Overall, people seemed very excited to see the movie and the room was filled with energy and laughter. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, the lights started to dim and the previews began. Just like every movie I've seen before, a quick animation flashed across the screen reminding us to get refreshments from the lobby, to silence our cell phones, and to make sure we knew where the emergency exits are. The animation had this ugly CGI cat in a tuxedo that was sitting in a movie theater. I casually glanced at the bright green emergency exit signs that were on the left and right sides of the movie screen. I didn't think much of the reminder like usual. After that, I only remember one preview for The Man of Steel. The others I'm not sure what they were about. When the movie started, the theater erupted into cheering and clapping. The title of the movie, The Dark Knight Rises, exploded onto the screen. This was followed by the scene where Bane is hijacking a plane. I thought this scene was pretty cool and it caught my interest right away. Only when the movie started to get a little less interesting did I remember just how tired I was. I decided I would close my eyes at the more boring parts to get a little bit of rest. I had been awake for 20 hours at that point, so I was rightfully sleepy. My eyes were closed for most of the duration of Batman and Catwoman's encounter. I don't really remember what was going on in that part of the movie. Perhaps some of you have seen it and know what I'm talking about. Anyway, when I opened my eyes again, Bruce Wayne was on his computer digging up information on Catwoman. This is the last scene I saw. I never got to watch the rest of the movie. All of a sudden, a loud bang erupted from the left side of the theater. I sorta screamed a little because it startled me. A strange smell started to fill the auditorium. It was like the smell of a firework, so I thought it was a cherry bomb or something like that. Had someone thrown fireworks into the crowd as a prank? Then, down near the right side of the movie screen, the dark silhouette of a person caught my attention. They were just a black frame against the bright movie screen. A series of flashing lights was coming from this person. It was a weird moment where time literally slowed down and everything went strangely quiet. I was completely frozen, unable to move and really unable to think at all. It was like my brain had stopped working entirely. Brock caught on immediately to what was happening and he grabbed me. He pulled me to the ground and lay on top of me, shielding me with his own body. At this point in time, sound returned to me. I could hear the gunshots ringing out across the theater. People were screaming. The movie was still playing on top of it all, creating a chaotic explosion of sound. I realized the flashing lights I had seen were bullets flying out of a gun barrel. An instant sensation of adrenaline flooded my body. There was absolutely nothing I could do except lay there and hope to God that the bullets I heard ripping through seats and walls wouldn't go through me too. At one point, shrapnel hit my head, cutting off a good chunk of my hair. And as I reached for the spot to make sure it wasn't bleeding, hot pieces of metal fell into my hand. I was lying face up so I could see everything that was happening. The lights from a still-playing movie danced across the ceiling and walls. My friends were on the floor with me. Our unfinished bucket of popcorn was spilled all across the floor. Leo had his legs sticking out into the aisle because there wasn't enough room for him to hide completely behind the seats. At some point, Samantha's water bottle, which had been in a cup holder between our seats, exploded. Water splashed all over my face. The smell of gun smoke was overwhelming. Riot-grade tear gas made me cry and caused me to cough uncontrollably. There was another smell too, the horrible metallic smell of blood that I'll never forget. I remember my lower body feeling wet all of a sudden. For some reason, I thought this came from the leaking water bottle, but I soon realized this wasn't the case. All of a sudden, things went strangely quiet. The bullets had stopped for some reason. Tommy shouted for us to get out of here. We took advantage of the opportunity and made a run for it. We ran down the stairs across the front of the screen towards a bright green exit sign. We crammed into a small closet-like space where the door was. It was so dark we had a hard time finding it. We were screaming and slamming on the walls to find the door, blinded by the tear gas and dumbfounded by shock. Then, finally, my hands felt the metal door handle and I pushed against it with all my strength. The door flew open and the light of a nearby streetlight flooded our eyes. We had pushed against the door so hard that we all fell over onto the concrete. Samantha lost her pink flip-flops just outside this doorway. As I scrambled to my feet and literally ran for my life, I realized my legs were red. They were absolutely soaked with blood. It was like I dipped my legs into a bathtub full of it. I checked my body all over and I realized I wasn't injured at all. Where did this blood come from? I looked behind me and realized that the blood was my husband's. He had been shot in the leg. A massive gaping hole had ripped through the lower half of Brock's right leg. His foot was barely hanging on and dangled lifelessly. Leo and a young man I didn't recognize were carrying Brock because after falling outside the door, he lost all of his strength and couldn't walk. I was completely shocked. I had no idea he had been injured, especially since he was right behind me the whole time and managed to escape the theater all by himself. How he did it on one foot, I'll never know. At this point, I screamed. My scream was so loud that it alerted nearby construction workers. The construction workers were doing road repair on this street, but as soon as they heard my scream and saw us running, they stopped working and watched what was going on. I'm not sure why this is such a vivid part of my memory. Anyway, they carried Brock along the back sidewalk all the way to the end where the corner of the building is. This was quite a distance, several dozen feet. My husband then collapsed from exhaustion and pain, saying he couldn't move anymore. He laid down and a puddle of blood started to form beneath him. I looked back and realized we had left a trail of blood leading from the door all the way to our current position. I was trembling. I knelt beside Brock and glanced around to see who else was injured. Tommy had been shot in the knee and the hip and was further away in the parking lot. The teenager who helped my husband was also injured. His dad and mom were with him. His mom was sitting against the wall and looked like she was going to pass out. She was bleeding from several places. That family escaped at the same time we did. I guess they heard the bullet stop and decided to make a run for it too. We were all lucky because the shooting was still going on inside. I had to take off my shirt and use it to stop the bleeding. I'll never forget how lifeless and limp his leg felt, and I imagine that's what a dead body must feel like. I got blood all over my hands and arms. The police showed up really fast. I'd say we were only outside for a minute or two before the red and blue sirens filled the night and rushed to our location. It probably helped that we were literally a block away from the police station. A female officer stood by us the whole time until paramedics arrived, which took a very long time. Brock was one of the last to be taken to a hospital. He was bleeding out for almost 20 minutes before an ambulance pulled up on the same street with the road work. At this point, he had become almost unresponsive and was on the verge of unconsciousness. Several massive guys rushed across the grass with a stretcher, loaded him onto it, and then ran with him back to the waiting ambulance. I wasn't able to go with him because there was another injured person in the ambulance and it was too crowded. I wandered around to the front of the theater alone, unsure of where my friends had went. My blood-stained shirt and a pool of blood were left behind on the corner of that sidewalk. Walking through the crowds felt like a dream. I couldn't believe what just happened. People were in hysterics and crying everywhere. A lot of people, such as me, were covered in blood. And, like me, I'm pretty sure the blood staining their skin and clothes wasn't their own blood. A lot of people seemed to notice how lonely and dazed I looked, so they kept me company and even offered me a ride to different hospitals to find Brock, because I hadn't been told what hospital he was taken to. I hung around these people for a while as police swarmed the area and asked us what we saw inside the theater. The whole parking lot was on lockdown and we weren't going to be allowed to leave anytime soon. It was around 2 a.m., so it was very dark outside still, and I was pretty cold, wearing only an undershirt and shorts. The flashing red and blue lights of what seemed like 100 police cars were blinding. I remember seeing a big police vehicle pull up that said something like Crime Scene Investigation Unit on it. I think that's when it really sank in and hit me. I started to get sick to my stomach and wanted to vomit, but somehow I was able to hold it back. Eventually, police started letting people leave. I jumped into my truck and booked it out of there. I was going 90 or 100 miles per hour through red lights in residential areas without even slowing down. Stupid, I know, but I was desperate to learn the fate of Brock and Tommy. I was in such a panic that I didn't even think to go back to my apartment, grab my cell phone, which I had forgotten, and call my parents or someone to come and help me. I was angry, upset, scared, and most of all, still in a state of shock. Was I really going to lose Brock only a month shy of our first wedding anniversary because of some psychopath with a gun? Thankfully, by the time dawn rolled around, I found the hospital he was treated in. This was in the next city over, maybe 45 minutes from the theater if you're going the speed limit. I was so happy to be there, and the hospital staff were all so welcoming and understanding. After making sure I wasn't injured as well, they let me wait in the ICU room that Brock would be placed in when he was done recovering from surgery. I was so glad that he was alive. Brock and Tommy both had survived, though many others weren't so lucky. I found out the following day, after some much-needed sleep on a hospital couch, that 12 people were killed in this shooting and over 70 were injured. I remember they first thought 15 people were killed, but the real number was 12. The little blonde girl sitting in my row didn't survive. She died in the theater no more than a few feet from us. She had been shot multiple times. A heartbroken police officer who cried during his court testimony tried unsuccessfully to save her by carrying her out of the theater and having her sent to a hospital. Tommy was rushed to a different hospital in the back of a police car. He underwent surgery and made a full recovery. The bullet missed his hip bone and narrowly missed his urinary tract and bladder. According to the surgeons, my husband lost almost half his blood. Brock made it to the hospital just in time. Any later and he would have died. He underwent several blood transfusions and was in the hospital for 21 days. The wound to his leg was severe enough that they had to amputate it after trying unsuccessfully to save it. It's been so long since the shooting happened that my husband, friends, and I have been able to recover from it somewhat. The event was pretty horrifying and left us scarred for sure. I wouldn't consider that part of the story to be creepy though. No, the creepy part is the shooter himself. I later learned much about him from the murder trial that would follow in the coming years. Though my encounter with this man was very brief, he has affected my life greatly. Just to know that people like this exist is disturbing. He's certainly one twisted individual that I never want to see again. I learned everything from watching the televised trial that took place in early 2015. This guy was going to school for neuroscience or something in California. I guess he was a pretty smart guy. However, for some reason he had an obsession with killing people and had a stalker mentality. After dropping out of his university, he moved to my state and chose my local theater to commit a mass shooting. Before that, he was planning on hiding along remote hiking trails up in the mountains, jumping people, pulling them into the woods and killing them there. Though he never went through with that idea. He stalked my theater for months and had this shooting all planned out for the night of July 20th. Though I never saw him before this, it's unnerving to think that this guy could have been watching us every time we went to the theater, and we would have never known it. We were completely unaware of what he had planned against us. This completely ruined my sense of security because who knows what the stranger next to you is planning on doing to you. I came very close to the shooter, but I never actually saw his face in person until I was forced to testify in court. Of course, I saw his mugshots on television, but while in the theater, I only saw him as a dark silhouette in the shadows, like a demonic figure rendered from the darkest and most sinister nightmare. He was even in the hallway that we passed upon running for the emergency exit. The only thing stopping him from killing us then and there was his jammed assault rifle. To commit this crime, he ordered a few thousand rounds of ammunition, riot gear and armor, tear gas, an assault rifle, and a shotgun. He took pictures of himself, which were shown in court, wearing all of his gear like some sick trophy and holding up these weapons with a menacing smile. He dyed his hair orange and put in these creepy black contacts while making devilish faces into the camera, something that made me sick just looking at. Before driving to the theater with all this gear in his car, he booby-trapped his entire apartment and set it to explode if anyone opened the door. Then, once at the theater, he posed as a moviegoer and even bought a ticket for the movie. I think his ticket had Theater 8 on it, which was next door, but Theater 9 had more people in it, so he went into number 9 instead. He was in the few front rows. I must have passed him several times in the lobby while he was there. Maybe he had seen me too. At some point during the movie, he got up and went through the side exit, which didn't have an alarm for some reason, kept it propped open with something, then went to his car to put on all of his armor and grabbed his weapons. Then he came back inside and started shooting. When we escaped the theater, we ran past his white car, which was parked right at the exit. We didn't even notice it. At some point, he came outside and he would have seen us there on the concrete. I don't know what stopped him from shooting people that were outside too, but he could have easily ended us there and then if he wanted to. I think the hardest part for me was facing this twisted individual in court. I'll never forget rising as they called my name, walking down the center row past my family, other survivors, and crowds of news-hungry media personnel. I sat right across from him, maybe only 10 feet away. While his orange hair was gone and he wasn't wearing any black contacts, being so close to him was a creepy and uncomfortable experience. My encounters with this man are certainly ones I will never forget. I can now say that I've come face to face with a true, deranged psychopath. He just had this blank stare in his eyes the whole time. If eyes truly are the windows to the soul, then his soul was filled with nothing but a cold indifference for those he had murdered and harmed. He wouldn't even look at me. Sitting across from him in court was the second time I had knowingly been in the same room with this man. A man who tried to take my life, but thankfully failed. A man who would end up spending forever behind bars when, at the end of it all, he was sentenced to 3,318 years in prison for his crimes. This is to the man who tried to kill me. The man who has caused countless nightmares and fueled the fires of my paranoia. The man who hurt my friends and family, causing years of untold grief for my husband because he will never walk the same again. The man who stole the innocence and joy from a 6-year-old child who went into that theater alive and came out dead. To the man who carried out the worst mass shooting in Colorado history. I hope we never meet again. Ever. I hope you rot in prison. A while ago, I got a job at a small hospital just out of town. I was so excited as it was my first job I'd been offered since my schooling. It was just casual work, but I was still ecstatic at the chance to work there as the money was great and it was the place that I did my practicum at. Most of the time I would do 12-hour shifts, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Sometimes I would be given the 3 to 11 p.m. shifts. I didn't really care for those much. I was used to working late for my previous job, but I had to drive a lot further to get home and the late shifts are usually pretty slow. Another reason I didn't like them was because there was not very many people on staff and I would get lonely. Usually 4 nurses, 1 admin, me, and the emergency doctor, and that's it. Now, being in a small hospital like this one, you see some pretty strange things come in. Some people can't make it into the city, and so we've had the emergency STARS helicopter have to drop in every now and then. I've seen terrible things like whole families die from accidents on the curved country roads. I've even had people bring in animals in desperation as there was no vet nearby that was open. This one particular night, around 10 p.m., I was sitting talking with one of the RNs about a patient's chart, but mostly just wasting time until I could go home at 11 p.m. The hospital was quiet, and I'd only checked around 6 people into emergency at this point. I remember I was eating my yogurt and I heard a strange noise coming from the main doors. I saw a man walking towards us. He looked mostly normal, but he had a long coat on, which was strange as it's the middle of summer and even though it's dark out, it's still relatively warm. The RN next to me sighed and got up to go to the bathroom, leaving me to tend to our new arrival. As he drew closer, the strange sound got louder and something caught the light. He was dragging something behind him that I couldn't quite make out, but I assumed it was metal by the noise it was making. It sent a shiver up my spine. He stopped at the desk and I could see his eyes were wide and his pupils were big. His face was pale and he looked like he hadn't slept in a while. I'd seen this look many times and immediately associated it with someone who was high on something. He leaned on the desk and ran his fingers through his hair, pulling at it and grinding his teeth. When people like this come in, they're usually looking for drugs. Most of the time, they'll complain about a migraine or fibromyalgia, anything we can't prove the contrary of. I processed him as usual and noticed he was getting more and more irritable as time passed. Eventually, when I finished and pointed him towards the waiting area, he asked how long it would be. Knowing that the on-call doc had gone on a quick break, I estimated half an hour. That's when his whole demeanor changed. The anger on his face was obvious as he stormed over to the waiting area, which is a room in between emergency and the front desk area with doors. As he walked away, I got a glance of what he was dragging and I came to the quick realization that it was an axe. I panicked and almost called the code over the paging system, but I didn't want him to realize. I promptly called the police on my cell phone and ran down the hall to signal to the nurses that we had an issue. The police would have to come from 2 towns over, which takes on average 20 minutes. Of course, as we are all small girls, we didn't want to go near him. He was tall and muscular. Even all combined, we probably wouldn't stand a chance. I calmly walked back to the front desk and paged the doctor, asking him to call me. I waited and waited, but never got a response. I watched the man getting more and more agitated, and soon he started yelling and asking for help. I hid from him, not wanting him to come back to me, and we devised a plan to lock him into the waiting area. The glass is reinforced and the doors are heavy, so it should hold him in there until the police arrived. The plan went down without a hitch until the man realized what we'd done. He started screaming and throwing chairs around the room. He was alone, so we didn't have to worry about him hurting anyone. Then he started using his axe on the door and glass to the front desk area where we were all standing and watching. I've never been so terrified in my life, and what made it even worse was the fact that he was making some headway on the door. It was at this time that the emergency doctor walks in the front door of the hospital sipping on a drink from the Max over the road. He saw us all huddled behind the desk and quickly took charge of the situation. After getting all the necessary information, he disappeared towards the back entrance of emergency, the way that ambulances bring the patients in. He then unlocked the door of the waiting room and tackled the man to the floor when he wasn't looking. He then proceeded to tie him up with cable ties. He sat on his back until the cops arrived. I was so thankful for having the young, physically fit doctor with us on that night. I bought him coffee every time our schedules crossed as a thank you, but I don't think it would ever be enough. Since this was the second incident that went down for me as I worked a late shift, I decided to never work late shifts again. I'm now a Monday through Friday 9 to 5 worker, much safer that way. I worked at a hospital doing transport for a couple of years. The transport home base was in the basement of the hospital where all the supplies are sorted and where all the laundry is done. I hated working late nights after this incident. On this particular night, I was the only one in the basement when I heard whistling at the end of the hallway by the elevator. I poked my head around the corner, expecting to see only my coworker on duty that night, but there was absolutely no one there. I just shrugged it off, as I'm not easily scared. Nights are generally slow, so I ate some snacks and hung out in the break room for a bit. Next thing I know, I hear a loud bang. I walked into the hallway and a bed is rolling down the hall, bumping into the sides. At this point, I think that my coworker is bullshitting me. I radio him and he says he's upstairs in the cafeteria. Well, I still don't believe him and think I'll catch him in the act. I walk past the laundry room and the machines start. I pop my head in there expecting to find him, but it's completely empty. Okay, starting to get a little nervous. I walk into the laundry room and the machines completely stop. I freeze, and then I run out and head towards the elevator, and that's when I hear the whistling again. At this point, I know I'm the only worker in the basement. As I'm standing there waiting for the elevator, things start falling off of the shelves down the hall. Boxes of gloves, tissues, packages of tubes. I'm literally standing there watching them fall off one by one at the opposite end of the hallway. I shit you not, my entire body broke out into goosebumps. My hair stood on end and I had this strong gut feeling I was being watched. I was not alone. As I'm getting into the elevator, I feel what feels like someone brushing my arm. I went upstairs and found my coworker in the cafeteria and was freaking out to him. I got the fuck out of there and transferred soon after that. The creepy thing to add to it is that I usually whistle mindlessly to myself at work. It was almost as if the spirit was mimicking me. Creepiest feeling ever. Around this time last year, I was at the hospital. I had cartilage from my knee grafted to my ankle, so I had a knee the size of a football and my ankle was broken and bolted back together. The hospital was occupied to the last bed, so I shared a room with 2 elder men in the urology ward instead of the surgery ward. There was only one night nurse for up to 20 rooms, so she barely checked on us more than once a night. It was my second of 7 nights. Usually, I'm a very light sleeper, but I was drugged up to no end with painkillers, so I slept like a rock. At around 3 a.m., I woke to a light hitting my face. I thought it was the night nurse coming to empty the catheter bag off of one of the other men, as it is the urology ward after all. I turn my head to look over, but there's no one in our room. I'm still half asleep, dizzy, and can't quite focus, but I can see a shadow on the wall coming from the room's doorway. I turn my head again and there's someone standing in the doorway. It takes me another minute to focus, but then there he is. An old man who is skinny as fuck and slightly rocking back and forth. He notices me, stares at me, does the old finger on the lips shh as he takes a step back and slowly closes the door. Part of me thought my mind was playing tricks on me, and thanks to the medication, I was soon back to sleep. Fast forward to the next morning. The nurse comes in and I ask her if there was someone lost last night. She tells me there was this old guy straight out of surgery that had a paradox reaction to a drug. He woke up thinking he was in jail. He walked across the entire hospital with a bleeding wound from his kidney surgery trying to escape prison. I'm a huge guy and I don't get scared easily, but I was so vulnerable and helpless at the time that this one really got to me. I was pulling a guard shift in the CHS on FOB Spiker on night in Iraq. There hadn't been any action for the whole previous week, so the staff was all racked out. I was walking the halls and everything was supposed to be off or on standby. I walked past one room that they used for locals who were victims of trauma. The lights were on, so I toggled the switch down to turn them off. I started walking down the hall again and I saw the lights come back on out of the corner of my eye. This is when I went into alert mode. My safety was off and I was at low ready. I cleared the corner and I looked into the room. Nothing. I put the switch back in the down position again and went to call it up on the ICOM. The radio was on the fritz, so I began walking back to the CQ desk to report it in person. Then the lights turned back on again. At this point, I'm a little on edge. I can't radio in for help, there's nobody on this side of the compound that would hear me yell, and the light switch position keeps changing when the light goes back on. Keep in mind that I'm on a forward operating base in a combat zone. I don't know what I was expecting when I went to clear the corner and look into the room again, but I saw nothing but an empty room, a gurney, a heart monitor, and a crash cart. I couldn't tell you to this day why I said what I did, but I was worried that if I didn't, the lights would keep switching back on. I said, "If you're scared of the dark, I'll leave the light on for you." I finished my shift and left the light on. I left a note with the desk that one of the surgeons had asked me to always leave that light on just in case they had an emergency come in. For the remainder of my shifts, that light had always remained on. Halloween is a special time of year for people of all ages. The holiday has become an internationally loved celebration of ghosts, pumpkins, and things that go bump in the night. It's rare to find a home nowadays that doesn't decorate at all, and while some keep it simple, there are others that seem to go all out for this scary night. In these cases, the decorations were a little too terrifying. These are 5 real dead bodies that were mistaken as innocent Halloween decorations. Number 1. The beaten body. 31-year-old Rebecca Cade's body was seen by neighbors and passerbys for nearly a full day. The body was seen as a horrifying and realistic Halloween decoration hanging from a fence at an electric power substation. A neighbor explained the body, which she thought was a zombie-like prop, as the worst Halloween scene straight out of a horror movie. It wasn't realized that this was more than a plastic prop until a man walking his dog smelled something coming directly from the alleged decoration, and also noticed that it was hanging from a shirt instead of some other form of suspension, as most other props do. Rebecca Cade had been severely beaten by her boyfriend at the time. She made an escape, but got caught up on the fence while trying to jump it. She died, likely from blood loss or brain damage while hanging there. Her face was apparently so badly beaten and disfigured that her gender couldn't even be determined until she was at the coroner's office. According to investigations, she was beaten with a large rock that was found at the end of a blood trail that she created before getting stuck on the fence. Her boyfriend was arrested, and every witness that had disregarded her as a decoration probably has thought twice ever since. Number 2. Haunted Hayride.
A Lakewood, New Jersey haunted ride where customers would ride the back of a tractor quickly became more of a real-life crime scene than a fun horror show. The ride would take passengers by several different frightening scenes, one of which was a set of gallows where teenager Brian Jewell would give a short speech pretending to hang. The noose was not one meant to tighten, and his feet could still touch the ground. On an October Saturday evening in 1990, the tractor driver had a trailer full of about 40 passengers when he passed by Brian. Brian did not give his usual speech and did not jump. He just seemed to be standing in place. This alerted the driver, and when management went to check out the scene, they found that Brian had been dead for several hours. His feet were touching the ground as usual, but the noose was tightened around his neck. It was never clarified whether Brian committed suicide or if there was some sort of foul play involved. But the idea of at least 40 people, children included, driving past his body with no idea is pretty chilling.
Number 3. A mailman's worst nightmare. The family of 46-year-old family man Dale Porch was outraged when they found that their mailman had passed their loved one's dead body without batting an eye. The middle-aged Denver man had been working overnight when he came home and died suddenly on his front steps. The man died around 9 a.m. and the family discovered his body at roughly noon. When they found his body, they also found their mailbox to be full, meaning their mail carrier had left the mail without calling for help or offering assistance. According to Porch's sister-in-law, the mailman would have had to step over Dale's body to continue his route. The carrier explained to his supervisor and the family that he assumed the body was part of a Halloween decoration. These events were only a week after Halloween, and Dale was wearing several layers of clothing to fight the cold. According to the carrier and other witnesses, he seemed more like a stuffed dummy than a dead person, and several homes in the area did still have their decorations up. The Postal Service also vouched for the carrier, saying he wasn't the type to walk past someone without helping unless he truly believed it to be a prop. The family of Dale Porch was, nonetheless, outraged.
Number 4. Beheaded. Just a few days before Halloween of 2014, a 30-year-old man beheaded his mother and committed suicide by jumping in front of a train a few miles away. The man apparently severed his 60-year-old mother's head with a knife, then carried her head and body out to their front yard. He left the body in place and kicked the head like a ball for a few feet before abandoning it. Apparently, neighbors and passing cars saw part of this event, but assumed it was some sort of Halloween decoration or prank as the holiday was so close. One neighbor even began tapping the head to see if it was real. Most importantly, they didn't think their neighbor was capable of something so sinister. Her body wasn't discovered until hours after her son jumped in front of the train, and police went to her home to inform her of his suicide. A clear motive was never determined, but it was considered a domestic issue, and the man was believed to be suffering from a serious mental disorder, among other things.
Number 5. Porch prop. Perhaps one of the most well-known forms of Halloween decor is the porch or swing dummy. People all over create stuffed dummies out of pillows and old clothes, which they later prop in a sitting position on their porch or front swing. Another form of this trend is someone dressing up like a prop and jumping up to scare trick-or-treaters. This kind of scary decoration is exactly what the corpse of 75-year-old Mustafa Zaid was mistaken for. Apparently, the elderly man decorated his small apartment balcony every year, and neighbors just assumed that this year he decided to add a new touch. He was slumped over slightly in his chair on his third-floor balcony, with blood seeping from his eye. The body was in full view of neighbors, but no one thought much of it as Halloween was close approaching. Even news reporters and cameramen claimed the body looked unreal, especially from a distance. The elderly man had shot himself in the head in an apparent suicide. His body went undiscovered for at least 3 days, if not more. The cases you just heard will probably make you think twice next time you see a very realistic looking Halloween decoration. And if you somehow don't know who my friend Mr. Nightmare is, who joined me on this video, please take the time to check out his channel. He makes amazing content that I genuinely enjoy. His channel link will be in the description. Please be safe this Halloween. There's been tons of crazy stuff going on this October. If you've ever had a scary experience on Halloween in the past, please send your story to my email in the description for a chance at me using it on my channel. I'll try to get a new Scary Stories video up for you guys soon, and thanks for watching. This happened to me when I was a kid, probably 11. I haven't told anyone this story because we aren't supposed to talk about them in my culture. If you talk about them, they gain an attraction towards you and focus on you more. For clarification, I am a Native American male, Apache and Navajo from Arizona, and my Navajo side is from Albuquerque, New Mexico. I somewhat know what they are and know about them. We take them very seriously if one is spotted, and even the Navajo police will come out to investigate the area. Anyway, on to my story about when I saw one. My family and I live in Arizona, and we occasionally visit our Navajo family in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We left early to get there by noon or less. It is a very long and boring trip there, but we get there before noon and we have time to mess around and talk with our extended family. And we, kids, start to play around till the evening starts to show. The house is too small for everyone to fit and sleep in. Some of the kids have to sleep in the trailer and truck camper, but 2 of my cousins and I had the amazing luck of sleeping in the old, slightly torn tent. It's nighttime now, around 8 p.m., and all of us get ready for bed. We are well asleep at this point, and for some unknown reason, I wake up. Of course, I'm still tired and rubbing my eyes while yawning, meaning I wasn't well aware of my surroundings. Once I finish rubbing my eyes, I look straight at the entrance of the tent and see a figure illuminated by the back porch light standing in front of the tent. At first I was scared, but thought it was my other cousins just messing with us. As I was thinking this, I thought, why would they go through this much trouble of staying up late just to have the off chance of us waking up and seeing them? As this person was still standing outside our tent looking at us, I turned to one of my older cousins who was 2 years older than me to wake him up and tell him that someone was standing outside of our tent. He tries to brush me off, but I persist and he turns to me and asks me what I wanted. I tell him to look at the entrance of the tent, and he does. I've never seen someone go from the brink of sleep to sheer panic and alertness in their eyes that fast before. He looks at me with this panicked face and tells me to be quiet. He whispers to me that it's a skinwalker and that we need to be quiet again. We lay there for the longest time, and from my memory it was at least an hour or more. We were just about to go back to sleep because it hadn't done anything. Then it started to walk around the tent in a pace so insanely slow that it kept us up. Remember when I said this was an old tent? Yeah, it had some holes in it. One of the holes was the size of a quarter, and I decided to be brave. As it continues to walk around the tent a fourth time, I slowly crawled towards the hole and try to take a look. As I did this, my cousin told me to get back to the bed or it'll hurt us. Of course, as a kid, I ignored the warning. I'm at the quarter-size hole and looking out to see whatever it was. It comes around the hole, and what I saw was bone-chilling. When I looked out that hole, I saw what I believed to be a skinwalker. Well, its lower half and not its face, thank God. What I saw was dirt or coal-covered legs and some kind of makeshift animal pelt. I bolt back and hide under my sleeping bag while my cousin does the same. This thing decided to stop moving and start looking at us again, as if it knew that I saw it and it was letting me know. Now it continues to stand there again and watch us. I hid under the covers until I spent every ounce of energy being scared, and finally fell asleep. I woke up early, maybe around 5, and I decided to look around the tent to see if there was anything there. I see footprints, bare footprints that send shivers throughout my body. I saw the footprints move around the tent. This hit me hard because I was now realizing it wasn't a dream. As I further investigate the footprints, I noticed that it went off track. It went off to the rocky hills nearby where we were staying at. I follow the track to the hills, about a football field away from the house. As I continue to follow the tracks, something strange and scary happens. It goes from 2 footprints walking for a while to footprints and handprints in the dirt starting to form. I found that kinda strange because no person would do that out here. As I followed the tracks further into the hills, the hands and feet started to get smaller and smaller. This is when I started to get scared again. It then subtly changed into coyote paw prints. That is when I stopped and turned back home, first walking fast, then onto a full-on run. When I got back, I sat down on the back porch for a while and thought about telling my family, but I didn't think that they would believe me. In the end, I didn't tell anyone, even the cousin I woke up in the middle of the night, mostly because it seemed outlandish and sounded like what a kid would tell to get attention. Well, that's my story. I urge you guys to not go into the Navajo reservation to go looking for them. You will bite off more than you can chew. We, my people, take these beings very seriously and do our best to not talk about them. Even though I broke this code, I just thought to warn you guys about them. Whoever is listening are the first people to hear this story. I had a few more stories to tell, but this is by far the scariest one I had.
I was a kid when this happened. My uncle and I were finishing up chopping and gathering firewood for my grandmother because it was getting dark. Driving back on a dirt road at about 30 miles per hour, give or take 5 miles, I had this awful sense of being watched. Before I could turn to look out my window on the passenger side, my uncle quickly shouted, "Don't!" I completely froze. My heart felt like it was beating out of my chest, then completely stopped when I heard a tap, tap on my window. My uncle sped up and was loudly praying in my native language. I didn't know what was going on and thought that it was over till our truck suddenly dipped from the bed. My uncle then started saying, "Look at me, don't turn away," over and over. Then I heard it again, tap, tap, from the window behind me. It was getting harder for me to breathe, and I wanted to cry. A minute or two passed, and then the truck dipped again. My uncle looked around and sighed. It was quiet, besides the truck and the road. He looked at me and said, "We'll ask your father to do a prayer in the morning, so the evil will forget our faces," or the Navajo to English equivalent. I remember curling up on the seat and just staring at the radio, watching the time, listening to my uncle sing an old prayer, till we got to my grandmother's house.
Let me preface this by saying I'm generally not very superstitious, but I do have my fair share of experiences that have made me a little closer to believing in the supernatural. I recently learned about skinwalkers, and this experience came back to me when I learned what they were. I'm a Boy Scout, currently 14 years old. This experience happened about 2 years ago, right after I joined Boy Scouts. My troop was on a campout somewhere out in the country, and there were woods on one side of us and fields on all others. The first day and night passed by as normal, playing around, cooking food, and trying to cope with having no service. The second day was different. A lot of the scouts had gone out for a hike on a requirement, so they would be gone for at least 2 hours. I didn't have much to do, so I walked over by the stream by the woods and sat down. Amidst my aimless rock throwing and life contemplating, I began to gaze into the woods. I wasn't expecting to see anything other than squirrels or birds, but I saw one of the scouts that had gone out on the hike. They hadn't been gone for more than 5 minutes, so I was assuming he was taking a bathroom break before the hike. I yelled "hey" and waved at him. I could tell he heard me because he turned his head toward me. But when he did it, it was a very jerky motion. No, I didn't see much wrong with this. I just thought that he was startled. However, it was somewhat odd that his head just snapped directly toward me. He didn't say anything and just turned back and walked into the woods. That also didn't raise any suspicion because I just assumed he didn't want to be witnessed relieving himself. Later that night, most of the scouts and leaders had gone into their tents to sleep. However, my friend and I were still both sitting at the table that we had set up talking. This was when I saw something walking upright about 100 yards away up on a hill. It looked like the guy I had seen earlier in the woods. I suddenly stopped talking and looked at it, following it intently with my eyes, trying to see where it would go. My friend turned and looked, but later said that he didn't see anything. The actual scout was in his tent. I had seen him go in earlier. I brushed it off as me just seeing things, and we eventually went to bed. The next morning, we all packed up and waited for our parents. I had the urge to pee, so I went back near the woods. After I finished, I took one last look at the woods. I saw the boy again. He was staring straight at me. His eyes were glassy and glossed over. He said nothing, turned around and walked into the woods, moving like a robot. I immediately ran back to the group, but told nobody. This is the first time I have told anyone this story. I don't know what that thing that looked like my friend was, but whatever it was, I know it wasn't human.
My family owns a farm in the heart of an Indian reservation. One winter I was home for Christmas taking care of the farm, while my parents were away Christmas shopping. I was home by myself way late in the night, and I hear all the cows freaking out. I knew that it had to be the wild dogs that are rampant in the area, so I threw on some boots, grabbed a shotgun, loaded it up, and head out to the field. This was a perfect scenario for a horror movie. It was cloudy, but there was a full moon, and it was breaking through the clouds, making it just right to light up all the snow. I ran out into the middle of the field, and just in time I see 2 giant dogs. They were standing up, facing each other and fighting. I think perfect 2 for 1. So I pumped the shell into the chamber of Mr. 12 Gauge, and then it happened. The 2 dogs heard the rack, they both stopped, looked over at me, and ran away. On their back legs. Immediately I froze, and every ghost story about skinwalkers and all the other native legends I grew up with flew through my mind. Keep in mind, I'm a white guy, and up until then, these were all just boogeyman stories that native kids like to tell to scare us. That night, they became real to me. So I live in Colorado, and I absolutely love the outdoors. I know a lot of random, out-of-the-way places which are rather secluded. One of my favorite spots to go just so happens to be the least frequented trail that I've ever seen. Me and my friends have seen rattlesnakes, mountain lions, and elk in that area, none of which you want to walk up on and scare, but we've never feared for our safety here. And that changed one summer day. Me and my friend Anthony decided this particular place would be a great spot to build a hut of sorts to hang out in, smoke pot, and shoot the shit. The trail starts out on the other side of a river It's knee-deep in the right spots, and we can cross just fine. As we were drying off our feet and putting our boots back on, a ranger was coming down the hill. The look on his face was a peculiar mix of confusion and something we couldn't quite put our fingers on. He stopped to talk to us and asked, "What are you boys doing up here?" We were caught off guard at the simple fact that he was here. In the 10 or 15 times we've hiked this spot, we've only seen others 2 of the times. We were just going for a hike. Are we trespassing?" I asked curiously because of his accusing tone and the fact that it was an unmarked trail off the side of the road. No, just rarely see people here. You boys be safe up there." He seemed like he wanted to say something else, but we got the feeling he wanted to leave fast. As he was saying this, as he started wading across the river, paying no mind to taking off his boots or socks. We quickly forgot about this and we headed up the 45-degree incline that the trail started out on. We continued up a box canyon and slowly made it up the trail. When we got about halfway up the trail, we decided to veer off of it and find a spot to build our hut. Around a mile off the trail, we came up on a large granite outcropping with a small ravine right through the middle. This was as good a spot as any, and we started clearing the ground. For about an hour, we dug out a foundation and started gathering wood for the structure. We had the groundwork for a mini lodge and decided to make it partially underground. We dug down about 1.5 feet and hit a sheet of rock. My shovel struck the rock first, and in about a second, an intense vibration starting in my hands spread through my body. I looked over at Anthony and watched as his shovel struck the rock. It was easy to tell that we were experiencing the same sensation. It took all of my willpower to let go of the shovel, and the instant my grip loosened, it stopped. We were awestruck at what just transpired. As I looked at Anthony, completely dumbfounded, I saw a large, lanky figure on top of the outcropping. Its ill-proportioned arms jutted out with what I imagined was its finger pointing in the direction we came from. I yelled for us to get out of here, and we instantly started running. This was the one time I ever feared for my life. Ever. We made it down to the river in 15-20 minutes. It normally took an hour. Once we hit the shore, we caught our breaths and collected our thoughts. "Did you see that shit, dude?" I basically yelled. "I think I'm looking at it right now," he choked out. I turned around and saw it standing on the ridge, seemingly staring at us. It was odd how dark the area around it was. The sun was shining with barely any clouds in the sky, and yet it seemed that the darkness was embracing it. I looked back at Anthony, and he had the same look on his face as the ranger did. That was 2 years ago, and I have yet to go back. Since then, I refuse to hike solo anywhere. I guess that goes to show that you don't know what the hell is out there, and you need to respect the wilderness, because you might just piss something off.
Before the video begins, I'd like to mention that these are not the most in-your-face and outright horrifying stories. However, they are the most believable and most reliable ones that were sent in to me. Not to mention very creepy in their own way. I could definitely see a lot of these happening. Now that that's out of the way, let's begin. Number 1. Over the weekend, about 15 coworkers and myself had our company trip to the Stanley Hotel in Estes Park, known for being Stephen King's inspiration for The Shining. We took an 8 p.m. ghost tour where we joined about 15 other people to get guided around the property and told stories about its history and creepy things that are said to have happened. We were told to take a lot of pictures. I'm sure this was to try and capture orbs or ghosts. Many green orbs were caught in pictures, but I don't think anything is as creepy as this photo taken by my coworker. A little girl in a hot pink dress who was definitely not on our tour. And apparently years ago, a young girl who was 12 to 13 by the name of Lucy was squatting in the basement of the concert hall, which is where this photo was taken, and she was discovered upon plans to begin some construction. She was forced to leave, the night got below freezing, and she froze to death. Everyone on my tour has vouched that this girl was not on our tour. I mean, who wouldn't remember someone wearing something hot pink? The man pictured as our tour guide, no one would have been in front of him. I am convinced that this is the ghost of Lucy. Just one more added note, though I doubt anyone would believe me, but there was only one time throughout the tour where I felt any strange energy or feeling, and it was right there, heading down to the basement of the concert hall. Number 2. I used to work at a hotel, mostly night shifts from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. I worked at the front desk checking guests in and out. This particular evening, I was all caught up on laundry and I was pretty bored just watching YouTube videos. This is where everything gets pretty weird. I was in the back when the phone rang. I could see if someone was calling from inside a hotel room because the digital reading on the phone read the room number. Room 323 was calling and I picked up. "Front desk, how may I help you?" There was no response. I waited a few seconds for something, but I heard nothing. About 10 minutes later, the phone started ringing again. It was room 323. I didn't think anything of it and picked up again with the same greeting as before. As you can guess, there was no response. I waited a few seconds until I heard a small sigh. This freaked me out and I sorta yelled, "Hello? Can I help you?" The phone hung up. I was pretty spooked at this point. Nothing like this had ever happened before in the 3 months I was working there. I eventually forgot about it when the bell at the front desk rang. I went out to a guest who said there was someone banging on the walls and making noise. I told him I was sorry about that and that I'll write it down and tell my manager in the morning, as there's not much I can really do anyways. I asked him for his room number and he said he was in room 325, right across from 323. I looked up at him for a second when he said this, and he could tell something was off when he saw me. He asked me if everything was alright and I said yes. The guest went out for a smoke and I was pretty curious about this, so I checked on the computer to see who was staying in 323. To my horror, there was nobody checked into this room. I was very creeped out now. I started cleaning a bit and tried to make myself busy when the alarm in 323 went off. All the rooms have their own alarm. There's a panel behind the front desk where it displays all the rooms and the correlating alarms. I grabbed the front desk keys, went upstairs to room 323, and the door was of course locked. I unlocked the door and went in. It was really cold and I have no idea why. It was summer and the whole hotel was hot. This room was freezing. I turned off the alarm, locked and shut the door, and ran all the way back to the front desk, practically shitting my pants. Unfortunately, that's where the story ends, but I thought I'd share that one with you guys. Number 3. My parents were on their honeymoon to Key West. When they arrived at the hotel to check in, they were told that the room would be non-smoking. With my dad being a smoker, they requested a different room. They got the room switch and went to their room. As they got off the elevator, the smell of fresh paint was overwhelming, and down the hall there was a painter with all the necessary supplies laid out around him and he was painting the wall. As my parents walked by him, they casually greeted him and the painter had absolutely no acknowledgement of their presence. Whatever. When they got to their room, the smell of paint was even worse in there. So bad that it wasn't even bearable, so they decided to go to the front desk to change rooms. When they explained the situation, the attendant looked very confused and informed them that there wasn't a scheduled paint job on that floor for that day, but agreed to change their room. My parents go back to their floor to grab their luggage and the painter is completely gone. All the supplies were cleaned up and gone within 10 minutes and the smell of paint was completely gone as well. At this point, my parents were freaked out but didn't think much of it and go to their new room. The next morning on their way to breakfast, they overhear a tour guide talking to a group. My parents tuned in when the guide mentioned the floor that they were originally supposed to stay on. Apparently, a long time ago, there was a painter on that floor painting when he fell down the elevator shaft to his death. Now, my parents don't normally believe in the paranormal, but after an event like this that they had no explanation for, It freaked them out a good bit. Number 4. My name is Alex. I'm a 19-year-old guy and I've been working at a hotel in the US for about a year and 3 months now as a server and houseman. And so far, everything and everyone has been amazing. Nothing was unusual until a couple months after working at the hotel. Jen from Human Resources mentioned the name of a lady I had never heard before, Laura Ratcliffe. At first, I thought she was another employee, but I later found out that, well, she's the hotel ghost. To be honest, I wasn't really frightened. I was just confused because no one ever really told me or even mentioned her during the time I was working at the hotel. That is, until I started asking a couple people. A little description / background about Laura is that she was a Confederate spy born in Fairfax County in 1856. During the Civil War, she became an acquaintance of Major General J.E.B. Stuart. Long story short, she was married in 1890 and died in 1923. It is said that she was buried somewhere in the grounds of the hotel, but her grave was made in front of the hotel. They made her grave close to the hotel, as shown in this picture of the front of the hotel. Then there's the sign where it gives a brief description about her, but others say that she was buried somewhere else. I personally believe she was buried somewhere in the grounds of the hotel because, well, people have actually encountered Laura inside and outside of the hotel. I've never encountered Laura, and thank God I haven't, or else I would have panicked and left already. Anyway, some of the employees here have encountered Laura and shared a couple of stories. The following stories will be told in each employee's perspective after their name is listed. Some of these people have stories about other people they know encountering Laura. Now, on to the stories. We'll start with Amanda's stories. I started working in this hotel for about a year now as a housekeeper, but I also help the banquet department. I've had a few encounters with Laura. All the times that I've encountered her were always in the bathroom when trying to clean them. So one day I gather all of my cleaning products to go clean the bathrooms. Nothing was going on in the banquet department that day, which means that it's more probable that the bathrooms are clean. Either way, I went to go check them to see if they were clean, since it is a public area and any guest could use them at any time. Since I was only going to go check the bathrooms really quick, I decide not to use my doorstop. As I go in the ladies' bathroom, I let the door close by itself. As the door closes, I feel as if someone or something touches my hair. Then I hear what sounds like a woman giggle in my ear. At first, I thought that one of the guests might have been using the bathroom, so I decide to ask if anyone is using the bathroom. No answer. I decide to check each and every one of the stalls. Nobody was in any of them. The next story didn't happen to me, but it happened to the father of one of the employees working here. He said that one night, before going home from work, he decides to take out the trash. As he opens the dumpster, he starts to have a weird feeling as if someone was watching him. He then throws the trash in the dumpster, but as soon as he closes it, he notices a woman 40 feet away just staring at him. Keep in mind that the dumpster area is part of the hotel, so we close the gate at night. We leave the gate open at day because that's where the cargo trucks go through. Anyway, this means that no person can get through the gate at night. This woman is wearing a white dress, has black hair, and is barefoot. He decides to walk in a fast pace. He turns around and realizes that the woman is following him. Only this time, she's a lot closer. As soon as he enters the kitchen, he turns around and the woman was gone. He grabs his coat and leaves. A couple weeks after this incident, he quits and starts working somewhere else. Now for Armando's story. I've been working as a houseman in the banquet department for a while now, and all I gotta say is that I believe all the stories about Laura because I saw her. We had a function one night and I was the one who had to stay longer than the rest of the employees to clean up. Keep in mind that our department is on the second floor, so all of our equipment is all the way at the back. It was probably around 2 a.m. After I vacuum the foyer and the room where the function took place, I bring the cart where you can place the tables. It's easier to place them on the cart than carrying them one by one to the back. Anyways, as I start to make my way to the back, I start to have a weird feeling. It was as if someone was looking at me, so I decide to look back. As I turn around, at the other side of the foyer, I notice a woman. She is wearing a white dress and has black hair. She stares at my direction for a couple of seconds, turns around and walks the other way. At that moment, I leave the cart for a bit and make my way to the direction where the woman went. When I go there, I see a different lady. The following conversation goes like this. Hi, ma'am, did you happen to walk by this area a couple seconds ago? No, I've been here the whole time waiting for my boyfriend. Oh, well, did someone else happen to walk by? No. Why? I quickly make an excuse that I'm waiting for someone and I leave. I then go to the front desk department and ask one of the late night employees if I could check the cameras, and they say yes. As I'm checking the cameras, there's no sign of the woman in the white dress. The only person there was the lady I talked to. The whole thing was just extremely creepy, to say the least. Lena's stories. I've been working in the room service department at this hotel for a while now, and all I have to say is that I've encountered Laura more than any of the employees here. Employees aren't the only ones who encounter her though, because I know some of the guests that say that they like to transfer to a different room. When I ask them why, they say that the guest next door is taking a shower late at night or that they're loud. And then when I ask the front desk about the room next to the guest, they say that no one has checked in. Anyways, on to my stories. So my first encounter happened on my first year working in this hotel. I had my cart one night, and what I was doing at that moment was collecting all the trays that the guests leave after they eat. Most of the time they leave the trays outside of their room. Keep in mind that it's midnight and I'm on the 11th floor at that moment. The elevator for the employees is past the elevator for the guests. As I pass the guest elevator, I hear a woman sobbing. I think to myself, what would a woman be doing outside their room at this time? I leave my cart and I quickly go check who's crying. To my surprise, nobody was there. I then check the elevator, but nobody's in there either. I start thinking that it's my mind playing tricks on me, but I start getting goosebumps. I left immediately and completely forgot about my cart. I was working one night when I receive a call from one of the guests who wanted to order some food. I make the order, and while I'm waiting for the chef to finish making the food, I prepare the tray. Once I receive the food, I make my way to the room. I knock and wait for the guests to open the door, but no answer. I could see movements through the people, but they keep walking by. At this moment, I'm thinking that they probably didn't hear me knock, so I decide to knock again. This time, I hear someone walk to the door and they hold the doorknob, but they don't open the door. I know they're at the door because I can see the doorknob move, but they still have the door closed. I decide to back away from the door, and right when I look to my left, the guest, along with his wife, are walking towards my direction. They then said to me, "Oh, I see you got here before we did. We went downstairs to get the food ourselves, but the bartender said you were already gone and that you were probably at our door, so we got here as fast as we could so you wouldn't think that we weren't in the room." I didn't tell them that I thought I saw someone or something was in the room, because if it turned out to be Laura, I didn't want them to get scared or frightened, so I said that it was fine. I gave them their food, they closed the door, and that was it. Javier's story. One night, we had a big function, so we had some contractors. Contractors are people from a company that are sent to different hotels whenever those hotels need help. Anyways, Naomi, a contractor, and I were placing dirty plates close to the elevator to send them to the restaurant kitchen so the dishwasher can get them washed. I decide to take the elevator to ask the chef about the menu for the next day. The door of the elevator opens, and as soon as I put my foot in the elevator, I hear what sounds like a woman screaming. The scary part about this scream was that it wasn't a normal scream. It was one of those screams where it sounds like someone is getting tortured. I immediately run to the banquet kitchen and stay there for a while. Even though this happened a couple months ago, that scream will forever be stuck in my head. Hey everyone, this video contains 5 different kinds of stories. A crazy ex story, a drug story, a night shift story, a taxi story, and a camping story. If you can comment by the end of the video which kind of story you'd like to have an entire video dedicated to so I know what you guys want to see, that would help a ton. I've also left timestamps in the description for each story, so if you've heard a story before and you want to skip it, you're able to. Now, on to the stories. I think this story will be improved by some context about the setting and such, so here we go. First, this took place after I graduated high school and moved away from my family. I moved up to Alaska again, and I say again because I lived there before and attended college there. Second, and very conveniently, my mother had been renting out our old house instead of selling it. I say conveniently because the long-standing residents had moved away and therefore I was awarded the old house. I had to work quite a bit to keep up the payments, but my mother pitched in, thankfully. Third, at the beginning of this story, I should make you aware that I had recently broken up with a girl who had been staying with me in the old house I was renting through my mother. And this breakup was unclean and dysfunctional, much like the relationship itself was. And finally, the story begins. It was winter break, which means I would be spending more time inside than I normally would. It was somewhat lonely in the house, being without a stable girlfriend then. Also, there's no neighbors really to speak of, as the house was in an extremely wooded region a few miles out of town. One late afternoon, soon after I thought the whole breakup predicament had come to a close, I was made quite aware that it wasn't. My cell phone began ringing and ringing from an unknown number. Cliché, I know, and I decided to pick up. It was, of course, my ex. She began telling me about how great her new boyfriend is and how horrible I was and am. The sort of talk that you can almost smell the booze off the caller's breath from miles away. I was actually listening until she decided to hand the phone over to her boyfriend, where he was instead sounding oddly threatening, and I decided to hang up in the most polite manner possible, with a "fuck you and have a nice day." Days later, again with my mind beginning to forget, only this time about the most certainly drunken phone call, I'm laying on the living room couch watching some TV. While laying there, I noticed something quite unsettling. A person standing in the window behind me. How did I notice this, you ask? The reflection from the TV screen is how. I didn't move, not an inch. I had no gun, I had no knife, I had nothing but my wit and my fists. I just lay there, watching the reflection. Eventually, it moved away from the window. That normally wouldn't spook me, but I was taking into account that 1. The house was nowhere near another, so that's a red flag. 2. If someone was just wanting to talk, they'd knock. And 3. I was most certain that it was that boyfriend of hers. Nothing became of that situation, but similar situations continued, such as a car pulling into the driveway and no one getting out and leaving inconspicuously. This was worrisome at the least, but I didn't suspect a true threat. A few days later, I'm laying in bed at night. It was very late and I was getting ready to sleep. I get another call from an unknown number. It's her, but this time she's asking me to come outside and come see her because she wants to deliver an apology. At the time I was thinking, oh, how do I say this? Fuck off. Though I still went outside to see what the deal was. I open the door and of course it's incredibly dark. I say into the phone, "Hey, I'm outside."
Come around back.
With this, I began to walk on the snow-covered ground in the darkness with just my put-on boots. The motion lights turn on as I cross the garage and the driveway. The snow masking the ground is tinted yellow by the light. I round the corner of the garage and turn my phone to see. There's a road that runs behind my house and connects to the driveway by bending, and I make my way towards the road. The snow crunches beneath my boots as I come even closer. There's a part in the trees that allows me to walk straight to the road, otherwise one would have to make his way around the entirety of the driveway, and I reach this part. I ask into the phone, "Where are you?"
In the car. I see you.
I step onto the road and see her car parked a few dozen feet away from me with the lights dimmed. "So, what's the deal?"
I just want to talk. Come here.
I approach the car and make my way around to the passenger side, and I finally see her face. She waves me in and I go ahead and oblige, sitting down in the car. I look at her and she says,
Look, I'm sorry. I know I've been a real bitch lately.
No, it's okay. I really wasn't good to you and I deserve it."
I don't agree, but...
Then, of course, she abruptly stops speaking because car lights shine from behind us. Naturally, I assume it's her boyfriend, and by the look on her face, she did too. The car parks behind us, and sure enough, the boyfriend gets out and storms over to my side of the car. He yanks on the door handle and the door swings open and he attempts to grab me, but I grabbed his wrist and got out of the car. "What the fuck do you think you're doing with her, huh?" We were talking and I was about to leave. "Bullshit, you're trying to fucking bang her." "Look, I'm trying to sleep and I'm in no mood to do anything." He gave me this look of utter enragement before swinging at me and, of course, missing. A little scuffle ensued and all that happened was him swearing and eventually slipping and falling before yelling at us both that he was going to fucking kill me and blah blah blah. I just stood by her car as he pulled away. She gave me a lift back to the house and I invited her in and she obliged. It was late in the night and I suggested she lock her car if she was going to stay the night, and she again obliged. We slept upstairs in my bed before I awoke hours later. There was a banging at the back door, and I knew this because the back door was directly below my room. She woke up too, whispering "oh my god" to herself. I stand up quietly and go to my closet and reach behind the coats that I'll never wear and grab my Louisville Slugger. She was sitting upright in my bed with her hand seemingly embarrassingly covering her eyes. I didn't say anything before walking down the stairs slowly, attempting to be silent. The lights were off and there's no windows on the staircase. The banging on the back door had audibly ceased. I held the bat tightly, making sure it didn't bang into the wall to signal my position at the time. I remember how slowly I stepped down, especially on the bottom 3 steps, which were always the creakiest. Once I reached the last step, I froze, and it still gives me chills to this day. The hardwood floors creak around the bottom of the staircase, and there was a creaking that was growing closer and closer. I raised the bat above my head, ready to slam whoever it was right on top of the head. The creaking grew closer until I could hear it from my side, and I planned to swing it as soon as it was right in front of me. As the staircase opened to the left from the bottom up, I listened very carefully, holding my breath. The creaking came to my northeast and I squeezed my hands tighter than I ever had before around the bat, waiting for it to become just north of me. The floor creaked again. This time they were directly in front of me and I slammed the bat down hard. I hit something hard and whatever it was crumpled to the floor with a bang and a small flash. I turned on the light and there he was, the boyfriend. He had shot his gun directly at the floor and left a hole in the hardwood. My ex came down the stairs and was crying profusely, muttering "I'm so sorry" over and over again. I called the local police station and 4 cop cars pulled into my driveway along with an ambulance in a matter of minutes. I sat there at the base of the stairs, watching the boyfriend. He was breathing. I could tell from his chest slowly inclining and declining off the floor. I had grabbed what I think was a 9mm off the floor and kept it in my hand with the safety turned on, and I just shook my head over and over in utter disbelief. I explained the situation to police as the paramedics rushed in and carried him out on a stretcher. All in all, I didn't get to sleep until the afternoon later that day after all things had been finished. He ended up actually being induced into a coma and eventually recovered, but a restraining order had already been filed in advance. My ex and I became good friends after the incident and she never dated that guy again. I never ended up moving, though I had considered it heavily, and nothing has since happened. And there you have it. That's my story. This just happened to me a few nights ago and I'm still shaken up, so bear with me. I'm a female bartender at a small cafe that doubles as a venue. During the day we serve coffee and lunch, and at night we have a full bar with bands, comedy shows, etc. On this night, there was an open mic comedy show. Not a lot of comedians showed up, so we ended up closing up shop early and I was ready to go home. I had a patron come in and order a single beer during the comedy show. He was acting nervous, but being a female bartender, I get male customers that are shy or don't want to talk to women, so I didn't think much about it. He sat down, sipped his beer, and watched the show. Since we closed early, everyone was pretty much gone and I wanted to lock up and clean so I could get home. After I escorted the last couple out of the bar and got ready to lock the door, I see the man from earlier walk down the back hallway and into the men's restroom. Not even a minute later, he burst through the door yelling, "Hurry, come back here, I need help." I stood on the opposite end of the hallway and asked him what was wrong. "The toilet is overflowing, there's water all over the floor, help me clean this up." I could tell that something was wrong and I replied, "It's okay, man, it happens, I'll mop it up. I'm just trying to close up right now." He continued to argue with me, trying to get me to come into the bathroom with him as I stood about 20 feet away down the hallway. Finally, he walks towards me very aggressively and tries to grab my arm. "You need to come back here now," he says. I immediately put my hands out in front of me so he can't come any closer and tell him he needs to leave. He walks outside and I lock the door behind him. I check the bathroom and it is completely spotless. No water on the floor at all. I flush the toilet and urinal and they're both working fine. I start to get nervous and I take my large pocket knife and clip it to my waistband of my pants, just in case. As I'm cleaning our espresso machine and putting toppers on the liquor bottles, I hear a tapping noise. I look up at the front of the store, which is one big window that has a few curtains covering it. The same man is tapping on the window, waving at me and laughing like a maniac. I watch him walk over to the door and pull on it. It doesn't open since I had locked it after he left. He starts screaming and pounding on the glass, saying, "Open the fucking door! I'm going to fucking kill you." Fight overcame flight at this point and I walked around the counter and about 6 feet from the door. I pulled out my knife and locked eyes with him and yelled, "I'm calling the cops, get the fuck out of here." He smiled and walked out of view of the window. At this point, all of my adrenaline just crashed. I locked myself in the office and called 911 crying, explaining that I'm alone and a man tried to lure me into the bathroom and was outside trying to get into my bar. I waited an hour and a half and no police showed up. I called my boyfriend and he drove up to the shop. My manager watched the security cameras from home, making sure that the man didn't come back. I did the deposit and immediately drove home, my boyfriend following close behind me. My male busboy has been coming into work with me so I'm not alone, and the managers have been keeping an eye on the security cameras while I'm working. Have you ever done something so incredibly stupid that it wrecks everything good in your life? This is what happened to me 3.5 years ago. Let me start by saying that I grew up with very little supervision in a shitty household. I'm a male and my 2 sisters and I were basically left to fend for ourselves in an empty house more than half of the time. Needless to say, we grew up quick. I was a junior in high school at the time and despite my upbringing, I was relatively well behaved. The worst thing I did was smoke weed, which in today's society isn't that bad. I was out late one night with 3 of my friends. They were all a few years older and 2 of the 3 were dropouts. They weren't my best friends or anything, and honestly, I didn't even really like hanging out with them, but hey, I was an outcast, so I did what I had to do to fit in somewhere. Trip, the most defiant of the group, was a known drug dealer. He was lanky as hell and covered in shitty tattoos. He mostly sold weed, but every once in a while would get his hands on the hard stuff. This particular night, he boasted about a bag of what he said to be coke. It was a pretty small amount, but the quality looked decent. I mean, I knew very little about the shit, but it was so white it was nearly glowing. I was already the kid of the group, which they commonly referred to me as, so it was obvious that I was a little timid just being around such a high caliber drug. I tried to act casual, you know, examining the bag like I was comfortable and familiar with it. It obviously didn't work well because they all started joking and taking smart-ass jabs at me, you know, just being dicks. Eventually, the conversation switched over to Trip wondering whether or not I would like taking it, and how I might react to it. Stupidly trying to act hard, I told him that I would handle it with ease and probably even need more than what he had. "Oh, really? Well, here, on the house." He said this while pouring out half the bag on the park table where we were sitting, and began separating it with a Wendy's rewards card. I guess I remember the Wendy's card because of how significant and terrifying that moment was for me, seeing as after all of my tough talk I would have to take the hit. He rolled up a $5 bill and handed it to me while explaining how to do it. I was dangerously close to bailing out, but couldn't bring myself to do it. This was my chance to look like one of them. I had to do it. Looking back, I legitimately hate myself for being so stupid. Long story short, it wasn't coke. It was some street knockoff shit that was laced to the max. I don't remember much shortly after I took the hit, but the story goes that while walking home, I stripped butt-ass naked and was screaming at the top of my lungs. I had the cops called on me, and I apparently resisted them when they approached me. I swear to God that I don't remember 1 second of this. I woke up in a holding cell and was charged with resisting arrest on top of the other more major charges. I was a minor at the time, but was charged as an adult. Something to do with the way the court dates extended past my 18th birthday. I didn't receive any support from my parents or my friends that gave me the drug, whatever the fuck it was. I'm still on probation to this day and struggle with a felony attached to my name. Please, for whoever is listening to this, do as they taught you in grade school and just say no to drugs. Seriously. I'm a female and I grew up in a small remote town. We had no public transport except a random bus that showed up once a week to take you in or out of town. I first left home at 17 and moved to a large town. When working, I often finished work between 12 to 4 in the morning. If I didn't feel like walking or couldn't get a ride home, I would call a taxi on several occasions. I encountered drivers that would purposely drive me to the wrong places despite their navman in my directions, I'm assuming for extra cash. Or on one occasion when I had two $50 notes stuck together and the cab driver tried to take both, telling me I gave him one. At that time, I lived with a housemate who was hardly home, which meant me, at 17, basically had an entire house to myself. Despite some incidents with taxi drivers, I wasn't aware of how damn right creepy some of them are. I'm in my 20s now, and people I've encountered tell me how some taxi drivers tried to molest them in the cab, rob them, kidnap them, etc. With my story, it was about 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning. I caught a cab and the driver was asking me fairly basic questions like most do, such as what do you do for a living, are you local, stuff like that. The chat eventually changed to about where I was living. I made a comment that out of like 3 weeks of the month I get the house to myself, to which the driver replied with, "You probably shouldn't tell people that." Somehow the air felt like it was sucked out and I stopped talking to him. He did continue trying to get me talking. After I paid, he sat in the taxi with the lights on in the driveway. I originally thought he was turning around, but he was there for ages. I heard a car door open and close when I was upstairs, yet ignored it until I heard the neighbor's dog start barking. The dog lived in the backyard of the neighbor's house. However, whenever someone went through our side gate to our backyard, it would start barking. I freaked out and immediately turned out all the lights in the house. I also grabbed my bedside weapon, then listened because I knew someone was in our backyard. I could hear someone trying all the downstairs doors and windows. I started calling the police. When I called the police, I was whispering into the line and ended up talking to the bitchiest woman on earth who talked to me like I was trash. Also, no matter how many times I repeated the situation, she was just like, "So, a taxi driver is at your house. Did you order a cab?" I eventually heard a car door close and the taxi left. After telling Bitchface this, she told me she'll get me fined if I prank called them again. The next day, I found large shoe print tracks all around the house, like someone had walked around it several times. I am 100% sure the taxi driver was trying to break in, and I don't think it was for a robbery. This happened just over 2 years ago, and it has seriously made me rethink camping alone. I was with 2 friends this time, and I worry about what would have happened if I was by myself. 2 friends and myself were on a cross-country trip, and Roswell, New Mexico was one of our stops. We were there for the kitsch, but we were also camping for most of the trip, so we got a site at the Bottomless Lake State Park, about 20 minutes outside of the city. We did our thing in town for the day and headed back to our site around sundown. Everything seemed pretty standard at first. There were some neighbors camping down the road and we could hear their music. The Moldy Peaches, a pretty light-hearted soundtrack which didn't set the creepiest of tones. My 2 friends, who were a couple, read and wrote in their journals by lantern light, and I drank a couple beers while taking long exposure photographs of our campsites. The music eventually died down, my friends got tired and went to sleep, and after I got the shot I wanted, I did too. I awoke fairly disoriented, somewhere in that state of transition from light to deep sleep. I heard crunching around my tent. Not knowing if I was dreaming or not, I just kind of sat up in my tent to figure out if what I was hearing was real or just remnants of sleep. I started to hear it again, and this time it was closer. This sound wasn't just closer, it was directly outside of my tent. Understandably, the hair on the back of my neck was straight up and I knew something was wrong. There was a moment that I thought that it could have been a ranger. Who knows, I mean, maybe our registration was messed up, or maybe we left the headlights on for the car. I asked out loud, "If someone is out there, can you please make your presence known?" Nothing. "Hello? Please identify yourself." Nothing. I sat there, frozen, with one of the most intense sense of fright I've ever felt, and it was dead silent. I calmed myself to lay back down, hoping I'd been imagining it, and closed my eyes. From what I could tell, within the next 5 minutes, the footsteps started moving around my tent. I shot back up and fucking knew someone was out there. At this moment, something so surreal happened that I can't quite adequately express my sense of fright. As I sat there, open-mouthed and silent, the end of my tent started to be lifted up by the person outside. I screamed for my friends in their tent, screamed for them to wake up and that someone was outside. It felt really hectic. My friends were disoriented, I was disoriented, and from then on, I didn't hear or see anyone else. My friend was basically yelling at me to stick my head out of my tent and check it out, but I was absolutely terrified that if I did, I'd get my head lopped off or I'd have a gun stuck in my face. I finally worked up the balls and saw nothing. No one. We got out of the tents and into the car and I told them everything. They seemed concerned, yet skeptical. I was adamant that something had happened. We decided to shine our headlamps from the car in the direction of our tents, which was kind of surrounded by these rocky hills and a dried up riverbed. As we scanned the rocks with our lights, another light hits the rocks behind our tents. We decided that it would probably be a good idea to leave our shit and get a motel room, so we headed to Roswell at about midnight. The whole night, I just kind of felt stupid. I was also really scared. I kept trying to tell myself that I was just dreaming, or that it was a raccoon, or that I'd seen too many horror movies. We kinda joked about it, watched Cops on the shitty motel TV, and fell asleep. When we went back in the morning, my fears were unfortunately confirmed. We rolled up and nothing seemed to be out of place, nothing stolen or moved, or so we thought. We start picking up our things and I begin to take my tarp off. My friend says out loud, "Wow, that's really fucking weird," and signals me over. The elastic and bungee cords that hold the rainfly on his tent were cut, clean through like with scissors or a knife. The tent was brand new. I went back over to my tent to see if I had the same and was immediately drawn to the fresh boot prints that circled my tent, footprints that were on top of mine. That said, we packed up and we did it fast. We almost didn't even really talk about it. I actually even think that my friend who got his tent cut open is still a bit skeptical. I can't say for certain who this person was or what they were trying to do, but they certainly achieved scaring the living shit out of me. I hope I never see this tent stalker or whoever it was again. This story is going to make me sound crazy, but here goes. Before this incident, I had never used a Ouija board in my life. Growing up, I had an aunt who would dabble with Ouija boards and the paranormal, and my mother always advised me to never touch one. One day, my partner decided it would be fun to buy a Ouija board and use it with a few friends. I wouldn't say we were complete skeptics, but I don't think any of us were really expecting anything wild to happen. We went on the internet and looked up how to safely use one and planned out what kind of questions we should ask. So we run to Toys R Us and we pick up a Hasbro Ouija board. We didn't really want to use it at our house, so we gathered up a couple friends and I drove to a state park a few towns over. We start to head up the hiking trail and find a good spot to lay the board down. We begin going through the motions of asking if there was a spirit who would like to communicate, you know, all the normal stuff that you would do. The planchette moved with ease. It's a really strange, powerful feeling when it glides across the board. The planchette it came with was a thick hunk of plastic, and there was quite a bit of friction when trying to intentionally move it on the board. We were all stunned at the fact that the damn thing was working. We asked if it was a good spirit. Of course, the planchette moved over to no. We then asked if it wanted to harm us. The planchette moves over to yes. My partner asked how it would go about doing this. The board began to spell out E-N-G-I-N-E, engine. We see a group of hikers coming up in our general direction and we carelessly put the board away without properly saying goodbye. We hike back down to another secluded area and decide to try again. This time we come into contact with a spirit who claims to be a 6-year-old boy who died sometime in the 1800s. Now, he seemed nice at first, and that was until he told our friend he wanted him to die so that he would have someone to play with. We decide to ask the board questions only we would know the answers to. Each person asking the question took their hands off the planchette to be certain. The board got every damn question correct, and that's when I started to feel a bit uneasy. I honestly couldn't believe it. The board then proceeded to spell out my name. I was confused as to what that meant. Soon after, it began to rain, so we told the board that we had to go, and asked if it would help us bring the planchette down to goodbye. It complied. We all begin walking back to my car when I noticed this woman sitting in an SUV next to mine, just watching us. Her gaze never really left, and it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. We all get in my car and I go to start it, and the engine doesn't turn over. It was almost as if the battery was dead, but my accessories still worked. I began to shit bricks. I hadn't had my car for very long and it never gave me trouble. It seemed like way too big of a coincidence. I look over at that woman and put my window down and ask her if she has jumper cables. She reaches behind her and pulls them out as if she had them ready. We get out of my car and hook them up when my partner's friend's phone rings from a number he doesn't recognize. He picks it up and it was someone just asking if we were okay. He chalked it up to the fact that a drug dealer previously had the number, so he got a lot of unknown calls. Weird. We start chatting with this woman and thank her for letting us use the jumper cables. Turns out she has the same name as me, which the board had previously spelled out. Was this perhaps a warning? She tells us that she works as an ultrasound technician at a local hospital. We ask her what she's doing in the parking lot, to which she explained that she was waiting for her weed dealer. Medical marijuana is legal in my state, so I was a bit perplexed but didn't think anything of it. I was just grateful she was helping us. I go to try and start the car and it still doesn't work. It just kind of rolls for a few feet in the parking lot before shutting off. At this point, it's getting dark and I begin to come to terms with the fact that I'll have to call a tow truck. Our friends ended up getting picked up and my partner stayed with me as we waited for the tow truck to arrive. We told the woman she could leave since she was still weirdly waiting with us. She offered for us to sit in her car while we wait because it was raining again. I asked her if she could pop the trunk so I could sit on the ledge, but she told me the trunk didn't open. So, stupidly, I get in her car with my partner. The weird woman made a joke about disabling her child safety locks on the back so I won't think she's trying to keep us here. That rubbed me the wrong way. She starts telling me that maybe I should just leave my car there and offered to give me a ride home. I politely decline. Then she tells me that she has a friend whose husband works for VW and that he could surely fix my car for a good price. She calls up her friend, and because we were in the car, it was quiet enough that my partner and I could faintly hear the other line. She explains the car problem and asks how much it would be to fix it. We hear on the other line the person ask if I'm a boy or girl. The woman says girl, and the man on the line simply said good. Nope. We get out of the car and tell her the tow truck should be there soon and thank her for the help. We gave her the Ouija board and told her she could keep it because we didn't want it anymore. I still wonder what she did with it. She kept trying to get me to give her my phone number and kept saying she would come with me to get my car fixed from her friend. Eventually, she fucked off. We ended up getting back home late. Told the AAA guy how we were fucking around with a Ouija board and met the weird lady afterwards. He said he wouldn't have picked us up if he had known that. The next day, my partner opened up his text that he sent out when we were waiting for the tow. In a conversation with his mother, the text box had, "Yes, Satan, yes," written out. The message wasn't sent, but he sure as hell didn't write that. The next day, I called the hospital to see if that woman even worked there like she had claimed. Nope. They transferred me to 2 different floors and there was no ultrasound technician working there with my name. To this day, I still don't know how to explain what happened that night. And I'm sure as hell never going to use a Ouija board again. Also, the dealer the woman claimed to be waiting for never even showed up. So what she was doing that night and what her intentions were, I'll never know. This is a story I swear I wouldn't speak of again because it still haunts all of my family to this day. This happened when I was age 9 and I'm now 16. My aunt, Sherry, wanted to live on her own with her kids. She had always lived with my grandparents. She moved to the south side of our city into this huge house. I always got the creeps from this house when I went to visit. She lived there for about 2 weeks when the weird shit started happening. At first it was toys and other stuff going missing, then mysteriously showing up in different places. Then it came to stuff being thrown from upstairs to downstairs. Being that young, I honestly thought it was my older cousins just messing with me. But every damn time I went to look upstairs, they weren't there. I started to go over to the house more and more because my aunt always babysat me for my parents. I remember this night specifically because it was the night my aunt truly knew something was going on in the house. Myself and a couple of my female cousins were upstairs listening to music and dancing when one of them told me to run the house phone downstairs. But as soon as I got down to the bottom of the stairs, my aunt came running to the staircase with a baseball bat, pulling me back up the stairs. Then she took the phone from me, calling her oldest son, Dan. Dan came over and looked around the house. However, they never did tell me what happened until I got older. My aunt said someone was staring at her through the window. The longer she lived there, the worse it got. But she stayed because she couldn't afford to move out. Whatever was in her house stayed on one floor at a time. There had to be more than one. Sometimes it was on the top floor, the main, then the basement. We would all stay in one room together because we were too scared to sleep separately. That was until someone else moved into the house with us. Kevin. Kevin and his baby daughter moved into the room that's right outside the attic door on the top floor. The worst room to sleep in. We tried to warn him. One night, some seriously scary shit was going on with high-pitched screams and shit being thrown at us. Kevin ran downstairs without thinking while his baby was sleeping in that room alone. Everything went silent until we heard the high-pitched crying and screaming come from the room upstairs. Kevin ran up with my aunt and my dad. The door seriously would not fucking open. Kevin moved out the very next day with his daughter. Finally, things calmed down until the night of my parents' wedding. My aunt was going to babysit me and I wanted to have a bath, so she told me not to lock the door in case someone needs the bathroom or something. The only thing I remember is starting the water and getting in. Then I woke up in a full tub and someone banging on the door. I grabbed my towel and opened the door to see a paramedic, police officer, and my aunt crying. She yelled at me for locking the door, but that's the thing, I didn't lock the door. My aunt finally decided to try and leave, but she needed to go back and grab blankets and clothes. It was nighttime and she went through the back door. She had this weird feeling like someone was watching her. As she got closer to the side gate, she stopped and looked through the cracks between the panels. She saw someone crawling out the basement window and standing tall watching her. She took off and yelled at my grandmother in the van to start the car. After that, we arranged for a priest to come to our house. Father James was very skeptical at first, but he came anyways because he saw fright in our eyes. He set up candles in each room and he told us he felt something evil. Much to my liking, I got stuck staying in the fucking room upstairs at the end of the hall with my two cousins Dan and Casey. Well, Dan thought it would be a good idea to say, "If anyone's in here, kick the bed Casey is sitting on." Not even a minute later, the bed was sent across the room. Father James told my aunt to leave the house immediately. The house was torn down a year later. Some seriously messed up shit happened in that house that I can't explain. I just know that it wasn't normal. Anyways, that's my story. Hopefully it helps some people in some way. This first event takes place in 2011, so I was 17 years old when this happened. I had always thought paranormal things were cool and I had always wanted a Ouija board. So my friend, we'll call her Mary, got me a Ouija board from Spencer's as a Christmas/birthday present. We used it for shits and giggles a few times, but nothing really significant happened. Until that summer a few months later when we went up to Mary's grandpa's house. A small house in a slightly woodsy area about 5 to 8 minutes from the closest town. We went up there with another one of my friends who we'll call Kayla. You know how you can walk into a house and it just feels wrong? That's how I felt sometimes, and I'd been in the house several times before when Mary and I had camped in the yard. Regardless, Mary, Kayla, and I settled in a small room Mary would sleep in when she was a child. We turned on the floor lamp, sat on her bed, and took out the Ouija board. The placement of the three of us is slightly significant, so I'll paint a small picture. Imagine a twin bed with three girls sitting in the middle in a triangle shape. Kayla and I sat next to each other with Mary in front of us. The board was between us with the letters facing Kayla and I correctly, where Mary had to read them upside down. This is significant because of the lamp in the door. The lamp was behind and to the right of Mary, right next to the door and outlet. Now, on to what happened that evening. As the three of us placed our fingers lightly on the glow-in-the-dark oracle, we didn't really designate one person to ask the questions. Mary asked if there was anyone with us, and the oracle moved very slowly at first, then it strongly slid to yes. We took turns asking questions, most of which I can't remember. But Mary and I asked questions that only she and I knew so we could make sure Kayla wasn't doing anything to it. We then asked it what it was and if it was a ghost. It said no, so we asked if it was a demon. It said yes to that. Mary asked what its name was and it spelled out O-M-A-Z. Omaz? We all looked at each other in confusion as we tried to figure out exactly how to pronounce the supposed name as the oracle moves to yes yet again. Mary asks it why it's there and it spells out Y-O-U. All three of us are confused at that point, so Mary asked it which one of us. The oracle spelled out Y-O-U yet again. Kayla sarcastically asks if Mary is its property. The oracle moves to yes, and I remember the odd look on Mary's face. Kayla then jokingly says she's going to touch its property, and the oracle slides to no fairly quickly. Kayla then started sarcastically chanting something like, "Oh, we're touching your Mary, we're touching your Mary," and I laugh along as we both place our hands on Mary's legs. As we're laughing, the oracle flies off the board onto the wall behind Kayla and I. Usually, small plastic things such as an oracle ricochet off the walls if they're thrown, right? The oracle slid down the wall. The three of us look at the oracle, and I'm the one who eventually picks it up and places it back on the board. We don't touch the oracle and just sit there and talk, and then Kayla states that if the oracle moves on its own, she's gone. Mary, Kayla, and I talk for a bit until the lamp turns off. Mary screams and launches towards Kayla and I as we both scream with her. We huddle for probably 2 seconds before we run out of the room and into the living room. After that, we all jump into my car and run to the store to get salt and white candles. Where we went only had 2 white candles, so we had to get the rest in yellow. When we got back to the house, we poured salt in a circle around an air mattress, lit the candles in a circle, and sat there. We didn't go to sleep until we saw light outside the next morning. We looked in the room to retrieve the board and to see why the lamp went out and discovered that the bulb was fine and the switch hadn't been turned. The lamp was unplugged with the cord laying a little away from the outlet, as if someone had yanked it out. We have no idea how this could have happened accidentally, since there were no animals around. After that, we decided to get rid of the Ouija board. We ended up only getting rid of the oracle though because we couldn't find the board. To this day, we have no idea where the board is, but Mary and I could point out the exact spot we tossed the oracle. I think this is a problem because we never said goodbye. Mary and I are still very good friends, and she helped me piece together the story as I couldn't remember some details. Even today, every now and then we, more so Mary than myself, experience things that probably shouldn't happen. I can't believe I'm typing this. Please, anyone listening, bear with me. I hate telling this story. I've been having really bad nightmares the last few days, waking up sweating and crying. Not directly related, but I guess there's no better time than today to share. And before anyone talks bad, I already know my whole account sounds paranormal cliche, which is why I hate sharing it. But in my memory, this is the creepiest of the many events I have endured. And this is not some fake story. This happened to me and my family witnessed. I was in 5th grade, whatever age 5th graders are. Incredibly happy time in my life, best of my childhood. My mom and I recently moved from the High Sierra Nevadas to live with my eldest aunt in her old Victorian 15 minutes from San Francisco. I have since learned my aunt had experienced some crazy demonic shit in her 20s, and at the time, her 50s, she was deeply religious, going to church every day. She rotated between the Catholic Church and the non-denom Christian Church. Anyway, Mom and I had lived off the grid so long I was way behind in my Catholic studies. I enrolled in our local Catholic school, but I was not recognized as a full member since I had never been through catechism. My aunt insisted I be baptized. My whole family came out to watch me be baptized at the Christian church, and I got all dressed up, and afterwards the church gave me a handmade wooden crucifix. The baptism itself went uneventful in my memory. Do you denounce Satan and all his works? Yes, typical baptism. Pastor walked me into the warm pool, complete submersion. The only thing odd was afterward, many family and strangers came up to me laughing. From their perspective, I had gasped loudly enough that they thought I must have slipped into the pool and nearly drowned, but I never remembered it that way. That night, we had a small family celebration at our house. I can't remember being happier in all my short life. My mom helped me nail my new crucifix above my bedroom door. Bedtime. My bedroom was a smallish room attached to the basement. My mom and aunt had the 2 upstairs master bedrooms, and my 16-year-old cousin had the 1 small bedroom on the main floor. My other 19-year-old cousin was sleeping on the couch for the night. My mom tucked me in after we nailed my new cross above my doorway. In my room was a gigantic antique wooden armoire that came with the house. It was too huge and heavy to move, or my aunt would have had it in her room. No one could figure out a way to get it out without dismantling it. God knows how it ever made its gigantic ass in there in the first place. I fell asleep. At some point, I woke up to a massive earthquake. The whole room was shaking violently. I tried to make it to the doorway, but everything was shaking so hard I had to drop and cover. Pieces of the ceiling fell on and around me. The massive armoire moved a good 3 to 4 feet from the wall, and the doors swung open and closed. My cross was forced out of the wall and landed on the floor. When the shaking stopped, I ran upstairs. I was screaming for my mom. My cousin jumped up off the couch and thought someone was breaking in. By now, the whole family is gathered in the living room, and no one but me felt any earthquake. They told me to calm down and that it was just a nightmare. I screamed at them, no nightmare, this just happened. I told them pieces of the ceiling fell on me. When they all walked me back to bed, they saw the room. Cross on the floor, ceiling chunks everywhere. Now my older cousin is pissed at me, accusing me of pranking them. I was crying and they didn't believe me until they tried to put the armoire back in place. No matter how much they tried, it would not budge. It was huge and heavy, and they realized no 75-pound person could have possibly moved it that far away from the wall. They collectively could not move it back. So that was the last night anyone ever slept in that room. My aunt had the priest come a few days later. I don't remember much after, except no one was ever permitted to sleep in that room again. Hey everyone, if you enjoyed this video, you're bound to like what my friend Dark5 just uploaded. 5 real-life Ouija board nightmares. A link will be on screen and in the description. I highly recommend you go check it out. Also, be sure to check out my last video. I'm a 24-year-old male now, but this story takes place when I was about 14 years old. Growing up, I lived in a neighborhood on the edge of a small desert town in Southern California. Running along the west side of this town is a huge winding canyon with a small river running through it. And as a kid, me and my friends spent a lot of time running through it and exploring it. Directly across the street from the house I lived in at the time is some type of electrical station. Just to the right of that is an old field. This old field is at the top of the river bottom, and then levels of more old fields after that, like huge curved steps leading down to the bottom. By fields, I mean that they were once used for agricultural purposes, but at this point they were basically just huge overgrown dirt lots. Well, one night, a group of at least 6 of us decided to go camp overnight down in the dirt lots and just told our parents that we were staying at a friend's house. We just planned on having a fire, playing some guitar, and drinking a couple of beers. Like I mentioned before, there are multiple levels here, and the hills in between each level are pretty steep. But there's a dirt road that runs along the side and goes all the way down to the bottom. The road starts right next to the entrance gate of the electrical station, which is only a couple of 100 feet from the street and has a bright light illuminating the area around it. Let's just call it the entrance light. So we walked down a couple of levels and set up at the bottom of the second to last hill, not too far from the dirt road. We get a fire going, play some music, and start having a pretty cool time. We were being pretty loud though, and had a pretty big fire going. So every once in a while, one of us would run up the steep hill behind us to take a look around and make sure that the fire wasn't getting too big. At some point, I walked off to take a leak. And on the way back, I decided to make a quick run up the hill to make sure the coast was clear. I take a quick scan around and see something moving around by the top of the road, which I can only see because of the entrance light behind whatever it was. I back up and move down the hill a bit so only my head is peeking over. I try to signal down the guys, but no one is paying attention to me. When I look back up, my eyes adjust more and I see what looks like the silhouette of a man, not walking back and forth, but walking in a circle, a tight circle. My first thought was, maybe they're on the phone, but then I see both arms swinging at their sides. I don't know exactly what time it was, but I remember that it was pretty late. What the hell was this person doing out here in the middle of the night by themselves, walking in circles? I can hear the guys behind me still laughing and talking. I turn back and see my friend Paul heading up the hill to see what I was doing. I signaled for him to keep low and pointed up at the person. Not long after, all of our heads were lined up peeking over the top of the hill. We were all giggling and whispering to each other, trying to figure out what the hell this person was doing. The longer we watched though, and the more we paid attention, the creepier it got. Something about the way they moved was just unnatural. We start breaking back into whispered conversation when the person stops. They turn and face our direction. The moon was out that night, but we were a few hundred yards away and in the dark, so I was sure that they couldn't see or hear us. But it really felt like they could, like they were looking right at us. I took a glance back and saw that the fire had died down some, so I know that it wasn't that. Then all of a sudden they start walking. Not down the dirt road next to them, but down the rough, steep hill in front of them, out of the light, out of sight, directly towards us. We all flipped out and went flailing down the hill. We got to the bottom and started grabbing our stuff and kicking out the fire. The only place to really go or hide was further down the river bottom, or to a large tree a little further down the road surrounded by thick bushes. I grabbed my guitar and started running towards the tree, which was maybe 100 yards away. Not even halfway there, I look over and about 30 feet away I see a tent floating across the field next to me, because someone decided that they were going to bring the whole damn tent with us to hide. It was actually pretty hilarious. You couldn't see their legs or anything. Just this big ass tent still put together bounding across a damn field. Anyways, all of us, including the impressively sturdy tent, made it to the tree. Me, thinking that the person would be coming straight down the hill and not down the road, I went around and hid on the far side between some bushes. A minute or two passes and we quiet down. Then we start to hear very clear, heavy footsteps getting closer, but they're from the road. Me and my buddy Larry are right next to the road, only a couple of small bushes separating us. We sat there with our pocket knives out just in case, and the steps continued getting closer. I want to mention that at this point I wasn't exactly shitting myself. It was really creepy, but it was more just this bizarre thing that was happening. What happens next though, I still can't explain. And this is what still freaks me out about this night. The footsteps were loud and they were getting really close. They make their way towards the end of the bushes right next to me, of course, and they stop. They were maybe 5 feet away from us. Me and Larry look at each other in complete confusion. We just sit there, holding our knives, listening and waiting. After a few minutes of silence, I can't stand it anymore. As slowly and quietly as possible, I stand up and peek out into the road, fully expecting to see someone standing there, but I don't see anything. I walk out of the bushes and out onto the road. There was absolutely nothing there. It was so quiet out there that whoever this was couldn't have gone in any direction, or really moved at all without us hearing it. But there I stood, and there was nothing. They just vanished. I called everyone out and we just stood there on the road, confused. Eventually, we all left because we definitely weren't going to stay there. We all ended up crashing at my house that night. One of the strangest and creepiest experiences I've ever had. I live in Columbia, Missouri. I'm 25 now, but this event took place when I was 17 and still in high school. My family used to own roughly 60 acres southish of Columbia that backed right up to the Missouri River. When you stood at the highest point at the rear of the property, you could see the river snaking through the bottoms. It was a sight to see, one I really miss. In my high school years, before we sold the property in 2011 when I had since left for college, I would routinely drive to the property on weekends and camp in the backfield in the bed of my truck. Our property was surrounded by native burial mounds, however, there weren't any directly on our property. What we did have was a small cemetery set back a bit in the trees towards the rear of the property. I was sitting in the bed of my truck one particular fall evening that I had chosen to head down and camp. I had brush hogged a large clearing in the field I was sitting in the weekend before. I was enjoying my sweet tea in silence of the rural Missouri countryside when, on the opposite side of the clearing that was up against the woods, close to the small cemetery we had, I noticed a figure. The moon wasn't bright on this night and I couldn't tell what exactly this thing was. However, I knew it wasn't any wild animal I had ever seen or that is native to central Missouri. It looked somewhat human, but definitely wasn't. It moved slow and awkwardly and had weird angular-looking limbs. The only thing I could clearly see was its eyes when it stopped and looked at me. My God, I had never seen anything like it to that point in my young life or since. They weren't glowing per se, but I could see them clearly as if this thing wanted me to fear it just by looking at its eyes. We were locked in for about 3 seconds when it made an awful screaming type noise. The closest I can relate it to is what I would imagine gravel in a garbage disposal would sound like. That's when I decided it was time to get out of Dodge and go home to sleep. It never advanced towards me or threatened me, but when it looked at me, a feeling of dread I've never matched again washed in. The purest form of dread you can imagine. Once I had clambered my way back into the truck and started driving out, I saw it turn around and skulk back into the woods towards the small cemetery previously mentioned. I have no idea what I actually saw, but the only thing I can think of is a skinwalker considering the native burial mounds and cemetery. That explanation doesn't make much sense either, since skinwalkers are generally entities seen in the southwest United States of America, not central Missouri river bluffs. If anyone has an idea of what it may have been other than that, I'd welcome input. The Osage and Missouri tribes are the ones that inhabited this area of Missouri, just for general information. Concluding my story, as I mentioned previously, we sold the property in 2011, so I can't go back to provide any more details that may be relevant. I never camped on the property again, and whenever I did go back to brush hog or help the neighbor bale the hay, I always felt a bit of dread in that back field. I've been holding off on sharing this because I'm still kind of shaken from it. My family has always been hunters and usually stick to the same places when it comes to said hunts. My great-grandfather took my grandfather, grandfather took my mom took me. It was always a good time going. This last year, during the deer and bear hunts, we went to San Juan Elk Ridge in southern Utah just like every other year. It's a really beautiful area next to a Native American reservation and another area called Beef Basin. Yeah, stupid name, right? So we set up our canvas wall tent, we being Granddad, Mom, and I, and we get camp all cozy and livable. At around 3:30 p.m., my grandpa and I went for a hike to see what we could find. With bears in the area, both of us always had guns on us. We had been here many times before and both of us knew where we were at all times. But this hike felt different, like that stereotypical someone's watching me feeling. And I could tell it wasn't just me because my fearless 67-year-old granddad was gripping his rifle a little tighter than usual. That's when I heard the whispers. Not loud enough to understand what they were saying, but loud enough to hear. They seemed to be coming from just ahead of us in a small clearing of trees. As we came into the clearing, the whispers stopped. But we saw one of the biggest bucks we have ever seen right by the opposite tree line. So, being the hunter I was, I raised my gun and aimed for his heart. Bam, first shot misses. The deer doesn't even flinch. I can hear my grandpa whispering to shoot again. Bam, second shot hits dead on. Through my scope, I can see that I hit him and I see blood pour from the wound. But the deer doesn't drop. Instead, he turns and looks at us for a few seconds before calmly walking back into the woods. What the fuck? I hear my grandpa say. It was good to know that I'm not crazy and that he saw that shit too. We go over to where it was and there was no blood on the ground at all, even after we saw the deer bleeding. At that point, it was almost dark, so we decided to go back to camp to talk about this immortal-ass deer. About halfway back, we hear the whispers again, but louder this time. It's obviously a man, but we still can't make anything out. We get to camp okay and sit in the tent to tell my mom what had happened. She was pretty scared and thought we should go home, which was a shit idea considering we were 8 hours south of where we lived. So we decide to just move camp the next day and settle in for bed. I wake up in the middle of the night to heavy footsteps outside the tent. You could tell whatever it was on 2 legs and very big. The full moon was out, so when whatever it was gets to the front of the tent, I could see the silhouette of something at least 8 feet tall. It was thin as a tree branch with 2 long arms and huge scraggly antlers. I see its long arm reach to the front flap and then 3 long gray fingers start opening the door. I'm scared shitless and can't move due to fear. The flap opens enough to see the thing's face peeking in. Its eyes were like a cat's, glowing slightly green. But out of nowhere it stops and just stares at me. I'm sure it knew I was awake and scared out of my wits, but it closes the flap and walks back the way it came. That's when I passed out from fear. I woke up the next morning to my granddad and mom making breakfast, and I tell them about what I saw. Then my grandpa goes on to explain that what he thinks I saw was a skinwalker. I'm not sure if this is accurate, so excuse me if I'm wrong, but this is what he told me. He said they're pretty much corrupt native shaman that can shapeshift and cast spells, which would explain the deer not dropping after being shot. Or possibly a Wendigo, which are monsters that people turn into after eating other humans. I honestly think that it was a Wendigo. After I got home that week, I read online about an old mine that collapsed in the early 1900s that blocked people in that was a few miles away from where we were. I'm sure that being locked in a mine would make your buddies look pretty tasty. Either way, that was the scariest shit I've ever seen in my life. I've never been a person to think that skinwalkers are real until 1 week ago. Last week I went camping with my mom and we were in Strawberry, Arizona. We were going to be camping for the weekend starting Friday night to Sunday afternoon. We arrived at about 6 o'clock and it was already dark. My mom started a small fire and we got working on putting up our tents. We got that done about 30 minutes later. We had our dinner, some s'mores, and went to bed. I woke up at 10 as I needed to go pee, so I got out a flashlight and went out to pee. A few moments later, I started walking back to my tent and I heard something scratching on what I assumed was wood. I stopped and I looked around. There was nothing there. I jogged back to my tent and got in. Within a few moments after I got into my tent, I heard the scratching again. It was closer now, way closer. After a minute or two, it went away. I fell asleep 15 minutes later. I was awoken to a loud screech. It sounded like it was within 20 feet of us. I didn't dare go out there with whatever that thing was. I was still half asleep and I turned on my flashlight in the tent and pointed it to the walls of the tent. Big mistake. It was attracted to my light and walked to it. I saw its silhouette come into view. It was a large figure. Everything about it seemed human at first. Then I noticed the fingers. They had what looked like to be claws instead. The height of it was larger than any person I had ever seen. Its legs were not human-like either. They looked like they belonged to a goat. It started scratching on my tent, making holes in it. I saw a part of the tall figure. Its legs were, as I described before, goat-like. I was paralyzed. The thing scratched my leg while trying to get into my tent and I kicked it. To my surprise, it didn't scratch me again whenever I did that. Then the creature started to shrink. This is the best way I can describe it. And it was what appeared to be a wolf, and it got on its back legs and ran. I shit you not, it ran on its back legs. I got a first aid kit out of my bag and wrapped my leg. The cut wasn't too deep, but it was bleeding pretty good. I got out of my tent and went into my mom's tent. She was awake and as frightened as I was. Within 15 minutes, everything was in the car and we got out of there. It was probably 3 in the morning whenever this happened, and we got home at about 5 in the morning. Let's just say I'm not going camping again for a while. The user that sent me that story sent me a picture of the wound on their leg, but I don't think YouTube would allow me to show it, as there is a lot of blood. So unfortunately, I can't show you guys. The Mandela effect is a popular theory that suggests not only are there multiple parallel universes, but they're colliding and crossing in some way. This idea comes from the recent discovery that thousands, if not more, have false memories of certain events or facts. The most popular example, and apparently the first mention of the Mandela effect, was when a blogger named Fiona Broom brought this phenomenon to the public's attention in 2010. She explained that while at a convention, she and several others discussed that they always thought Nelson Mandela had died during his 1980s imprisonment. Once she took this idea and theory to the internet, it quickly grew momentum. People have shared examples of the Mandela effect ever since on varying platforms. Here are some of the best examples found to date. Number 15, We Are the Champions. In the car karaoke episode featuring Gwen Stefani, George Clooney, and Julia Roberts, the group sings the beloved Queen song, "We Are the Champions." When the song ends, they all wait in anticipation for the "of the world" part, but it never happens. The group is shocked and confused. Millions of people recall a last slow line singing "of the world" after the climactic end, but it apparently doesn't happen. If you search live footage, album, or in-studio recordings of the song, they all simply end with "We Are the Champions." And pretty much every time you watch it, you feel like something is missing. Number 14, Kit Kat. Apparently, plenty of people believe that the famous candy bar used to have a dash in its name. From a grammatical standpoint, it would also make sense considering the name is two words brought together. However, if you search up or just look at the label of a Kit Kat bar, there is no dash. The brand has also apparently never had a dash in the title, as most historical information surrounding the candy doesn't mention a change of the name. Something interesting is that mutton pies served at the Kit Kat Club in London, which is an 18th century English club, was known to be called Kit Kats with a dash. Could this tiny detail be the cause of thousands having a strong mismemory, or is there more to it? Number 13, Bernstein Bears. Perhaps the most popular example of the Mandela effect at work, and the example that really gained this theory some traction, is based on the well-known series of children's books and short movies. Many people believe that the spelling is Bernstein, B-E-R-E-N-S-T-E-I-N, when it's apparently Berenstain, B-E-R-E-N-S-T-A-I-N. Despite countless people remembering the spelling as Steen, it is wrong. People have begun pulling out their old books and VHS tapes and are shocked with what they found. YouTuber Ya Oughta Learn has made an in-depth analysis of this, where he uses the Wayback Machine to examine older websites where it is spelled like Steen before being changed to Stain with an A. He attributes this to website owners also having a false memory and later correcting themselves. There's no evidence of the authors or producers blatantly changing the name. Most evidence supports that it has always been this way, and either people just don't remember it correctly, or there's another nick in reality causing this difference. This is definitely an example that could have had an entire video on its own. Number 12, Oscar Mayer. This beloved meat company with its giant hot dog truck and friendly jingle has also been the victim of a universal flip. The company that many know as Oscar Mayer is apparently now spelled with an A as opposed to an E. Yep, that's right, it's now spelled M-A-Y-E-R. No matter how clearly you remember this image where it's spelled M-E-Y-E-R, when you Google the company photos from as far back as 1983, they all have the spelling with an A. Number 11, Jiffy Peanut Butter. Many people remember the popular brand Jiffy Peanut Butter. The problem is that this brand doesn't exist whatsoever. There is, however, the well-known brand Jif, but there has never been a brand or a spelling where it's Jiffy. Number 10, Mona Lisa. The famous painting of Mona Lisa has always had the tagline of Mona Lisa's smile. It was actually a key point of discussion for scholars around the world as to whether or not Mona Lisa's expression could be considered a smile, and how she could have held the position for so long during a multi-hour painting. However, as of late, when people see the painting, they clearly see a smile. Could this be the work of years of controversy simply convincing people that she's smiling, or is something more supernatural occurring? Many die-hard Mandela effect believers argue that Mona Lisa's appearance has changed over time. Those that have kept up with the painting and work written around it claim she used to be entirely emotionless, even though looking at the painting now, she's clearly smirking at least a little bit. Other details about the Mona Lisa have been described differently as well. Some remember her having clear embellishments on her dress or a grassy background opposed to the common mountainous one. Many people even claim she used to be looking in a different direction as well. Of all the examples of the Mandela effect tampering with reality, this would be the one that goes the furthest back in time. For believers, this would make you question everything around you that you thought you've always known. Number 9, Forrest Gump. In this American classic, people have always referenced the popular quote as, "Life is like a box of chocolates." According to the Wikipedia page and current clips, the quote goes, "Life was like a box of chocolates." Many people have attributed this to Gump's thick accent making it hard to clearly hear what he says, but others firmly believe this is the work of an unnatural twist in time. Which way do you remember it? Number 8. The Monopoly Guy. People around the world have no trouble remembering the beloved family game Monopoly. That sometimes took hours and sometimes tore the family apart. Something that millions remember incorrectly, though, is the depiction of the Monopoly Man, more formally known as Uncle Pennybags. Many people seem to remember Mr. Pennybags as having a monocle. Throughout the game's history, it's actually been a staple of the character. In the film Ace Ventura, the character dressed as the Monopoly Guy actually has a monocle. And when you look into images of others dressing as the mascot, they also have the monocle. However, when you Google Uncle Pennybags or Monopoly Guy alone, you can clearly see that there are no current depictions in which he has a monocle. Is it time to break out the dusty old board game and check for yourself? Number 7. Famous Darth Vader line. Many people remember this famous Star Wars line as, "Luke, I am your father." Even parodies of the scene are stated in the same way, and re-uploads of the clip are titled accordingly. However, when you view the clips now, he clearly states, "No, I am your father." Number 6. Apollo 13 quote. This example should be credited to the Reddit user Diplomatic for the related master post. The quote from the Tom Hanks Apollo 13 movie, "Houston, we have a problem," has gone down in history and media as one of the most famous quotes ever stated. While we already know this line isn't a carbon copy from the actual quote from astronaut James Lovell, we do know that it's slightly more famous thanks to Hollywood. The whole issue comes in when several outlets such as BuzzFeed and others claim that this was a misquote and it was actually "Houston, we've had a problem." According to these claims, everyone was remembering the movie quote incorrectly. Everyone already filed this into the category of a Mandela effect because so many people misremembered it and blamed a strange switch in the lineup of the universe. However, when going back now and watching the clips of the movie, it clearly states the original, "Houston, we have a problem." In fact, in a YouTube upload by Movie Clips, the comment section is filled with commentary on this issue. We would hope that the several websites, articles, and readers in agreement would have reviewed the movie before publishing something about a misquote. Could it be possible that the universe flipped back to its original position? Number 5. Fruit Loops. This minor misspelling has caused thousands of people to believe in the Mandela effect and question their favorite childhood breakfast cereal. Reddit user Wild Wasted Youth explained that while scrolling through Reddit, they came across a post that explained Fruit Loops with 2 O's in fruit was actually named Fruit Loops with the common and proper spelling of fruit. They discussed this with their friends, who were shocked to find out that it was no longer fruit with 2 O's and apparently never had been. Fast forward a couple months and the title has apparently changed back to fruit with 2 O's, with the same people freaking out that they remembered it solely as fruit with the proper spelling. This one is a bit hard to explain, and there are several opinions on when and if it changed and whether it changed back. Number 4. The second speeding up. When you're a child, one of the first things you learn is how to count, whether it's counting toys, learning the shapes of numbers, or counting seconds. It's a huge part of a person's childhood and something they're likely to never forget. Many people learn the method of 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi when learning to count seconds. This was done to keep a steady pace and assure that you didn't speed up or count too slowly. Another version of this was the popular 1 1000, 2 1000, and so on. Something strange that people have reported is that time seems almost faster now. People have practiced the same method when trying to teach their own children, but it seems abnormally slow. And when they turn to technology such as a stopwatch, wall clock, or cell phone, using these terms makes it hard to even keep up with the watch. Though it was never a problem when learning in the past, this one could easily be written off as different teaching methods and speaking styles. But it's something that has many people convinced that something in our universe has flipped to affect memories and affecting time. Number 3. Looney Tunes. Similar to the Fruit Loops issue, this is a minor change in one word of the title that has beloved fans confused and concerned. Many people remember the spelling as Looney Tunes with 2 O's, when it is, in fact, Looney Tunes. Tunes. Even greater confusion was raised with the Tiny Toons graphics where it's spelled the way people remember. It would also make sense to have the spelling as Toons because of the spelling in Looney and cartoon. Number 2. Spelling of Febreze. This is another minor change in the label of a well-known company that has conspiracy theorists believing something is askew in our reality. The air deodorizer known as Febreze is apparently spelled much differently in the opinions of some. The current spelling is Febreze with only 1 E, between the R and the Z. The way people remember it, though, is with 2 E's. Number 1. Billy Graham's death. Billy Graham is a famous Christian minister known all over the world for his TV spotlight throughout his career. He worked closely with politics and media during historical times such as the Civil Rights Movement and the Vietnam War. Many people were devastated and shocked when he died, except for the fact that he didn't die. Much like the original mismemory of Nelson Mandela, people remember Graham dying when he didn't. Despite people remembering that he died in 2009 and had a grand funeral which was live on TV, he's still alive today at 98 years old. Some remember seeing the funeral on TV, and some remember distraught family members who were fans of Graham. And some argue even now that he did in fact die. These memories, though strong, are completely false. Would it be possible for someone to die in another universe and be perfectly healthy in this one? More importantly, what kind of universal time flop would bring someone back from the dead? Hey everyone, I know I rarely do conspiracy type videos, so if you like this and you're wanting more of these types of videos, be sure to check out my friend All Time Conspiracies and their newest video. Their channel is full of content like this, and I highly recommend it if you're into that kind of stuff. Thanks for watching and have an awesome day. This story is told in the perspective of a female. This is a precautionary tale. I understand that this was all my fault, but even if I can help at least one person by telling my story, it's worth it. I don't drink as a general rule, but once a month or so I'll go out with friends and binge. My friends and I had a great night at a bar in the city and they eventually left. I was chatting up a guy, so I decided to stay. We went back to his place, and after a while I'm ready to head home, so I call an Uber to pick me up. I don't know where I am. I know the city I'm in, but not my exact location. I ordered the Uber, but it's taking forever. Requesting, so I cancel it and I try again. Pretty soon a car pulls up. I drunkenly mumble something like, "Is this the Uber?" And I hop in. That was a mistake. Ubers apparently are supposed to have some kind of marking on the vehicle. The guy pulls away and starts driving. We're chatting, I'm fumbling for a cigarette, and the next thing I notice is that we're headed on the highway, but in the opposite direction of where I thought we needed to drive, and we're going at a solid 90 miles per hour. Then I get a call from my Uber driver. He's there and I'm not, because I'm in the car with the fucking nutcase. I start texting my friend frantically, counting off mile markers for her. Then I realize that's going to do jack because she's probably drunk too. So I call 911, but I realize this guy is crazy. He's refusing to let me out of the car, so I've got to do it on the sly. It's been 40 minutes now. I'm terrified, I don't know where I am, and I don't know who this is. We're driving at over 100 miles per hour, weaving in and out of traffic, and this guy is trying to get me to hang up my phone call. Yo, get off the phone. Who the fuck are you calling? Better not be a snitch. He's also smoking pot, so I don't want to do anything that might provoke a violent reaction from him. Only because maybe he's been drinking too, or what other drugs does he have in his system? I start chatting to the 911 dispatcher as if it's my friend, praying that they'll catch on. Hey, it's me. Yeah, I'm with someone right now. We're driving past... No, it's not my Uber. I thought it was, but it's not. Yeah, it's a shame you can't come and meet me and bring friends. Thank God the operator catches on. He gets me to stay on the phone while he sends cops, and we develop a code. If I see cops, I'm supposed to casually put my hand out the window, which looks semi-normal because I'm smoking a cigarette. We pull into some random little housing complex and he busts out some powder and forms 2 lines. I now have confirmation that he does drugs, which means he's probably emotionally volatile. I relay this to the operator in code. Oh man, I wish you were here right now. This guy just busted out the coke. You'd love it. He's taking a really big bump. Pretty soon I could see the lights from the cop car, so I start waving my hand out the window. At this point, I don't care if he's onto me or not. I don't know if he has a weapon, but I slump down in my seat just in case things get hot. The cops surround us, get him out of the car, and then, once it's safe, they extricate me as well. They whisk me to the hospital for a drug test and evaluation, and that's where my story ends. On my way to the hospital, as I'm explaining all of this to the officer, I find out that, of this guy's 40-ish years on this earth, he's been in federal prison for 30 of them, for violent offenses. I want people to learn from my mistakes and, if nothing else, call 911 and stay on the line. I've been reading around this subreddit for a while now, and I'm a pretty keen observer, but through reading accounts of shit on here, I've become a lot more paranoid about certain things. And I think today is the day it paid off. I live in a basement apartment of a somewhat older building, at least 100 years old, I figure. There is no front door entrance to it, only 2 side entrances which tenants can use to reach the laundry room and 1 back door into the building, which only I have the key for, along with the building managers. I've only used the back door a few times, and that was for moving furniture in and out because my side entrances are impossible to use for stuff like that because the stairwell is so steep and the walls are so narrow. Otherwise, I never use the back door. Where I live, it's really snowy at the moment. Lots of ice and other stuff around. 2 days ago when I left through my usual side door, I noticed that there was a shoveled path to the back of the building, which literally no one has a single reason to do or be back there. There was nothing back there for use, only a door to get into my apartment like I said. I thought this was highly suspicious, but I chalked it up to whoever the contractor for snow removal was just trying to be thorough and clearing a path to the back because surely they don't know who uses the back door or not, and they have no reason to. Anyways, ever since the shoveled snow, I've been a bit more suspicious. 3 weeks ago, someone stole my motorcycle from the driveway close to the back door, probably 20 feet away, and it's put me on high alert because obviously I'm fucking pissed and violated that someone went so far as to steal my motorcycle from my driveway under video surveillance. Unfortunately, the cameras were broken / not set up right, so there actually was no recorded footage, only a big camera pointing at you. 2 nights ago, I stayed up literally almost all night reading stories on here because I couldn't sleep as it was. And reading the stories didn't make me feel any better about it. In fact, it's put me on hyper awareness. So last night, around 10:30 p.m. or so, I let my little dog outside for the last time of the night. I hadn't slept in 36 hours or so, like I said, and I was ready to pack it up. When I came back in from letting my dog out, I took a look at the back door and realized that the deadbolt was disengaged, which sort of unnerved me. The whole thing was highly unusual because there's no need for it to be. And on top of that, there's a key broken off inside the deadbolt, so I have literally no way to lock it at the moment. Alarms in my head are going off on all levels. I figure there is a chance that it's nothing, but as an extra measure, I put a giant brick in front of the door so that if anyone opened the door, the brick would move and I would know that someone used the door because of it. Then I went to bed. 3 o'clock in the morning comes around and my little dog starts barking her head off. And I think to myself, no one comes down to the basement at 3 a.m. The laundry room is across the hall from my apartment, but no one is doing laundry at 3 a.m. unless they're a meth head, and I heard no laundry being done. I get up and get close to our main door, being very quiet and letting my dog bark. My dog is a dachshund, by the way. Big bark, little bite, and it's noticeable. As I approach my door, I hear the doorknob jiggle a bit, but thankfully I engaged my deadbolt before bed. I am freaking the fuck out about this at this point. Thankfully, I've sort of prepared for this sort of situation in my mind. 1,000 times I've anticipated someone coming down and trying to open my door. Because I live in the city and there are shitty people who do shitty things like break into people's homes. I stand back from the door and yell to the man, "I have a Glock in my hands ready to unload with lethal force. The police are on their way. If you attempt to enter my premises, I will kill you." They weren't actually. I was just so amped up I didn't think about it at the time. I then heard footsteps book it out of there, up the side stairs and away. This morning I filed a complaint with my apartment complex demanding that they change the locks and take care of the situation. Lastly, here's a picture of my foot in comparison to one of the footprints they left. I'm posting this in case anyone thinks I'm lying for whatever reason. I just wanted to thank everyone on this sub for sharing your stories. You really saved my ass on this one. For a bit of backstory, my mom was dating an abusive prick at this time. We'll call him Ian. Because of Ian and the crazy fights they had gotten into, we couldn't lock up my house at all. He had kicked in both the front and the back door to the house, and they were never fixed. My mother and Ian were at the bar all day, every day. I only told you this so you would know why the house wasn't locked up and where my parents were when this happened. This incident occurred when I was around 12 years old and my little brother was around 10. I was a really small girl at this age and my brother was sick all the time, so he was very, very tiny and frail. My mother and Ian were at the bar, as usual. When you opened my front door, it would put you in the living room, and you could see the back door. There was a hallway to the right that led back into the bedrooms, and that's where my brother and I were. We were in his bedroom with the door closed, playing something on a PlayStation. It was around midnight or 1 a.m. and we were playing and having a good time when I heard a weird noise. My brother didn't hear it though, and I really didn't want to creep him out. I told him that I wanted to go get a drink and told him to stay in the room and that I would bring him something. To get to my kitchen, you would have to walk down the hallway, and that was in front of both the front and the back door because it was behind the living room. I kept hearing strange noises, so before I left out of my brother's room, I told him to get into the closet and work on our fort so that it would be ready when I was done getting our drinks and a snack. I raised my little brother for the most part and took care of him. I had a terrible feeling, a sense of dread. I could tell something wasn't right, and this was a way to get my brother to hide without scaring him. He frightened really easily and had really bad asthma attacks, and at this time we had no inhaler or his breathing treatment machine for him. Yeah, good going, Mom. I knew if he started having an asthma attack on top of being scared, it wouldn't be pretty. Anyway, I left the back room and decided to see what was going on. I start sneaking up the hallway as slowly and quietly as I could. I was terrified. I could feel that something was wrong. Before I made it to the end of the hallway, I hear a man. It sounded like he was growling. It was a deep, terrifying noise. I can't explain it, but the feeling that washed over me damn near made me puke. So I, of course, freeze. I have no one in this town, I don't know anyone, and my dad is living in a different state and my mom is at the bar drunk as hell. I was sitting there, trying to gather my courage to see what was around the corner and going over my options when I hear my brother's door open. He sees me and the look on my face and freezes. I remember his eyes going so wide with fear because he must have heard the growl or whatever it was too. I motion him with my hands to go back into the room and he does. I gathered the courage to peek around the corner, and what I saw still freaks me out to this day. It was horrifying. I saw a man, probably around 6'6" and 300 plus pounds, sitting on my couch with a wicked grin on his face. That grin and the look in his eyes will forever be burned into my head. By some stupid luck, the man didn't see me. I slowly, so slowly snuck back to my brother's room. I slowly shut the door and started going over my options. My little brother was already horrified because of the growling noise this man was making. I'm so thankful that he wasn't the one who saw what was out there. I mustered my brave big sister face and calmly told him that there was a man that I didn't know on the couch and he needed to be very quiet and I needed him to be brave and keep his breathing in check. My little brother adored me and looked up to me, so when I told him that I needed him to be brave, he tried his best. I told him not to move and he didn't. The first thing I tried was the window, but it wouldn't budge. It was completely stuck. I'm making myself stay calm for my brother's sake, but I know what's sitting out there. So since the window was stuck, I decided to start looking for a weapon. My older brother lived here and I knew he had swords somewhere. I don't remember where he was. As I'm looking for a weapon, I hear the man sing, "I know you're here." Fuck, my stomach knotted up, the hair on the back of my neck raised, and I instantly got a cold sweat. And then I hear it. My little brother had started wheezing. Asthma attack, fuck. I hugged him, reminded him about being brave, and told him to sit still and focus on his breathing. I started frantically trying to get my window open, but it was stuck. I looked around and started moving blankets when I find my older brother's cell phone that he always forgot. I remember thinking I was lucky and felt a bit of relief. I immediately called the police and told them what was going on. Hysterical at this point, but still remaining quiet. The dispatcher told me to remain on the phone so she could hear what was happening when the man started banging on our bedroom door. It had been 5 minutes into the phone call when this happened and I could no longer remain calm. I fucking lost it and started screaming. And I mean blood-curdling screaming, the kind of screaming that would send chills down your spine if you heard it. I forgot to mention that our bedroom had the only working lock, so the door was locked and he was trying to get in and banging on the door. His banging got louder and louder. He was screaming to let him in when it went completely silent. Then he did the creepiest, most terrifying thing ever. He started fucking laughing. "You know I could bust this door down in about 2 seconds, right, little girl?" Now he's lightly knocking on the door and asking me to open it. His demeanor completely changed. I then heard a scraping at the door. what I had imagined it was in my 12-year-old head was him scraping the door with really long fingernails or something. But that wasn't the case. That's when I hear the police start screaming at him to get on the ground and put his hands up. I heard him putting up a fight, followed by more yelling and, eventually, silence. After a few minutes, there was a knock on my door, but at this point, I was way too terrified to open it. I thought that this nightmare guy was still there. So being in my hysterical state, I started screaming. Something along the lines of, "No, no, please," over and over again. Sobbing and shaking. I couldn't stay brave for my little brother anymore. I was on the floor holding him this whole time, convinced we were going to die. Eventually, I calmed myself a bit, and this time a female officer was at the door, so I opened it. There were about 5 cops standing in the hallway listening to me being hysterical. I refused to let go of my brother at this point, but we both ran to this female officer and just collapsed sobbing hysterically. We had been so scared. It turns out that this guy was completely wasted and high on drugs. I remember the cops walking me up to him and having me stand in front of him to ask me if I knew who this man was, and I didn't. But I'll never forget standing in front of this huge man, looking into his brown eyes that were completely bloodshot and filled with hatred. I'll never forget that growling noise that he was making, or the look of pure horror in my little brother's eyes. My parents were called and investigated for leaving us alone like that and for the doors being like that. My mom is a different person now, doesn't drink, and is now married to a cop. She completely changed. I remember asking her about it later on, and she told me something that I didn't know. The man had a huge knife, so that's what he was scraping the door with. I still don't know how he didn't get to us, or why he didn't just bust the door down to get us. It would have taken one half-ass kick from him to kick the door down. It was super thin. It still creeps me out, and I've had nightmares from it. My husband doesn't understand why I get so furious with him when he leaves the door unlocked at night. I work 3rd shift, so I'll come home and the doors will be unlocked. It's infuriating because then I have to go through every room in the house and check the closets and the other places that a person could hide in. I have 2 kids, and they will never, ever go through what I did. This all took place when I was around 8 or 9. I lived in one of the more poor neighborhoods of Las Vegas and had always been taught the dangers of adults with bad intentions. I had a best friend at the time, Gavin, who apparently had not been taught the same as me. Every single day, Gavin and I would walk home from school. We would go the 3 blocks from the elementary school down to his house and then finally mine at the end of the street. We had been doing this for the better half of the school year without any incidents. However, all it took was one singular moment for that to change. Gavin and I were making our regular trek from school towards Gavin's house, making jokes and exploring what we were going to do that day. It was usually watching Pokemon and reenacting our favorite scenes from the most recent episode. As we turned onto his street, a beat-up old red truck stopped on the road, and a ratty-looking older man with a salt and pepper beard stuck his head out of the grimy-looking vehicle and immediately leaned towards Gavin and I, and in a sickly innocent voice filled to the brim with worry, he asked us, "Would you 2 help me find my dog? I think she's down the block. She likes to run off on me and I could really use your help." I was skeptical at best. I shook my head and explained that I really had to get home and that my mother was waiting for me, but Gavin promptly said yes and ran towards the truck without a second's hesitation. I was frozen in place. The truck took off and I was left on the side of the road cursing Gavin and wondering what in the hell was I going to do now. As a child, I didn't realize that moment could have been the last I would ever see of my best friend. I didn't put it together that the man was full of evil intentions and just wanted a child or 2 to do God knows what to them. A dozen thoughts ran through my mind of whether to get Gavin's mother or my own, but at the moment, the very real thought that he was attempting to kidnap us wasn't on my mind. All I know is that he gave me a very bad vibe and I was never to go off with strangers. I had only made it a couple more steps down the road before the unmistakable clunking of the man's red truck came up behind me. I froze in fear before it quickly took off, speeding away and leaving Gavin behind. I was so relieved. I turned and saw my friend clutching $1 to his chest and running towards me, showing off his new reward. I asked him if they had found the dog, and Gavin said no, that they drove around the block and that he was given the $1 and dropped back off on our street. We never told our parents, and I never saw the man again, but it wasn't until years later I realized that the only reason that man let Gavin go was because I didn't go out there, and an 8-year-old would know what the man looked like and what car he drove if Gavin never came back. I was 21. I transferred to a college in San Francisco. I checked out a room for rent on Craigslist. It was in a really nice 2-bedroom apartment. It was cheap rent and close to campus, so it was the ideal spot. The girl who lived there was 29 and her name was Beth. She was tall and wide, and she had jet black hair and wore pale makeup. She seemed nice, although a little quiet, but she seemed to like me and agreed to let me move in. So far, so good. My first night there, we went out for pizza, and that's when I could tell that something was a little bit off with her. Throughout dinner, she kept telling me how much I looked like Shia LaBeouf. I didn't know what to say, so I just shrugged it off with a thanks. I mean, I looked nothing like Shia LaBeouf, so it just didn't make any sense to me. When we got back home, she asked if I had seen her room yet. I said no, and she took me to see it. Her walls were covered in posters of Shia LaBeouf. She had even printed out photos of him all over her mirror. She owned all of his movies. I mean, I didn't know what to make of it. It was creepy. The whole night she had been saying I look like him, and now it's obvious to me that she's obsessed with the guy. A few weeks passed, and I never really saw her that much. We didn't spend any time together, really. She would come home from work and practically run to her room. She would spend the whole night in there. She had this really creepy high-pitched giggle, and I would hear her giggling through the walls at night. I wondered what the hell she could possibly be doing. Occasionally, she would come out and talk for like 2 minutes, and then she would always be slurring her words, so I suspected she was drinking a lot. Sometimes she wouldn't say anything, and she would just stand in the hallway and watch me in the living room. I would turn and see her and be surprised and say something like, "Hello, Beth." And then there would be this long, awkward pause, and she would just give out her creepy, high-pitched giggle. It was uncomfortable being around her. She gave me the chills. One night, I woke up at around 2 a.m. because I heard what sounded like the front door being unlocked. I came out of my bedroom and all the lights were off. but I could still see Beth standing at the front door. She had her face against it, and she was turning the lock back and forth over and over again. And every time she turned the bolt, she mumbled my name.
Max. Max. Max.
Seeing her standing in the dark and mumbling my name really freaked me out. And it doesn't help that she kinda looks like a bigger version of the girl from The Ring. I just quietly went back to my room and tried to sleep. One night, I was watching Gladiator and she stumbled out of her room and turned on the living room light, forcing me to pause the movie, which was annoying. She then asked me if I wanted to hear about her ex-boyfriend. It was an uneasy segue into the topic, but I just said sure and then awkwardly sat back to listen to her. 10 minutes into her story and she was extremely riled up. She was screaming at the top of her lungs about their breakup. I was worried that the neighbors were going to call the cops, and she wasn't listening to me when I was asking her to lower the volume. Amidst all of her screaming, one thing she said really freaked me out. She was in such a fit and she yelled that she'll slit his fucking throat. That was a big game changer. Suddenly, I had no idea what this girl was capable of. I mean, she was practically a stranger, and everything I had seen was becoming alarmingly disturbing. After a few more minutes, she told me thanks for listening and started doing her giggle. I got out of there pretty fast and went to my room to go to sleep. I had a pretty unsettling feeling about being in the house with her. And what's worse is that there was no lock on my bedroom door. I pushed the edge of my dresser in front of it to act as like a little barricade. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of my dresser scraping against the floor. Beth was pushing the door open. I turned on my light, shouting at her to stop. I could see her through the opening of the door. She was so drunk and had this insane look in her eyes. I pushed the door closed and yelled at her to go to bed. I could hear her walk back to her room, but I couldn't fall back asleep. The next morning when I went out into the hallway, my heart dropped. I saw that one of her steak knives was on the floor by my door. I got goosebumps all over my arms. All I could think about was her saying she would slit that guy's throat. I confronted her about it, and she said she didn't remember trying to push my door open. She said she didn't even remember telling me about her ex. I had enough. My lease was month to month, so I found a new spot and moved out. About a month after I moved out, she contacted me. I was at the movies and my phone was off. When I got out, I turned my phone on. And to my shock, I received 40 plus text messages that she had sent me over the past 2 hours. They were all just insane texts that ranged from everything between, "Hi, how are you?" to "I fucking hate you." It was insane. I didn't respond, and I never heard from her again. I always wonder, if I hadn't set my dresser in front of my door, would she have quietly crept into my room and slit my throat? It freaks me out. When I was 22, I moved 1,000 miles away from my Midwest home to the beautiful foothills of Tennessee. I had a new job, new car, and a nice apartment, but didn't know a soul outside of work. If my phone rang, I expected to hear a faraway family member or my long-distance boyfriend, still in college. This was a landline, no cell phones yet. Despite being very alone, I was managing well with the excitement of all the new things in my life. I had only been living there for about 2 weeks when the unwanted calls started. The first call. A man's friendly voice asked what I was doing. I couldn't place him and thought maybe it was one of my cousins or uncles, as I have a huge extended family. I ask his name. He laughs a little and his tone gets dark, a bit angry. He says, "You know exactly who this is, darling." I pause, deciding if this guy simply called the wrong number or is a creep. I choose the former, laugh, and politely tell him he has the wrong number. He then recites my brand new, unlisted, unpublished phone number and my name. What the fuck? An intense chill races through me. I've only ever given my new number to my parents, sister, boyfriend, apartment manager, and employer. I'm new to this city and this state. He does not like it when I tell him he called the wrong number. and he starts yelling at me, then tells me in a much calmer voice the many vulgar things he's going to do to me. I hang up and brush it off. He calls again around 1 a.m. I tell him to fuck himself and hang up. He keeps calling, so I unplug the phone and return to sleep. However, as days go by, the calls continue and escalate. He starts mentioning personal things about me. Said he liked the white quilt on my bed. He knew what was in my fridge, said that he was allergic to cats and I had one, and then he asked me if I was in love with Mary. As I listened to his words, I was standing in my kitchen looking at the calendar taped to the fridge. It had Mary written in pink on the 17th with a heart around it, because Mary is my sister and the 17th is her birthday. I started shaking and crying because suddenly I realized this creep had been in my apartment. I was alone with no friends or family to run to for the night. It was just me versus a creepy mystery man. I didn't sleep much that night. Early the next morning, I talked to the apartment complex manager before heading to work, telling her what happened and that I want the locks changed that day. She gets a weird look on her face, and after a long pause, she says that she knows who's been in my apartment and that it, quote, won't happen again. What? Turns out, she had a creepy, rapey maintenance guy who noticed a young woman moving into an apartment alone and thought I was his new pet. She had the locks changed immediately and promised that she would personally keep the other key. Although the calls stopped, I was paranoid for a year as I came and went from my apartment because I never even knew what this guy looked like. I moved out the moment my lease was up. Only after thinking about it years later did I realize that her weird expression likely meant that it had happened before. Plus, I don't even think she fired him. I regret not calling the cops. I was young and naive. I hope you can learn from this story. When I was about 12, my great-uncle John came from the Ukraine to visit us in Canada. He had a lot of stories, but this was the one that stood out. In the late 1960s, John was traveling by train from his village to another to visit family. He had to change trains at one point and was dropped off at what amounted to a platform and a hut in the middle of nowhere. There was no one else at the station, and other than a dirt road that led off into the surrounding woods, there was nothing else there. He waited for some time, but no train came. It was winter and getting colder and darker, and just about the time he started worrying about a place to stay and some food to eat, an old woman appeared. She asked if he was waiting for the train, and when he said he was, she said it wouldn't be along until the following day. She asked if he needed a bed for the night and offered him a meal and room at her house, which she said was about an hour's walk from the station. Lodging with locals was more or less the standard when traveling in this part of the USSR, and Great Uncle John wasn't looking forward to a hungry night on a cold platform, so he was glad to accept her offer. He took his suitcase and they set off together down the dark road into the forest. It was more than an hour away, more like 2, and by the time they arrived at the woman's small 2-story house, John was tired and hungry. They went inside and the woman lit some oil lamps and warmed some borscht for them. It was the first time John was able to see the woman clearly, and he was a bit startled to realize that the old woman was actually a man. Not wanting to pry and too tired to care, John finished his soup and asked where he would be sleeping. She led him up the stairs to a tiny room with a window that contained a single bed and nothing else. He thanked her, they said goodnight, and she closed the door. Then she locked it, leaving him in the dark. Somewhat creeped out by this, John called out to her, but she didn't answer and he heard nothing else. Figuring he would deal with it in the morning and that she had probably done it by mistake, John set his suitcase down and laid on the bed, deciding to just make the best of it and get some sleep. Before he could fall asleep though, he felt the urge to pee, and he got out of bed hoping to find a chamber pot or something he could pee in. He got onto his hands and knees and began to feel under the bed in the darkness, thinking that that's where the pot would be if there was one. Instead, he found a body. Great Uncle John freaked out and went right to the window to see if he could exit the room that way. It was nailed shut. He knew that if he remained in the room, he was probably a dead man. But if he broke the window and tried to get out that way, there was a good chance that the old woman, and who knows who else was there, would hear him and come into the room before he would get away. So he did the only thing he could do. He pulled the body from under the bed, heaved it onto the mattress, and covered it with a blanket. Then he got under the bed and waited. Sure enough, about an hour later, he heard footsteps coming slowly up the stairs and then toward the room. The lock clicked and the knob turned slowly. John saw someone move towards the bed. Then he heard several thuds. The person had bashed the body on the bed with a large crowbar, which they then dropped onto the floor right in front of John. There was silence. Then the person went out of the room and the door was shut again. The footsteps went down the stairs and then there was silence again. John moved out from under the bed, took the crowbar, and was able to slowly pry the window open. He didn't say, but I imagine he was shitting bricks the entire time. When the window was up, he threw his suitcase out, then dove through himself, not caring what was below him, only worried about what was behind. He landed without too much injury and began to run into a field behind the house towards some lights in the far distance. It turned out to be a highway with some military and transport trucks on it, and John was able to get a ride to another village where he would catch a train. He didn't bother reporting what had happened to the authorities since, at the time in the USSR, there was a distinct chance that he would have been the one who got into trouble. He just thanked God he escaped and decided that the next time he traveled to visit relatives, he would take another way. I had cared for an elderly woman with no family who came to us when her husband died. She didn't speak often, but when she did, it was usually just words that made no sense together. I felt so bad for her because ever since she had arrived, so many of the residents in her area that she seemed to enjoy spending time with had passed in such a short time span. She put up a picture of each of them next to her pictures of her husband and several others who were probably family to remember them. I had always just felt so sorry for her, and so I showed her extra attention and we eventually became pretty close. It just seemed so unfair that she had such luck and kept losing people that she cared about. One day, she looked at me and said, plain as day, "Sweetie, I think I'm done now," and handed me a picture. It was a picture of me, and I smiled because it touched my heart that I was that important to her. She passed nearly a week later, and I cried for days. It really hit me hard. She knew it was the end for her, and she said goodbye as best as she could. A little less than 2 years later, I was talking with a colleague and she came up in conversation. My colleague referred to her as "that crazy bitch," which seemed very out of character for her, and it shocked and offended me deeply. I expressed this to her, not so nicely, and she looked at me with this shocked look and said, "Oh dear, do you not know?" and then explained something to me that I hadn't known. As it turned out, it came out sometime after she had passed that she had killed her husband by poisoning him, and that there was an investigation because it appeared that she had a ritual of befriending someone, obtaining a picture of them, and hiding the picture until she could kill them, usually by poisoning, and then displaying the picture as a sort of trophy. It was suspected that this may have been the reason for the spike in mortality rate during her stay, and the considerable number of photos in her collection. Last I heard, the old family photos weren't any relation to her, and the police were trying to ID the individuals and compare them to several cold cases. CNA here. I've been working night shifts at hospitals for about 7 years now, and I have quite a few stories. I went into work one night and Jen, one of the nurses, told me and my coworker Jay the creepiest thing happened a few hours earlier. A patient had passed abruptly in one of the rooms. The room was cleaned and was quickly occupied by another patient who had coded, was pronounced dead but was resuscitated. Soon after being admitted to his room, he started to complain to the nurse. He kept saying things like, "I can't be in here. This man won't stop looking at me. He's really worried about his dog. His dog doesn't know that he's dead." She had assumed he was just seeing things and said, "Oh yeah, well, what does he look like?" He described the deceased patient perfectly. I could see the chills running down her spine as she was telling us her story. Turns out the man did have a dog as well. The new inmate was moved to another room. Jay started talking about how he doesn't believe in ghosts, how they aren't real, how he wants to see it, and that tonight he's going to provoke it so it can show itself. 3 a.m. rolls around and all three of us are at the nursing station. Jay starts playing YouTube videos of various puppy sounds. Soon after, 2 lift team guys come up and we forget what we're doing and start another conversation. Suddenly, we all hear it, except for Jay. A dog bark in the same room, loudly, clear as ever. The lift team guys say, "Does someone have a dog in here?" Jen and I simultaneously shit ourselves. I have other stories, but that one really got to me. Shadow men are real, and I've seen one firsthand. And spirits love playing with elevators. I'm a 20-year-old male. I'm not a huge guy. I stand 5'7", 160 pounds. For this story, I will be using abbreviations of the areas around where I live. Those who have been near Philly will probably be able to understand them, but honestly, I don't give a fuck. I live in a town I'll call T-Dale, Pennsylvania, close to a town I'll call Seaville, which some in our area consider the equivalent to Philly due to violence, drugs, etc. I work security in a hospital within this town, where my job puts me in the psych ward, morgue, and ER. Yeah, I know, it's kind of all over the place, but this is important. I'm going to tell 2 stories. Before I continue, I'm warning you that these will, indeed, be very graphic and disturbing. This is your only disclaimer. The things I've done here stuck with me, and there isn't a day that goes by that I don't think about some of these occurrences. It's a less affluent hospital. So much so that the hospital kind of abuses our security contract and has us do some wild things that we probably shouldn't be doing. Obviously, with nearby Seaville, we get some very lower class people coming by and fucking shit up with their drugs. The first story I'll be telling deals with the morgue. As usual, I received a call from the ICU that someone had recently passed away, so I went to bag the body. The man who passed was an older man, probably around late 50s to mid 60s. I didn't ask how he died because, let's face it, it's not my problem or concern. So I slapped on my gloves and got him into the body bag. Before I zipped the bag, I stopped and I stared at him. I felt odd and uncomfortable. I've dealt with far more fucked up bodies, missing limbs or exposed organs. But this one had no apparent injuries, and yet I was so uncomfortable. Anyway, I snapped out of my haze, zipped him up for the funeral home, and dragged his ass down to the morgue. I followed procedures and placed him in the freezer. Keep in mind that I brought his body down on a cart and only moved his body from the bed to the cart, so there wasn't a whole lot of movement. Anyway, I placed him in the freezer and waited for the funeral home to arrive. When they did, I brought them to the freezer where I would transfer the body into their possession. It's actually more of a hassle than it is a complex job. Just find the bag, have them sign, and pick them up to put them on the cart. So I pull my new friend out of the freezer for the funeral home, and immediately things start to become weird. The funeral home claimed I had the wrong body, and I'm just like, what the fuck? There was no way it was the wrong body. There were only 2 bodies in the freezer, the other body being a 16-year-old who had been hit by a fucking train, so there was no way that I messed this up. After some minor accusations, the funeral home realized it was the right body. I mean, come on, it's kind of hard not to. There's a tag on the outside of the bag with their name on it, which the man looked at for a solid minute before even agreeing. But then it happened. One man unzipped the bag and I was forced to take a step back. The man I had just placed in the morgue was contorted, with his arm behind his back, laying on his right side and his left arm strewn in front of him. And his mouth, it was frozen in a scream with his eyes bulging. My mind raced. How could this be? I laid him in the bag on his back with his arms at his side. And before you say someone else touched the body or moved it, you're wrong. I was the only officer on duty and I had the only keys to the freezer, so I was the only one with access. I would never be disrespectful or unprofessional. And to adjust his mouth or eyes? How could his body possibly have been fucking contorted? The funeral manager began to rant about how it was possible I could be such a scumbag to leave the body in such a manner. I was silent. There was nothing I could say. They re-zipped the body and left angrily. I was still in shock. I mean, I don't know how he died, but I know he didn't die screaming. To this day, I'm still baffled about the whole thing. Another story I have is on my second day when I was working in the psych ward and got a call from my manager. He told me to report down to the ER right away. I was nervous because I thought, shit, did I already fuck my job up? I walk on down to the ER and meet up with my manager, who was in the presence of 2 other guards. He walks up to me and tells me the scenario, and apparently a family came in to see their 4-year-old daughter in the ER. The mother, father, and grandparents were waiting for the doctor. The only problem was, they didn't realize the 4-year-old girl was already dead. The story goes, the girl was sitting on the back of her father's tractor and he had put it in reverse. Somehow, the girl slipped and the father unfortunately didn't know until it was too late. Her skull was crushed by the tractor wheel and she most likely died almost instantly. We were there to make sure the family didn't freak out too badly, and what ensued I will never forget and be tortured by for the rest of my life. When the doctor finally appeared and gave the grave news, I had to sit and listen to the family scream, screech, cry, and curse for 2 hours. Their yells of pain are burned into my brain and I still hear it sometimes. As the new guy, they sent me to do the next part with a former Marine. We walked to the room with the deceased and stared at what was in front of us. The corpse of a little girl lay before us on a table. Her skull was caved in, and it looked as if you baked ziti with skull fragments, brains, and other stuff. The prior Marine and I froze and stood there for a minute. I honestly don't give a fuck about people, and dead bodies don't faze me. But this being the first child I had to deal with, it really got to me. Slowly, with my shaking gloved hands, I moved the girl into the bag. Before I finished zipping the bag, I looked once more into the cavern that used to be capable of forming an innocent child's smile. No longer would it be able to. That image, along with the family's screams, will stick with me forever. I've always been depressed, but honestly, this job gave me a new feeling of respect for life. I've done a lot more fucked up things, but this is all I want to talk about for now. Maybe I'll send in more soon. I don't know, you can call bullshit, whatever. I needed to tell someone, and it took me a while to finally be comfortable with what's happened to me. I'm writing this on Christmas. I hope you all had a merry holiday, and hopefully I don't have to see you soon. Hey everyone, if you were looking for more creepy type hospital stories rather than unsettling or disturbing, I did a video a while back on hospital horror stories, but it's more focused on scary encounters with people within the hospitals in case you didn't get what you wanted with this video. That'll be in the description and on screen at the end of this video. I debated even including the last story in this one, but the person who sent in the last 2 stories included proof of where they worked and stuff like that. I know a lot of you request more of the EMT stories, and it kinda reminded me of those, so I figured I'd include it. Anyways, I was thinking of doing a giant subscriber stories video that included a ton of different topics. So if you've ever had a scary experience, whether it be a camping story, a home invasion, a stalker story, anything, please send it into corpsehusbandstories@gmail.com. I will also have my email in the description. Please make sure you make the subject of the email whatever kind of story it is. If you just title the subject of the email "Scary Story" and nothing else, it'll make it a lot harder for me to find. So that's about it. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you didn't, I recommend the other hospital stories video I did. Stay safe and have an awesome day. Well, you guys obviously liked the last McDonald's stories video I did, so I'm doing another one. Like I mentioned in the last McDonald's video I did, these stories aren't the type to make you sit in your room absolutely terrified. However, they are extremely creepy and odd. Anyways, let's begin. It was about 3 in the morning and I was on my way to my job at my local McDonald's to open with one of my favorite managers there with me. She told me to text her when I got there so that she could let me inside. Once I pulled in, I noticed a man standing outside of his car in the farthest corner of the parking lot. He was shooting me this sort of menacing stare. Let me point out that it's completely pouring outside. I was really confused as to why this guy wasn't just sitting in his car. I then parked and texted my manager to let me inside. Seconds later, I noticed her at the door opening it for me. Upon walking up to her, I say my usual good morning. I was stopped mid-sentence by her rushing me inside and saying, "Did you see that guy outside?" I told her yes, and she proceeded to help me refill sauces, napkins, and things like that. My manager then told me that she's going to check the security tapes just to make sure that everything during the period that the restaurant was closed was okay. Minutes later, my manager called me into her office for whatever reason. She told me to look at the screen, and it showed that the same man was standing outside. The time was 12:47. She then fast-forwarded the tape to reveal that the man had been standing outside the entire time up until now. And at this point, it's about 3:50 a.m. I ran to the front lobby and I noticed him still standing over by his car. I figured, or was hoping, that he was probably just on something and he was waiting for us to open so that maybe he could get breakfast. I resumed filling sauces again and making sure everything was in working order, until I was abruptly interrupted by banging at the front door. I walked over and noticed a figure right outside the front door. It was the man. I yelled that we were closed and that he would have to come back later. That didn't seem to faze him as he continued to bang on the door. I walked away, figuring that he was just being an asshole, when suddenly I heard a loud crash. I ran to the lobby to see the glass door broken and the man beginning to step inside. I yelled for my manager and told her that we needed to leave through the back door, and we did just that. We booked it to our cars and both called the cops. They arrived in about 15 minutes and came outside the restaurant with a dirty-looking man in cuffs. They said he was hiding in the back janitor's closet with a large knife in his hand. So that's my story, and also the reason I'm never working early mornings again. I've been working at McDonald's now for over 5 years, and this is still my creepiest experience there. This happened 2 years ago when I was 18 and I had been working my first overnight shift on front counter. I usually work in the kitchen on overnights, so I had no interactions with any of the customers until then. I was working from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m., which is a usual overnight shift for us. Around 3 a.m., I was making some fries when I noticed a man standing there and trying to take pictures with his cell phone of me and my other female coworker, Rebecca. I pointed it out to her and she just rolled her eyes in annoyance and went to take an order on drive-thru, telling me it happened a lot from people. I was instantly uncomfortable. I wanted to tell the manager, but he was in the office doing his manager stuff and I really didn't want to bother him. I went over with what felt like a nervous smile and quickly did my usual greeting. "Hi, what can I get for you?" He just kinda looked at me and stayed quiet. He was about 5'8", white, early 20s, medium build with dark hair and brown eyes. An average man, I would say, but something about his piercing glare made me feel super uncomfortable. Then he smiled a smile that sent shivers down my spine. "I'll just have a coffee black, sweetie," he said, and I could instantly smell the alcohol on his breath. I nodded and told him the price before he pulled out a $5 bill and went to hand it to me, making sure our hands touched. I avoided his gaze and went to hand back his change when he winked and went to go wait for the coffee. I went to go make it as fast as I could, but just my luck, we were out of coffee on both the front counter and the drive-thru, as we don't sell much through the night. I turned around and kept as little eye contact as I could. "I'm sorry, I'm going to have to brew you a fresh pot. Should only take about 3 minutes." "Don't worry, I don't mind. I have quite the view while I wait," he replied, shooting me a wink, and I just smiled awkwardly and looked away. I had to make sure I didn't fall behind on my shift, so I began to set up the muffins on the display so that we had them all ready for breakfast, which in Canada starts at 4 a.m. "So, Susan," I heard from behind me, realizing it was the guy. I instantly tensed, wondering how he knew my name before I noticed I had my name tag on and quietly cursed to myself. I turned around and looked at him and he said, "So, what time are you stuck here until tonight, beautiful?" I instantly panicked, as I don't do well in situations like this. 7, I said nervously, which then the guy gave me a huge grin. "Oh, so you still have time before you're off, eh?" I nodded and noticed the coffee was done pouring, so I went over and made his coffee as he watched me with an intense stare. I handed it to him before saying "have a nice night," earning me another wink. He then waved and said as he turned around, "I'll see you later, Susan." I watched as he walked out the door and tried to calm myself down. He doesn't actually know when I'm off, so I was okay, I thought to myself. 6 a.m. rolled around and it was finally time to go. I still felt a little paranoid about the guy, but knew it was now in the past. My coworker Chris was going to drop me off at home as we carpooled, so we got our stuff together and we left. As we were heading to his car, I noticed a parked car with someone in it. And of course, it was the guy. I panicked and quickly told Chris that that was the guy, as I had told him what had happened not long ago. He instantly brought me into his coat and did his best to keep me hidden as we walked to his car. He made sure no one followed the car, dropped me off, and watched as I went inside, telling me to stay safe. I thanked him before going into my house and going to bed. The next day, I went into work and got asked by my manager how I got home. I told him that Chris gave me a ride home. My manager got this confused look and said something that made my blood run cold. Oh, that's strange because some guy was here looking for you just before 7. He said he was there to pick you up." I thought before that the man's intentions weren't good. Just the way he looked at me and spoke to me like I was prey. And this pretty much confirmed it. Since then, I have refused to work front counter overnight shifts, and we no longer wear our name tags on overnight shifts. Like the video. This may not be the scariest or most action-packed story ever, but this is seriously one of the creepiest encounters both me and my friend have ever had. So, me and my friends had just seen the new Leonardo DiCaprio movie, The Revenant, a film he deserves an Oscar for, I'd like to add. Anyway, once the movie had finished, my friends Owen and Samuel decided they weren't hungry and then headed home. Now it was only me and my other friend Jake left. We decided to hit the town and get something to eat for dinner. We looked in a few shops on the way, but we weren't really that interested in buying anything. We eventually decided to go to McDonald's. Yes, I know, it's not the best thing to have for dinner, but we were 14 and we weren't fussed about going to a bigger place to eat. After what felt like a lifetime walking down the town, we got to the McDonald's. We went to the bigger 2-story McDonald's, as we were in the city center of Edinburgh and everywhere else was busy. Anyway, me and Jake took our food up to the 2nd floor, as the 1st floor was pretty filled up. We sat down in a little section that had about 4 or 5 tables in it, only one of which was available. So we sat down at the free table and began to eat. I had just taken a bite out of my food when I looked up and noticed that an old woman sitting alone at the table behind us was staring at me. I dismissed it at first and thought maybe she was looking at the wall behind me. I didn't think much of it. I mean, who would, right? I have a tendency to look around the room I'm in when I'm eating, so my eyes did occasionally look past the woman. When my eyes did pass the woman, however, she, yes, you guessed it, was still staring at me. I didn't know whether or not I should tell Jake about it at this point. He was facing me, so he couldn't see her, and I also thought I was being paranoid at first. But at this point, red flags were now definitely going off in my head. The woman didn't even have anything in front of her to eat. There was just a coffee cup on her tray, which was clearly empty. She was wearing a bright pink jacket and had a big stain on the right shoulder and dark blue glasses that made her eyes look huge. A few minutes passed and she was still staring at me, but now her eyes were as wide as physically possible, so it's fair to say at this point she was glaring at me. I don't even think she was blinking either, which was really adding to the things that were off about this woman. I tried my best not to lock eyes with her, but it was quite difficult. After another 2 minutes of the woman staring directly at me, I decided that it was time to tell Jake what was going on, because I was starting to feel uneasy and he was picking up on it. I didn't want her to hear me speaking as our tables were relatively close to each other, so I picked up my phone and texted Jake what was happening. He tried to turn around, making it look like he was just looking around. He noticed her as well, and we tried laughing it off, which was working until things got a little weirder. The woman started talking to herself, glaring at me still. From this point on, when I looked in her direction, she would raise her hands to her face and start aggressively whispering to them. And she was spitting everywhere, and when I looked away from her, she dropped her hands back onto her lap and began glaring again, still occasionally saying things to herself. Neither me or Jake could make out what she was saying, but I'm pretty sure I heard her say she was speaking to someone called John. The stares, glares, and whatever you want to call it continued and continued. By this point, I could barely focus on eating, and neither could Jake. Now thinking about it, I think she was done with her drink before we even sat down, so why stay so long? She started getting louder with her conversation, but everyone at the tables around us were oblivious to what was happening. The seconds that passed felt like minutes now, and she was practically yelling things to herself. When she did, I made clear eye contact with her after this, and I swear she said something directly to me in an aggressive whisper, but it was too quiet to make out. I think she said something along the lines of, "You mutt," at the end of her sentence. Me and Jake decided to wait this out and just sit until she left. We had long finished our food by this point. Unless she was whispering to her hands, she was still glaring at me, now with a horrifying grin which made my skin crawl. Is this woman crazy? Or is she just a really socially awkward freak that liked to stare at boys eating? The woman eventually got up. On her way out, she violently threw her handbag at the floor, yelled something at the top of her voice at it, picked it up intensely, and stormed down the stairs out of sight. I had no idea what had just happened, but her face definitely sent shivers down my spine, and her behavior was beyond abnormal. Me and Jake sat there for another few minutes to make sure she had definitely left and not gone to the bathroom or something. Then we practically legged it out of there and we never saw her again. Like I said, not an action-packed story, but just imagine if all of this had happened to you. It would definitely creep you out and make you feel uncomfortable. It certainly made me feel uneasy anyway. Since then, I have never gone to that particular McDonald's at night again. I remember working the night shift the other night at a local McDonald's. I had to fill in for my friend Kiara, who called in sick. This night was probably one of the most terrifying nights I have ever worked. It was dead around 11 p.m. and I was asked by the manager to sweep the floors until a customer came in. One customer came in and he looked a bit rough. Bald, long rusty beard, glasses, sandals, and just clothes that had stains on them. I go over to the register and say, "Hi, can I get you anything?" He then said, "Yes, can I have a large coffee, please?" I take his order, give him his coffee, and tell him to have a wonderful night. He smiles. I go to sweep the floor again, and I see the man is sitting a bit close to where I would be sweeping, which is usually under the tables and just around the floor. When I reached his table, he says, "You're very beautiful." I smile and say, "Thank you very much." He says, "Can I give you a ride home when you get off work?" I say no thank you and that I have a ride home. He went from the nice man that I had took the order from to just pure rude. He asks me, "What's your schedule?" I tell him that I'm not allowed to give that information out, sorry. He takes his coffee and goes back outside. The next night after that, Kiara and I worked together with my other guy friend, Jack. I told Kiara about the guy from the night before and she gave me this weird facial expression. Jack comes over to me and says, "Hey, is everything okay?" I tell him about the guy from the night before, and he gave me a look of terror. What he said to me ran chills down my spine. "That man called the restaurant earlier and asked about you." Just then, my blood ran cold as I saw the man walk back into the restaurant. Kiara's face went pale and Jack's jaw was dropped. My stomach turned in knots as I said, "Hi, can I get you anything tonight?" He says, "No, but can I take you home?" Jack steps out and says, "No, she ain't going anywhere with you. Get out of here before I call the cops." The manager got pissed off at Jack for leaving his position at the drive-thru window while Kiara was frying burgers. Jack agreed to switch positions with me until the morning crew came in. The manager asked me to take the trash outside, and I nervously said okay. Jack, on the other hand, was pissed that the manager even asked me to do that. Jack was nice enough to take it out for me. I stayed inside while Jack took out the trash. Jack comes back in and pulls me to the janitor's closet and says, "That guy was waiting for you in his truck with 5 other big guys in there." I felt sick to my stomach when he said that. Jack informs the manager, and the manager, like the asshole that she was, says, "He's not gonna hurt anyone. He's harmless. Get back to work." The next morning, me and Jack worked together, and my other coworker Taylor informed me that the man had came back and told her my schedule, and that he'll wait for me to come back in today. Eventually, he came in. Jack, being the good friend that he was, told him to get the hell out of the restaurant and to never come back again or else he would call the cops. Jack lost his job because of this, but to me he was just looking out for me. I cried so hard when Jack lost his job because I know Kiara and I would be working alone without anyone else there to protect us. But I never saw the man again after that. I quit my job at McDonald's and so did Kiara. Me, Jack, and Kiara now live in the same apartment building and work at a grocery store. I don't know what could have happened to me if I took out the trash that night and not Jack. Subscriber stories video soon. I'm just waiting on really good stories, so if you have any, please send them in. Thanks for watching. When I was about 13, my parents and I moved to an old house. It was at least 90 years old. It was large and it was in pretty good condition for a house that old. I was an only child and I got the second biggest room on the second floor, and that room was huge. Sometimes my parents left me at home by myself for a few hours. Whether they were going shopping or on a date, I always asked to stay at home. I didn't mind staying at home because I like to think of myself as responsible and trustworthy. It made me feel special. One night at around 6 p.m. or so, my parents had to go run some errands. They were the kind of people who spent long hours out shopping for the best deals, and they used a lot of coupons on whatever they could. And I didn't want to be involved in any of that at all, so I decided not to go and stayed home. I stayed in my room and watched some TV. Then, at around 8 p.m., I got hungry and decided to get a snack. Now, at this point, the house is very dark, so I grab my cell phone and use it as best as I can to light up the hallway, since the hallway didn't have a light. Now, this was before cell phones had built-in flashlights, so I just used all the light my screen could give until I made it to the kitchen. The kitchen light had been left on by my parents. I put my phone on the counter. As I was walking to the pantry, I saw a man hunched down in the corner by the back door. He was wearing black and red clothing and he had long, greasy, unkempt hair. I didn't see his face because his head was facing the wall. He was holding a large knife. He didn't notice that I had spotted him. I wanted to scream, but I just covered my mouth and walked back upstairs, leaving my cell phone down there. I was not going to walk over to get it. We didn't have any phones upstairs, so I walked into my room, locked the door, and hid in the closet. I started crying silently and started thinking the worst. He was going to find me and kill me, I just knew it. Then I heard someone coming up the stairs. Heavy footsteps. I felt sick and I had never been so afraid in my life. Then I heard someone open the door to my parents' room, which was 2 rooms away from mine. I then hear police sirens outside and I hear the door being knocked on. I breathe a sigh of relief. I hear the man running back down the stairs quickly and he's trying to open our back door. Then I hear our front door being pushed down and I hear footsteps of 2 people coming upstairs. The police come to my room and they let me know it's safe. I open the door. I later found out that our neighbors saw this man unlocking our back door with a key and saw that he had a knife and called the police. My parents arrived a few minutes later and my mom started hugging me and crying. The man unfortunately escaped. I cried and got no sleep that night. Because the man had a key, we got the lock changed, but we eventually moved way out of state. I'm 23 now and I have moved past it. But there are several questions I still have. How did he get a key? Why did he want to come into our house? And what would he have done if the police showed up any later? I'm a 25-year-old female and I've been living with my boyfriend for the last 6 years. This happened about 4 years ago. I was online a lot, and still am, and I met a lot of cool people. Many of them had rough backstories, but I always offered a listening ear and tried to support them. I'm going to mention that I have autism and can be pretty naive, so I don't recognize certain bad situations right away. I ended up meeting a 24-year-old guy from Australia who had just broken up with his girlfriend. He said that she was emotionally unstable and that it ended with her wanting to kill herself and him not being able to handle it anymore. I talked to him about it a lot and tried to help him cope with the situation. We started to play games together online and I started to see him as a friend. But after a while, I started to notice that he was kind of acting like I was his girlfriend. I shrugged it off because he knew that I had a boyfriend and it might have just been kindness that I mistook. I'm pretty famous for being oblivious to that kind of stuff. He started to tell me that I should break up with my boyfriend, going on long tangents and writing me emails about how my boyfriend was like his ex-girlfriend. That he abused me mentally and physically, that he was raping me, was making my life a living hell, and that he was going to kill me one day. Which was all completely absurd, and I kept explaining that to him. After a while, it was obvious that he indeed thought of me as his new girlfriend. He made it clear that we were going to spend the rest of our lives together and that he would make sure of it. He was convinced that me telling him to stop and leave me alone was all orchestrated by my boyfriend and that I was actually being held hostage. Luckily, he didn't know my full name, or so I thought, or where I lived. I started getting messages from random accounts with pictures of people bloodied up saying, "This is going to happen," all with his name on the pages itself. This went on for a while. I begged him to stop, but he kept pushing. I had blocked him, but he kept making new accounts to get in contact with me. I decided to just delete my account on that site altogether and not go on there anymore, and I hoped it would go away. But then I suddenly started to get messages on Facebook. I never even told him my full name, and even then I made sure my Facebook is extremely private. I used a family nickname and I only had other family members on there. My boyfriend didn't even have a Facebook account. And like I said before, I kept my full name and location to myself. He made about 150 pages and profiles completely directed to me, with pictures of people killing themselves, telling me he was going to kill himself, complete with the overlays and banners of "This is your fault." It seemed like he made it his full-time day job to send me messages on different platforms. He even found stuff like my YouTube account and followed me around there. Eventually, he started sending receipts of his school books that he had sold of his current school year, and later 1 plane ticket to the airport where I actually lived close to, and 2 back to Australia. He kept sending me, quote, proof, like of him moving out of his apartment and putting stuff into storage. He told me he was coming to save me from my boyfriend who had kept me hostage, and that he was going to kill him and take me back to Australia so I could be safe. He had gotten rid of all the ties he had. He quit school and quit his job so that we could have a blank slate, telling me we'd have to live under the radar for a while. All the while, he kept sending me pictures as proof of doing these things because he loved me and wanted to show it. By now, I had blocked every Facebook account with his, unfortunately, extremely common name, and basically deleted every other online account I had. Even though a lot of them were under different names, he found me everywhere. Eventually, the day came where he was taking pictures at the airport, which he was then posting to Facebook, and I immediately recognized the logos as my country's official airline. He began talking about the actual house I lived in. Keep in mind, I don't live in some normal place. I lived on an industrial area in a maintenance apartment inside a huge empty building with only one other office. The whole building was open to me and there weren't any people living remotely nearby. He definitely couldn't have just known I lived there. He started messaging about how perfect the whole setup was for his plans. My boyfriend was aware of everything that had happened by then, and thought it was best if maybe we'd sought out the help of police to give us some advice. But of course they couldn't do anything and suggested that if we were scared we better just go somewhere else. And we decided to go stay at my parents'. We went back the next day since we both had school and work. But we saw police cars in front of the building. The owner informed us that someone had broken in. This person had tried to go into the office next to our apartment, and they had an alarm system that went off and alerted the cops. At that point, I wanted to know what the hell was going on and if he had tried to break in, since that was our first guess. It wasn't hard contacting him since he already sent me multiple messages again on Facebook from several different accounts. My boyfriend contacted him and the guy agreed to have a webcam chat. And when he turned his cam on, I immediately recognized the hallmark of our city from the window behind him. I silently freaked out, not letting him know that I was present. My boyfriend then spent more than 7 hours talking to him. The guy was furious and still certain that my boyfriend was going to kill me, and nothing could change his mind. After more than 7 hours with my normally calm boyfriend getting pretty annoyed at this point, the guy started copying and pasting whole chat conversations and spin them in crazy ways. The guy then started saying he was disgusted and started to throw out profanities towards him about me, basically saying that if I was so adamant on staying with him, that I deserved what my boyfriend was going to do to me and that he wouldn't mourn me, because I had apparently ruined his, my own, and our kids' lives together. I only heard from him one more time after that. A short video of him being in the hospital saying he had tried to kill himself and that it was all my fault, and that I was going to bring darkness over the earth instead of light, quote, like I promised. He said stuff like that often, and other weird spiritual promises he said I made. I got scared again for a while, but it got silent after that. Even though it was years ago, I'm still afraid the guy isn't over me and that he'll come after me. But as far as I know, his parents had him locked in a nursing home for the mentally ill. I got this information a year later when his older brother finally responded to my Facebook messages to him telling him to please speak to his brother, because he was not okay. Anyways, that's my story, and I hope I never hear from the guy again. My husband was almost abducted. I think about this exact moment when he and I get in a disagreement and immediately stop being mad at him. The idea that I almost lost him and never would have known what happened is enough to calm even my most justified anger. This happened about 3 years ago. I was 24 and he was 25. It had pretty much been just me and him since we were 17 and 18, so my whole world was almost snatched away. It was late at night, and I'd just picked him up from work and we'd stopped at a Harris Teeter for a bottle of wine and pizza. I had both of our cell phones in my purse because that's just how we did it when we were out together. He didn't like having it in his back pocket. Also, there's no way to say this without sounding weird, but my husband is very pretty. I mean, he's handsome, but he's got long, curly black hair and a slight build, and we both look way younger than we actually are. It's made us targets for more than a few weirdos. So we're in line and we're about to pay, and he realizes he left his wallet in the car. The store was pretty much empty and there was no one behind us, so he said that he'll be right back and ran out into the dark parking lot. Now, I'm anxious anyway, so when he was gone for literally 4 minutes, I ran outside to look for him. I saw a black truck with a topper on it driving away under the single street light, and my husband was nowhere in sight. My knees felt like jelly, and I never understood that saying until that moment. I ran to our car praying he was in there, and thank God, or whoever he was. He was sitting in our locked car staring after the truck until I very loudly smacked the passenger window. He looked at me with giant terrified eyes and yelled for me to get in. He leaned over and unlocked my door and yelled at me to lock it back when I sat down. He was shaking and freaking out and hugging me. I finally just squeezed him and asked him what the fuck happened. He asked for his phone and called 911. I heard the story as he was telling it to the operator, and it still makes me want to throw up when I think about it. He had walked out to the car and noticed the black truck one lane over. We both worked in stores in that shopping center and had never been afraid of the parking lot, but luckily, it sent up a red flag and he hurried. As he fumbled with the keys, he heard the truck start up and figured it was leaving. In the time it took for him to grab his wallet out of the seat and turn around, the truck was behind him and a big man had opened the trunk. As the man turned around to face him, my husband just fell back into our car and slammed the door. The man didn't try the door right away. Instead, he hit the window in anger, and that's what saved my husband, because he managed in that moment to lock the doors. The man just stood there for a whole minute looking around and tried opening the door twice. Then he paced for a few seconds, then went back to the front of his truck and dug around. The whole time, my husband sat in horror without his phone. I wish he'd thought to honk the horn or something to scare the guy or get someone's attention, but he was way too scared to think. Finally, the man just climbed into the cab and sat until I guess he saw me running out of the store and zoomed off. The police arrived, and my husband gave a description of the truck and the man. He was tall, big, white, balding, and dressed in all black like a sweatsuit. The truck either didn't have a license plate or he'd covered it. From what we know, they didn't find him, and we've since moved out of the state. So that's how my husband was almost kidnapped for what I refuse to imagine. I stayed awake for nights just holding him and feeling him breathe. I can't believe I almost lost him. After the shock wore away, he became rather serious about working out because the fact that he wouldn't have been able to fight the man off haunts him. Fuck that guy for making my husband a victim. This is a collection of some of the scariest and most interesting stories from the internet. I've never read any of these on my channel, but if you've heard any of these, I will be leaving timestamps for each story in the description and pinned comment just in case you want to skip past any. Now that that's out of the way, I hope you enjoyed the video, and let's begin. This took place 10 years ago when I was a freshman in college. This is the first time I've ever recounted this story in full detail to anyone. I attended college in a rural mountain area in the Northeast, a small school tucked away in the rolling hills of the mountains, the type of place where the beauty and casual grace of nature is juxtaposed by the ugliness of humanity. The newspaper was ultra-conservative, and you couldn't go too deep into the woods beyond a few trees without seeing some trace of meth activity. You know the type of place I mean. Anyway, one of my new friends from college discovered somehow an abandoned train trestle deep into the woods about 5 miles from campus, basically in no man's land. I have no idea and don't remember how he found this place because it was very much off the path. The trestle crossed above a river which placidly flowed about 40 feet below. It was actually quite beautiful, and we began going there maybe 3 times a week. Just hanging out on the trestle, watching the water below and the open sky above. We'd drink 40s there, smoke a bowl there, bring some girls there, you know, stuff like that. Eventually, we began jumping off the trestle into the water below and then climbing back up. It was just a very college-y thing to do. Our chill spot, basically. So, one day, just needing to get away from the dorms and away from it all, I decided to go by myself to the trestle for a swim. It was about 7 p.m., so I still had a good hour or so of dim sunlight, and I brought a flashlight for the walk home when I was sure it would be dark. I made the trek through the pathways of the woods as I had done 100 times before, left my towel and flashlight on the trestle and jumped into the water. The water was about 10 to 15 feet deep, I'd say. It flowed almost imperceptibly. You might as well be swimming in a stagnant pool. However, about maybe 50 yards away from the trestle, the river narrows and the current picks up significantly. Then about 20 yards after that, there is a maybe 20-foot high waterfall that bubbles and splashes with extreme violence. We used to watch large objects go over and never come back up again. So there I am, dimly bobbing my head in and out of the water, doing underwater flips, etc. When I pop my head out of the water, I happen to glance to the side of the river and see a man walking towards the water. The water is kind of impeding my view, so I don't see him fluidly walking towards the water. I more see him in different stages of being closer to the water, like flipping through a flip book. He's 15 feet away, 10 feet away, 5 feet away. I can barely give you a description. Maybe 6 feet tall, pale, skinny, black hair pulled back in a ponytail. What I do remember most about his appearance was the extremely empty look on his face and in his eyes, like he was doing something mundane, like taking out the trash or raking leaves. I'm treading water, not knowing what to think, and I see that he is no longer beside the river. He dove in, and he's swimming pin straight directly at me so fast. I try to swim the opposite way, but within a minute I feel him grab my ankle and tug. I tried to scream, but water filled my mouth. While I'm underwater, he lets go and goes up for air, then grabs back on and pulls me again. It seems like he's done this before, and I never once saw him after he jumped into the water. He's gradually pulling me to where the current picks up before the waterfall. I start to realize this and just start fucking flipping out. I'm kicking, screaming, cursing to no effect. Finally, I feel the current start to take me and I twist away towards the waterfall. I look back and I see this fucking guy just casually swimming back to where he jumped into the water, not even looking at me. This is by far the scariest moment of my life as I approach the waterfall. Long story short, I go over and I'm underwater for a long time, over a minute. The water above unrelentingly pushing me under. The only reason I survived was there was a large log that had gone over, and I grabbed it and used a leverage against the bottom to push me away from the crushing water. I survived, obviously, but then I had to trek the miles back to my dorm in the dark without my flashlight, every step of the way thinking he would come back to finish the job. The next year, a football player drowned going over that fall. The news said it was because there was an extreme current due to the recent rainfall, but I've always wondered about that. Before I start, here's a bit of context to my story. My husband and I lived in a small 2-floor house with 2 main entrances. one along the front and the other on the side of the house, which opens up into the laundry room. When we're too busy or it's too late to walk our dog, we hook his collar onto a long line that's attached to one of the pipes on the corner of our house so that he could use the bathroom. We used to do this from the door in our laundry room, but we noticed a large step from the door to the ground had been taking a toll on his hips. As a result, we started letting him out through the front door instead, since the porch is much closer to the ground. This particular night, I was home alone with my dog, and it was around midnight when I decided to let him outside one last time before going to bed. I hook him up to his line, close the door, and lock it before heading into the kitchen to put away the dishes. This was pretty routine. Even if he used the bathroom quickly, he liked to walk around along the front and side of the house for a few minutes before coming back inside. As I'm putting away the dishes, I hear a scratch on the door, which is how my dog signals that he wants to come back inside, so I head over to let him back in. Since I've watched way too many scary movies, I always look through the door's peephole before opening the door. Out of habit, I look to check that my dog is in front of the door. Instead, I see a man staring very intently at the door handle. I freeze with my hand on the door handle. I don't know how much time went by, but then I heard another scratch, this one louder than the last. This kind of wakes me up from my initial shock and I run to grab my cell phone. I call my husband to tell him what's happening. He was very confused. I probably wasn't explaining the situation very well, but he says that he's heading home. This is when I realize my dog is still outside with this person. I head back to the front door, trying to make as little noise as possible to check whether the stranger is still there. Just like before, he's standing there, head bowed, looking at the doorknob. I tiptoe over to the laundry room and slowly open the door as quietly as possible. I can't see my dog anywhere and the side of my house is covered in gravel, so I knew I couldn't step outside without making a lot of noise. With my heart still pounding in my chest, I go to the front door to keep an eye on the stranger and to get a better look at him. I considered calling the police, but I didn't feel like they would take me seriously, since all this man was doing was standing in front of my house. I tried taking a picture of him with my cell phone, but my camera was only able to take pictures of the peephole and not the images behind the glass. All of a sudden, the man looks up directly at me. I swear he knew I was there. He glares at me, then opens his mouth to show his taunting, malicious grin. He stood there that way for a few seconds. With that, he turns around and starts to walk down the street. I stay in the same place, almost expecting him to rush back and start pounding on the door. But luckily, my husband got back after a few minutes. Long story short, he convinced me to call the police and we went out looking for our dog. It turns out that this man had cut the end of the line connected to the pipe, and our dog decided that this was a good time for him to explore my neighbor's backyard, which was where we found him. It's been 3 years since this happened, and we've since moved to a new house for unrelated reasons, and the police weren't able to come up with any suspects. Ever since then, we take our dog on very long walks before the sun goes down. This happened in the fall of 1993 when I was 20 years old. In the interest of context, this was before I started college and I was working in the material prep department of a plastics factory on the night shift. I was the only woman in the department and my male coworkers were initially skeptical that I could handle the job. But I proved myself and earned their respect. It was hard work, but on the plus side, it put me in the best shape of my life. It was also about the same time that I dumped my abusive boyfriend. He was verbally, emotionally, and physically abusive, as well as an alcoholic. This fact, more than anything, is probably why I got myself into this situation in the first place. I had just gotten off work and it was about 1:30 a.m. My car was practically running on fumes, so I stopped at a local gas station to fill up. While I was pumping gas, a woman about my age approached me looking nervous and scared. She said that she'd been at her boyfriend's house and that they'd gotten into a fight. She said she'd walked to the gas station to use the payphone and call a friend to pick her up. On her way to the station, a car pulled up as she was walking and the guys inside started catcalling and harassing her. With a slight movement of her head, she indicated a car that was parked off to the side by the gas station dumpsters. I saw a large, light green car like a Caddy or Lincoln, with at least 2 or 3 shadowy figures inside. She said they threatened her and that she was too scared to call her friend and wait. The woman was neat, well-dressed, and didn't seem high or drunk or anything like that. She just seemed really nervous and freaked out, so I didn't even hesitate. I finished pumping my gas and told her to hop in the car and that I'd take her home. At that time on a weeknight, there was very little traffic, so I booked it right out of the gas station and asked her where she lived. She kept twisting around in the seat to see if the car was behind us. And when I asked her to put her seatbelt on, she ignored me and kept looking for the car. I assumed she was just scared. A few blocks down the road, however, I noticed she was looking around the car, and she started asking me about money, saying things like, "Where's your purse? Where's your bag? I need money. You need to give me some money." My stomach sank. I have this woman in my car, and now she's gonna rob me. Fuck. But when I thought about it, robbery just didn't make much sense. I was driving a 1985 Chevette, affectionately nicknamed Shitbox, and was wearing my work clothes, a ratty t-shirt and jeans with combat boots. I did not look like a person with a lot of cash, primarily because I wasn't a person with a lot of cash. She twisted around in the seat again and started yelling, "There they are," over and over again. She didn't sound scared anymore. I checked the rear view and sure enough, the light green car is right behind me. She started cackling and bouncing up and down in the seat. "My boys are gonna fuck you up, bitch. They're gonna fuck you up." She's laughing like crazy, opening the glove box, looking in the back for a bag or purse, and telling me all this messed up shit these guys are planning to do to me. Now, if I had been smart, I would have just driven to the police station. Actually, if I had been very smart, I would have just called the cops from the gas station and waited with her until they arrived. That would have been the intelligent thing to do. Unfortunately, none of this crossed my mind until later. In the moment, I just got really fucking angry. I realized 3 key things all at once. 1, there was an intersection up ahead with cars on either side waiting to cross, and the light had just turned yellow. 2, I had a spare box cutter that I kept for work in the driver's side door compartment. 3, the crazy bitch still hadn't put on her seatbelt. I didn't think. I floored it and passed under the yellow light just as it turned red. I glanced back to see if the green car was still behind me, but the cross traffic at the intersection had started to move, and they hadn't caught up. The bitch started yelling. I slammed on the brakes and she hit the dash and windshield with a solid and viciously satisfying crack. When she rebounded to the passenger seat, I had the box cutter in her face and was screaming some seriously bat-crazy shit. I can't remember exactly what I said, but it was something along the lines of, "Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out of my car before I cut off your face and make you eat it, bitch!" The crazy screaming and box cutter combo worked. She grabbed blindly at the handle and popped the door open, and I started shoving and punching her until she tumbled out of the door to the curb. I stomped on the gas, got to the next turn, and squealed around it with the passenger door still open. I made a few more turns because I was afraid that the green car might catch up to me. After a little while, I stopped to close the passenger door, and then I cut across town and got on the highway to get home. I was only on the highway for about 5 minutes before the shake started. I pulled off to the shoulder to calm down and get my shit together, and then I drove home. I told my older sister, who I had been living with temporarily after the whole breakup thing, everything that happened. She wrapped me in a tight bear hug while simultaneously yelling about how stupid I was for not going to the police. I've never been so glad to be yelled at in my life. To give some explanation and background knowledge for this whole encounter, I was around 15 at the time this occurred. I was camping out in the middle of nowhere with my family and part of my extended family, my aunt, uncle, and cousins. I was the oldest kid there in the RV, so you can probably understand how it felt to have no one else there to do the stupid crap I did back then with. With a good 2-year gap between me and the inferiors, it was almost like nirvana when I got to the campground and met the other teenagers. These were all people we knew fairly well from previous camping trips, so it was considered normal to hit it off with them from the start, and act like we've known each other forever within the hour. Now, this story. So my parents trusted me a lot. I liked my fun, but I liked getting home in time for dinner equally as much. So when I was gone most of the day with other people from the camp, they didn't think much of it. The only rule was that I had to be back at the RV to eat dinner, and before 8:30 p.m. So picture this, right? A group of 6 teenagers, 15 to 16 years old, out in the middle of the woods with no adult supervision for the vast majority of the day. Just a recipe for success right there. But this particular day, we found a neat little deer trail we hadn't found in the 2 years we'd been there before. On second thought, though, it didn't really seem like a deer trail. It snaked through a really thick part of the underbrush, maybe a foot of clear ground, and 3.5 feet clear of branches going upwards. It's a really hard thing to pick out of the brush, unless you're either really looking or know where it is. It was promptly explored, marked with a broken branch outside of the entrance, and quickly forgotten. Except I remembered this special little tunnel. That night, while we were all eating dinner, one of the adults proposed that we played manhunt out in the woods at night. Not everyone was totally on board with this idea, but in the grand scheme of the plan, they were quashed down like autumn leaves. Everyone got a flashlight, and everyone was assigned to a team. For those of you who aren't sure what manhunt is, here's an explanation. Everyone playing is given a flashlight, and they're divided into 2 groups. It's basically like glorified flashlight tag, but there's a catch. As you catch people, you have to correctly identify who they are. And if you can, they join forces with the hunters. The last man standing gets a candy bar or something, whatever is being offered as the prize. That's how we played it anyway. For the first round, I get lumped in with the runners, those who are getting chased by the hunters. We get a 5-minute head start to run, climb a tree, whatever the hell we want to do to evade the hunters. Usually I'm the one up in the tree, but that never really worked out as being the winning spot. So to try and score a win for once, I decide to try what I think will be a surefire method of winning. And the hiding spot was the rude little path through the thicket. It took most of the head start time to find the damn thing because it was so well hidden and out of the way. As I passed hiding spots, I heard hushed, smothered whispering between siblings who were questioning my actions. It should be noted that I have bat hearing, and my ears are possibly my greatest asset in this game. But when I'm just reaching the destination, I hear the short blast of the air horn announcing that the 5 minutes are up. I swan dove into this minute little path in the undergrowth, shuffling on my hands and knees until I'm about halfway in, crouching down like some huge malformed quail. The hunters are doing an initial sweep through the trails, looking for obvious hiders and people caught out trying to change spots. When they finally reach me, they reach the dead end and go straight back. I try to readjust myself and crawl further down the tunnel. I honestly don't know how it happened, but I found an even more hidden path within that one. And accidentally, I dragged my stupid body down the rabbit hole. Except instead of ending in a dead end, this one ended in a slight hollow. I don't ever want to describe exactly what I found there. I'm sorry, but I just can't. It was a younger looking woman, naked, covered in lacerations and stab wounds in the fetal position. Her glassy, glazed eyes seemed to look straight through me. I won't go any further than that. I was too scared to scream, and I froze there while dark burgundy stains formed on my jeans. I was sitting there, frozen, and then I heard someone else coming along the path. Have you ever been so scared that for one moment, one insane moment, you truly consider something incredibly stupid as a viable option to escape? That was one of those times. I let out a short, trembling whisper and started moving. Whoever was on the path stopped and then eagerly started moving forward again. I could hear the panting, uneven breaths of a man. a horrible marker of whoever it was getting closer and closer to me by the second. By some wondrous, beautiful miracle, he missed the path leading to the brushy hollow. I heard him moving down past the entrance, dragging something clunky and awkward behind him. I heard clinking noises and the occasional effort to silence the small, sharp noises. I heard a low curse somewhere towards the end of the tunnel, and I blasted out of the undergrowth tunnel like a bullet forcing its way out of a barrel. Cracks, crashes, and obnoxious rustling was all around me as I heard the man sharply intake a breath and begin to move towards me. The deep panting was getting closer and closer to me. I thought I was going to be too slow at exiting, but somehow I exploded out of the entrance, got onto my wobbly, half-asleep legs, and started booking it down the trail. The unknown pursuer was close behind me for a bit, but it seemed like he was too exhausted to chase me at that same speed for long. I know everyone loves to rip on the fact that people always trip in horror movies, but in all honesty, tripping is something I am amazed I didn't do. With adrenaline coursing through me at the speed of Usain Bolt, trying to keep my jello-like legs to move me away from whoever was behind me was like trying to run on water. It felt like an eternity, but I finally reached the main trail running back to the camp and sprinted down it screaming bloody murder. Confused faces looked out from the trees, and I think someone called after me. Reaching the camp was easy, but trying to explain why I woke up half the people in the camp and bolted out of the woods at breakneck speed was harder. When I finally choked the words out to explain, I remember a profound, insidious silence throughout the group of adults waiting at the mouth of the trail. I really don't remember a whole lot from that point on. I do know that the cops were called, and my mother and aunt ran shrieking and wailing along the trail, calling for the other kids to come back to safety. When someone's yelling like that, you don't ignore it. They rounded everyone up in 30 seconds flat and barreled back into the camp. The police found a man out in the woods, creeping along the trail, clutching a knife. A black garbage bag with a plethora of sharp objects and a saw was found abandoned on the trail. Some were speckled and smeared with dried blood. I don't think there's really any getting over it. I still have nightmares sometimes of the man chasing me, breathing heavily down the back of my neck, trying to catch me. Sometimes he succeeds. So, this is a story that happened to my mom's friend in Korea about 10 years ago. Every time I hear this story, I still get the chills. My mom's friend lived in an apartment complex in Seoul, South Korea. She was a stay-at-home mother with a young daughter, and her husband worked during the day. One day, she was coming home from running errands with her daughter and got onto the elevator in her building. When she got on, she noticed that there was a man wearing a cap and a yellow raincoat, and he kept his head low so that she couldn't really see his face. She immediately felt really uneasy, and she made her daughter stand to her side, furthest away from the man. What made her feel even more uncomfortable was that when she pressed the button for her floor, there was no other lit number. And on top of that, she noticed that he was carrying something wrapped inside newspaper close to his side. Things started to click in my mom's friend's head, and she started to panic and decided to take out her cell phone and pretend like she was calling home to her husband, who was obviously really not at home and at work. She started saying things like, "Oh, I'm on the elevator and about to get off. Can you get the door for me?" And making it seem like her husband was waiting for her at home. When the elevator did reach her floor, I think she lived on the 12th floor or something, she quickly got off, grabbed her daughter, and started to walk as fast as she could to her apartment. She noticed that the man also got off on her floor and was slowly following her down the hallway. When my mom's friend got to her door, she started to bang on it and was shouting things like, "Hey, I'm home, please open the door," and kind of pretended like her husband was coming to answer the door. Upon seeing this, the man in the yellow raincoat started to walk away back towards the elevator. When he seemed to be far away enough, my mom's friend quickly picked up her daughter and slid open her door's passcode thing. This is usually how people get into their homes in Korea. And she started to frantically put in her key code. But the problem was that the buttons would make noise, so the man knew that no one was going to answer the door for her. and he turned around and started to run back towards her. My mom's friend at this point was practically screaming, and when she finally got her door to open, the first thing she did was throw her daughter in through the door. When she got in herself, she saw that the man was pretty much inches from the door, but she managed to shut it and lock it before he could wedge his hand or a weapon into the door. Afterwards, looking through the door's peephole, she saw that the man was walking away back towards the elevator. Several months later, my mom's friend was watching the news, and there was a coverage on the capture of a serial killer named Yu Young Chol, who used to kill a lot of prostitutes. She told my mom that she could never forget the dread she felt when she saw the too familiar yellow raincoat and hat that he was wearing when apprehended. So that's the story about how my mom's friend was almost killed by a serial killer. I'll leave his Wikipedia page in the description for anyone who's curious. When I was 19, I worked for a company that allocated labor to rural areas of Australia. Basically what you did was tell them when you were available, and they'd send you to a remote farm for a few weeks where you do whatever they needed done. It was hard work and long hours, but good pay and good fun if you got in with a nice group of workers. When this occurred, I was working on a large property. I was told it covered roughly the same landmass as the entire state of Maryland. It was about 9 hours from Sydney City, and the property itself was about 40 minutes from the nearest town. In short, it was in the middle of nowhere. I was working at the farm clearing bushland with 3 other guys my age from the city. Our boss was a guy named Jeremy who owned the farm and supervised us while helping out with the work. He was pretty laid back and was generally really good to us. This summer in particular was very hot, and the work was hard. So one day when the temperature hit above 38 degrees Celsius, which is about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, Jeremy decided to give us the afternoon off. He said he knew of a water hole on the farm about a 25-minute drive north. I was keen for a swim, but the other guys just wanted to relax for the arvo. So him and I hopped in one of the work trucks and started heading across the property. It was mostly wide, empty expanses with a few clumps of scattered bushland. Jeremy wasn't much of a talker, so we drove more or less in silence. After about 20 minutes, however, he suddenly perked up and jabbed me in the ribs. "Do you see that over there? Below the 2 dead trees?" I should mention here that if you're not familiar with inland areas, particularly those in Australia, they're brown or red and mostly flat and bland, meaning any bright colors stick out like a sore thumb. So you can imagine our surprise when we could see a large blue angular structure far off in the distance. We steered in its direction, and as we got closer, we realized it was a huge blue shipping container just sitting in the middle of nowhere. Jeremy was perplexed, and I asked him if he knew what it was, but he obviously didn't. He said that he hadn't seen it when he drove through the same area about 5 weeks before, and that he wanted to go see what it was. Initially, we pulled to a stop about 100 meters away from it. At this stage, I had a really bad feeling. The whole thing wasn't right. It's hard to explain, but if you can imagine seeing such a foreign object in the middle of a huge barren expanse, it had to be something weird. Jeremy, however, wanted to investigate, which I understood given that it was his property, but to tell the truth, I was really anxious. As we got closer, things got even more bizarre. There was a big diesel generator behind it thumping away, and a CCTV camera on each side. All of them were motion activated, so they buzzed from side to side, following us as we moved around. I tried to reason with Jeremy, something along the lines of, "Look, with all this security, someone obviously doesn't want us here, let's just go." He brushed me off, however, reminding me that it was his farm and whoever had put this here was trespassing, so he wanted to go inside. Despite all the surveillance, there was only a small padlock on the huge door. We had some bolt cutters in his toolbox, and after a bit of struggle, we broke the lock and went inside. The first thing I noticed was the rush of cold air as we got in. The place was air conditioned, which I must admit was quite pleasant on such a hot day. We searched around for a light switch, but I could already see this was some sort of IT setup. There were flashing LEDs all around the place and the sort of hum you hear when a hard drive is working hard. When we finally switched on the lights, we could see a sophisticated, albeit somewhat cluttered office setup. There were hard drives the size of bar fridges and other computer equipment lining the walls, sometimes piled 2 or 3 high, and plastic storage boxes scattered around the far wall and several desks with computer monitors arranged in the middle, complete with rolling office chairs. At this point, I felt like I was in one of those nonsensical dreams. This made absolutely no sense. We wandered into the middle and sat down at one of the desks to see if the computers would give us any idea of what the hell was going on here. My heart was racing and I just wanted to bolt. We had been seen by the CCTV, so if anyone was monitoring, they would know that we were here. Jeremy, on the other hand, was adamant that we had to get to the bottom of this. So I put on a brave face and started looking through the computer. This went on for a while, but in short, neither of us had a very high grasp of technology outside of Facebook and Microsoft Word. The best I can describe it from my lay position is that it was endless lists of computer talk. It was like what the old Napster or LimeWire download screens looked like. Just constantly picking up and receiving data, then recording it on several windows. I gave up on the computers and walked cautiously over the far end of the container to the big pile of storage boxes. By then, I was pretty sure no one else was there, as there was nowhere to hide really. But I was still incredibly on edge. I decided, against my better judgment, to see what was inside all these boxes. My brief look through this box still makes me feel sick to my stomach. It didn't take long for me to realize that this box was full of posters, DVDs, and photos, all of hardcore child pornography. One thing that still gets to me is that it was all neatly ordered into folders and smaller boxes. These people were organized. I immediately recoiled, jumped up, and ran over to Jeremy. I could hardly string a sentence together. I said something along the lines of, "Mate, get out, child sex, go, get the fuck up." I dragged him out, composed myself, and managed to explain what I saw. We jumped back into the truck and sped back to the house. The farm had no mobile phone reception, and we hadn't bought the satellite phone, so we had to get back to the landline to call the police. Once we called them, they still had to make it all the way to the farm from the nearest police station, which was in a town about a half hour from the closest town to the farm. As I mentioned before, we were in the middle of nowhere. We waited, talking frantically about what we'd seen, until the cops arrived almost an hour later. They arrived with 2 4-wheel drives and we jumped in and led them back. This is where it gets worse. By the time we got back, the container door was open and there was a fire inside. We only had 2 small extinguishers in the cars, and these did very little. The fire department took an hour to get there, but by then most of the damage was already done. An arson report by the federal police found almost no evidence of the computer equipment described. This means that whoever ran it knew we were there and had time to come and remove most of it and get away. There were various ways to get off the property, and the landmass was huge, so there was no real way to tail them. Since the police hadn't taken us all too seriously in the first instance, probably due to our poor explanation on the phone, aerial surveillance was also impossible by the time we had pieced it all together. I took a keen interest in following it up, but with no real evidence of who might be responsible, the investigation went cold. I've kept in contact with Jeremy, and the shipping container is still sitting there on the farm, as it's too expensive to move. I'll never forget what I saw in those boxes. To give some background information, this event occurred a little over a year ago, and I still haven't been able to even begin to get over it. I'm a 22-year-old 5'4" female, and at the time I was 21. My family and I had recently moved to a new town that was a fair amount more rural than the town I had previously lived in. and our new house was a large ranch-style house with a basement. I was home from college, and my parents had left for the week to celebrate their wedding anniversary with their friends who lived several hours away. Before I continue, I'll give a quick layout of the house so that you'll be able to imagine the setting a bit more clearly. There were 3 doors which led into the house. One on the front porch, a sliding glass door on the back porch, which did have a lock and floor-length curtains for privacy, and another door on the other side of the wall from my bedroom which led into the garage and basement. When you walk out of my bedroom and turn, you could see all the way across the house, past the kitchen, living room, dining area, to the door of my parents' bedroom and the stairs leading up from the basement. It had been a few days since my parents left, and I hadn't had any problems. They had sent me a couple messages on Facebook letting me know that they arrived to their friend's house safely, and that they were having a good time. The day had gone well, and I was sure to check that I'd locked all the doors in the house once the sun started to go down. It was about 11 p.m. and I was doing my nightly routine of laying in bed and messing around on the computer when suddenly I got this sinking feeling of dread. I felt as if I was being watched. It was summer and we didn't have AC, so I had a large box fan in the window blowing the cool night air into my stiflingly hot room. But once that feeling settled over me, I decided that I should remove the fan and close the window, just in case. Once removing the fan, shutting and locking the window, and pulling down the curtain, I felt a bit better. However, I still couldn't shake the feeling of dread. I lay back in bed and tried to continue what I was doing, though I didn't put my headphones back on. After a few minutes, I began to hear something that sounded like light scratching. I sat still in bed, listening to the sound, trying to pinpoint what it was and if I recognized it at all. Our new house, although relatively close in distance to our neighbors, had a fair amount of forest around it, so I thought the scratching may have been an animal or someone's dog that got loose and wanted to come inside. After a few minutes, the scratching stopped and everything returned to silence, so I figured that I was probably right and that it must have been an animal. My relief was short-lived because after the scratching stopped, from the other side of the wall, I began to hear slow footsteps descending into the basement. This is when I knew I was completely fucked. There was no way I could get out of the house without walking past the basement stairs. We didn't have a house phone, and at the time I was in the process of getting a new cell phone because mine was broken beyond repair. I sat there for a few seconds, wondering what the hell I should do. I knew that I would need to get out of the house as soon as possible, and that the more time I wasted, the worse it would be for me. I contemplated popping the screen out of my bedroom window and jumping out, but it was far enough off the ground that there was a good chance I would end up getting hurt if I did. Not to mention that if I jumped out the window and hurt myself, I wouldn't be able to run for help and I would be right next to the door that whoever was in my house had just gone through. So I decided to very carefully and quietly open my door and peek out around the corner. And if the coast was clear, I would make a mad dash for the front door and sprint to my neighbor's house. I very slowly opened my bedroom door, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness of the house before creeping around the corner and looking to see if it was safe to make a run for it. What I saw nearly made me vomit. As my eyes scanned the house, I noticed that something was off. I squinted hard as I looked over at the basement stairs and was able to make out the shape of a man. What made it worse? He wasn't just standing at the top of the stairs, he was fucking crawling up them like some kind of nightmare creature. I quickly backed into my room again, shutting and locking the door as quietly as I could. I didn't think he'd seen me, but there was no way I was going to make a run for it now. My only choice was to pop the screen and jump out the window. As I was unlocking and opening my window, I heard the handle to my bedroom door turn. Once the man realized that it was locked, in a sickeningly sweet sing-song voice, he said, "I know you're in there." This was followed by a loud cackle, and what I could only imagine was him throwing himself at full force against my door. I ripped the screen out of the window and flung myself out. I landed wrong on my right foot, and I was sure that I'd hurt my ankle, but at the time I couldn't think of anything other than getting as far away as possible. I got up and ran as fast as I could to my neighbor's house. knocking on their door in a panicked frenzy and ringing the bell over and over again. I looked over at my house as I was yelling for my neighbors to let me in, and I swear to fucking God, I thought I could see the man standing at my window waving at me. My neighbors finally opened the door after what felt like forever, and I managed to explain well enough what was going on for them to let me in and call the police. I stayed with them until the police arrived. The police searched my house and found that the lock to the basement had been picked, and that the door to my bedroom was hanging off the hinges. They weren't able to find the man anywhere, and because I had only seen him for a split second in the dark, I couldn't provide them with a good description of him. Of course, I got into contact with my parents immediately and they hurried home. The police took my statement and searched the area for the man, but of course they came up with nothing. After this event, my parents and I were sure to add deadbolt locks to the door leading into the basement and to the door leading out of the basement to the rest of the house. They also helped me pay to get a new phone. What really bothers me about all of this is that nothing was stolen. There wasn't even any evidence that the guy had looked through anything while he'd been in my house. He was just some psycho who broke into my house knowing that I was home. I hope I never see him again.